Chapter 807. True Lord Gu Yi, the Crimson Emperor of the Celestial Court, was one of the 9 personal disciples of the great Celestial Emperor who commanded all spirits in the South Pole to patrol the universe. He was a primordial immortal renowned for his speed among the famous great celestial generals of the Celestial Court. Because he was the personal disciple of the Crimson Emperor, although he had stepped into the realm of primordial, he was still a subject of the Celestial Court and was willing to serve in the Celestial Court, unlike other primordial immortals who lived in seclusion in the 9 heavens or occupied territories in outer heavenly realms. As the Crimson Emperor's great Celestial Emperor's demon-slaying general, True Lord Gu Yi's daily task was to patrol the universe with his men and wander around at will. If he found a target that the Celestial Court needed to deal with, he had the power to kill him at will. When an important member of the Celestial Court summoned him with a secret spell, he had to respond quickly and lead his men to the rescue. True Lord Gu Yi was famous for his speed, and he even had the Rhino Cloak, an immortal artifact he was proud of. It was made from the feathers of more than 900 kinds of divine and immortal birds famous for their speed, and could increase his speed by more than 100 times. True Lord Gu Yi's flying speed was already much faster than Wuxia's. With the help of the Rhino Cloak, it only took him a very short time to leave his men behind and catch up with Wuxia. Then, he pierced Ao Buzin's neck with his spear and seriously wounded him. In the face of Wuxia's incoming fist, True Lord Gu Yi sneered disdainfully. Roaring in a low voice, a cloak that was 1,000 feet long fluttered behind him as he spun gracefully around Wuxia like a ghost. Wuxia's fist could not touch him at all. Instead, it was his natal primordial immortal artifact, the Spear of Flowing Light, that kept stabbing at Wuxia's body, leaving streaks of purple light behind it. The Rhino Cloak could instantly increase True Lord Gu Yi's speed by more than 100 times. As for the Immortal Spear of Light, it was a natal primordial immortal artifact that the Celestial Court spent a great deal of resources to forge for him. It was said that with a thrust of the spear, it could catch up with the passing of time. In the blink of an eye, not only did Wuxia fail to hit True Lord Gu Yi, but True Lord Gu Yi had stabbed him 198 times in a row. Wherever the spear's shadow passed, countless sparks splashed around Wuxia's body, and loud, clanging sounds lingered in his ears. Fortunately, he had already activated the evil dragon kill. His entire body was covered with 3 layers of purple gold dragon scales. The dragon scales, with extremely high defensive power, easily blocked the attack of the Flowing Light immortal spear. Not even a scratch was left on it. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia suddenly retreated, while True Lord Gu Yi put away his spear in surprise and took a few steps back. The Rhino Cloak had a limit to the speed boost it gave True Lord Gu Yi, and the brief exchange had consumed 30% of his immortal energy. So, he had to retreat and regulate his aura. Otherwise, if he ran out of immortal energy, even a primordial immortal would be at the mercy of others, which was extremely disadvantageous to him in a battle. In particular, True Lord Gu Yi could not accept that his spear could not pierce through the scales on Wuxia's body. He had to think about what was going on. Wuxia took a deep breath and retreated a few miles, staring at True Lord Gu Yi in astonishment. He had thrown more than 3,000 punches at True Lord Gu Yi with all his might, and even if there was a star in front of him, he would have shattered it thousands of times. But the fact that such a fierce attack could not touch True Lord Gu Yi at all had put Wuxia in a difficult position. They stared at each other for a while, and then Wuxia gave him a thumbs up and said in a deep voice, "True Lord Gu Yi? That's fast." True Lord Gu Yi nodded slowly, then slowly took off the Taotai heart-concealing armor, leaving only the cloak on his back. He laughed dryly and said, "Dragon transformation script of dragons? I don't think so. Is it the dragon kill of Dayu's secret palace? The dragon scales on your body can resist the piercing of my light. Hee. Luckily I wasn't hit by your punch, or I would have been in danger." He pointed at the armor he had taken off and said frankly, "I think this immortal armor is no stronger than a piece of paper in front of you. You can pierce through it with just one punch, can't you? It's a hindrance to me." so I might as well fight you with speed. Be careful, my speed can increase by at least 10% after I take it off." Wuxia took a deep breath, grinned coldly, and said, 10% of your speed? Don't let me hit you with my punch. You'll die. The two stared at each other like fighting cocks and exchanged a few words, but neither of them had the intention to fight. Wuxi's strength was so great that if he could hit true Lord Gu Yi with his punch, he would definitely be severely injured. But true Lord Gu Yi's speed was so fast that Wuxia couldn't hit him. But because he was too fast, true Lord Gu Yi's spear style was the kind that would leave as soon as he touched it, so he couldn't hurt Wuxia at all. One couldn't hit, and the other couldn't hurt. After staring at each other for a long time, true Lord Gu Yi suddenly let out a long roar and turned into a purple lightning bolt that shot toward Wuxi's chest. The flowing light immortal spear was right in front of the lightning bolt, and true Lord Gu Yi activated the Rhino Cloak to deliver the most fatal blow to Wuxia at the fastest speed. True Lord Gu Yi was full of confidence that he could pierce through Wuxi's body with all his strength and speed. The flowing light immortal spear let out a crisp and melodious whistle as it turned blurry. The time around, true Lord Gu Yi and the spear began to accelerate 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, and finally, the time around them accelerated to about 500 times. When the speed reached the limit, the flowing light immortal spear actually accelerated the flow of time, as if it wanted to catch up with the flow of time in the past. A sense of chaotic space-time disorder made Wuxia feel dizzy. How could he catch up with the flow of time? But true Lord Gu Yi's attack did give him such a feeling. He and a lightning bolt that came with the flowing light immortal spear had entered the void, caught up with a point in the past, and stabbed into the body of Wuxia, who was fighting with him just a moment ago. When a spear was about a mile away from Wuxia, a burst of blood suddenly burst out of Wuxi's chest, and a 3-inch deep wound appeared on his chest. Wuxia gave a loud cry. The dark celestial tower over his head sprayed out a large sheet of starlight that surrounded him, and the flow of time around him suddenly skyrocketed by 2,000 times. This was the fastest time that Wuxia could control after stepping into the realm of primordial. The rapid flow of time formed an invisible space-time barrier around Wuxia, tearing apart the connection between the outer space and the time anomaly, and turning the void into an absolute domain that was completely under Wuxi's control. As true Lord Gu Yi rushed into the time domain controlled by Wuxia, the flowing light immortal spear vibrated violently. The difference in the flow of time by 1,500 times had turned into a terrible time oscillation, putting great pressure on the spear. True Lord Gu Yi looked at Wuxia in horror and exclaimed, You can control time? How many times is this?" Wuxia ignored true Lord Gu Yi's question. In the time domain controlled by Wuxia, true Lord Gu Yi was like a rabbit caught in a quagmire, no longer able to struggle or jump. The flow of time around Wuxia was 2,000 times faster, while that around true Lord Gu Yi was only 500 times faster. Therefore, Wuxi's movements were much faster than true Lord Gu Yi's. In fact, Wuxi's movements were not as fast as true Lord Gu Yi's, but with the acceleration of time, true Lord Gu Yi could not see each of Wuxi's movements clearly. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands. Immediately, dozens of vicious curses that could weaken a person's body and make it difficult for him to move flew out from between his fingers, followed by curses that could devour blood essence, souls, flesh, and internal organs, bones, and immortal energy that could burn away. A series of vicious curses from the primordial Tao of divinity shot out in the form of plumes of black smoke, attaching themselves to true Lord Gu Yi. Although they were both primordial immortals, Wuxi's curses had caused great damage to true Lord Gu Yi. His body was rapidly rotting and deforming, and his hand could not hold on to the spear for a tenth of a second. The spear flew out of his hand amidst a dazzling trail of purple flame, but was pulled far away by the time vortex conjured by Wuxia. Not sure if he could kill true Lord Gu Yi, Wuxia dared not use many of his trump cards. Instead, he kept attacking true Lord Gu Yi with various spells from Dayu's Directorate of Celestials, the power of the primordial Tao of divinity, and the power of the primordial divine runes. Countless curses and divine runes poured out of true Lord Guyi's body. His overall strength was rapidly weakened, and yellow blisters began to appear on his face, for which a copious amount of pus kept gushing out. Feeling excruciating pain all over his body, true Lord Guyi bellowed furiously, cultivating both fleshly body and magic. Your cultivation base is already at the level of Supreme Oracle. Otherwise, how could your curses hurt me? The purple flame around true Lord Guyi towered into the sky. It was a wisp of pure, young, heavenly flame that came from beyond the 33 heavens. It possessed great power, and the pure, young thunder tribulation that immortals attracted when breaking through to the next realm was actually condensed from this kind of heavenly flame. As soon as the heavenly flame appeared, the power of Wuxi's curses was immediately weakened by 30%. Chanting the Tao League's demon subduing mantra, true Lord Guyi's rhino cloak transformed into a beam of green light, wrapped around his body, and brought him flying away. Even with his eyesight, Wuxi could not see how he disappeared. Almost instinctively, Wuxi made a grabbing motion. A subtle aura rushed out of his palm, enveloping the rhino cloak with his thievery energy. Then, he quietly activated the myriad harmonization grand magic, sending a wisp of pure energy essence into Wuxi's body. Wuxi felt his body lighten, and his speed suddenly increased by more than 30 times. Not only did he steal the essence of the rhino spirit cloak, but he also absorbed a part of true Lord Guyi's cultivation base. With a loud laugh, Wuxi's speed suddenly skyrocketed. He turned into a black beam and sped away. With the help of Darkeen, Celestial Tower, Wuxi suddenly caught up with true Lord Guyi, shoulder to shoulder. Before true Lord Guyi could react, Wuxi's elbow struck him hard in the ribs. The tremendous force exploded like a bomb. A loud noise rang out from true Lord Guyi's fleshly body, and a dozen of his ribs were smashed by Wuxi's elbow. Compared to the body that Wuxi had tempered with the true body of heaven and earth scripture, dragon transformation script, and dragon kill, true Lord Guyi's body, which focused on speed, was still too weak. They were both primordial immortals, but if Wuxi's body was a steel ingot, true Lord Guyi's was a piece of tofu. The sharp pain made true Lord Guyi shriek hoarsely. Glaring angrily at Wuxi, he swung his palm toward Wuxi's forehead. True Lord Guyi thrust his palm out, causing the surrounding void to collapse with a boom. A pitch-black crack in the void transformed into a sharp blade light and went straight toward Wuxi's forehead. Wuxi grabbed true Lord Guyi's rhino cloak and kicked him. The tremendous force sent him flying far away, but Wuxi had the cloak, which kept twitching, in his hand. True Lord Guyi let out a long cry and gave Wuxi a venomous glare. Then he summoned his light flow immortal spear and sped away in a flash in a beam of flame. As a body cultivator and an immortal who focused on speed, true Lord Guyi was completely dominated by Wuxi. In the end, he could only flee helplessly after being severely wounded. Then he heard true Lord Guyi cry out, "Just you wait, Tan Lang, Marquis of East Sea Province. I won't let you get away with this." Sneering, Wuxi swallowed the rhino cloak, turned, and left. Before leaving, Wuxi pressed his palm down and smashed the outpost of the celestial court in front of him, sending tens of thousands of soldiers and generals flying thousands of miles away with their bones broken and tendons torn. Chapter 808. Up in midair, Liu Bang and his company stood foolishly on the flying ship, waiting for news from true Lord Guyi. After a long time, Han Xen paced impatiently on the bow of the ship. When Liu Bang saw the restless Han Xen, he smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, true Lord Guyi has stepped into the realm of primordial 10,000 years ago, and he became a primordial expert through his own arduous cultivation. That boy did not achieve it by virtue of virtue. All the immortals in the universe know that a primordial expert who achieved it by virtue of virtue is at least 30% weaker than a true primordial expert. That boy is dead for sure. Han Xian's face darkened, and he said nothing, while Zhang Liang and Xiao did not look happy either. Even if Wuxia was killed, they would have lost all their faces. How could the proud Han Xian and his company swallow the humiliation of being robbed by Wuxia? Not being able to give Wuxia a few slashes with their own hands was one of their biggest regrets. Just as they were struggling, a golden light flashed before their eyes, and true Lord Gu Yi, with half of his body caved in, appeared in front of them angrily. Before Liu Bang could say anything, true Lord Gu Yi roared furiously. Why didn't King of Han tell me that guy is a freak who cultivates both magic and fleshly body? It's fine if he is just a supreme oracle or a human warrior from Hongmeng paying to heaven. But if both of them work together, it would be easy to deal with him. Liu Bang and his company were stunned as they looked at true Lord Gu Yi, who was covered in dust and had a large part of his body caved in. True Lord Gu Yi scolded Liu Bang angrily. If Wuxia were just an ordinary supreme oracle, he was confident that he could pierce Wuxia's heart with a spear. If Wuxia were just an ordinary human warrior from Hongmeng paying to heaven, with his terrifying speed, true Lord Gu Yi could still beat Wuxia to a pulp. But Wuxia was a freak who combined both of them. Not only did he possess incredible physical strength, but he could also control the flow of time, which limited true Lord Gu Yi's greatest advantage, his incredible speed. Therefore, true Lord Gu Yi could only suffer defeat in front of Wuxia. A body cultivator like true Lord Gu Yi, who focused on speed, would have a great advantage if he were to fight a supreme oracle or a human warrior from Hongmeng paying to heaven. With his insane speed, even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he would be able to tie them down. As long as the Sky Patrol army that he led arrived, thousands of people would be able to set up the Scarlet Scorching Sky Demon Vanquishing formation that was created by the Scarlet Arch, and they would be able to kill the enemy. But a man like Wuxia, who cultivated both fleshly body and magic, and possessed a supreme-grade supreme tower that could control time, was his absolute nemesis. Suppressing his speed by controlling the flow of time, and then dealing a fatal blow to true Lord Gu Yi with his absolute advantage in strength, was definitely the enemy that true Lord Gu Yi feared the most. But there were a few freaks who cultivated both fleshly body and magic in the Yu dynasty. They were now the top figures of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials and the Secret Palace, and revered elders of the Secret Palace. They did not leave Liangzhu easily, and true Lord Gu Yi never dreamed that he would run into one of them. Seeing true Lord Gu Yi beaten to such a state, Liu Bang was so scared that his claws went numb. Unlike Liu Bang, an unfavored son, true Lord Gu Yi was one of Crimson Emperor's 9 most capable personal disciples, and one of the 9 famous evil, slaying generals of the Celestial Court. Unlike Liu Bang, who was an immortal king with a title but no real power, true Lord Gu Yi's army of Celestial Court consisted of 3 celestial patrolling armies, each of which had 9 armies and 18 battalions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals, with a total of 1 billion soldiers. Because Liu Bang had provided the wrong information, true Lord Gu Yi was seriously wounded. At the thought that Crimson Emperor might be angry because of this, Liu Bang had an impulse to pass out. A fierce gleam flashed in Liu Bang's eyes, and he even had the thought of killing true Lord Gu Yi. If not for the fact that true Lord Gu Yi was not someone he could deal with, he would have killed him by now. Staring blankly at the seriously wounded true Lord Gu Yi, Liu Bang suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, Senior brother Gu Yi, please listen to me." Sobbing bitterly, Liu Bang threw his arms around true Lord Gu Yi and burst into tears. "Senior brother, please listen to me. You can't blame me for this." Sob, the 3 primordial immortals sent by the Celestial Court to the mortal world, the 3 Buddhas sent by the Buddhist League, and a fiend immortal sent by the great fiend emperor of the fiend realm. They were all killed by that boy. But I really didn't know he had such a strong strength before this. True Lord Gu Yi shuddered. He wished he could stab Liu Bang to death with his Lightstream immortal spear, even though Liu Bang was his master's son. Wuxia killed 7 primordial immortals alone? Why didn't you tell me earlier? What a bastard. Are you afraid you won't die soon enough? True Lord Gu, he wanted to cry, but had no tears as he stroked his injured ribs. An ordinary primordial immortal would not be able to recover from such an injury without spending a few periods of hard cultivation. True Lord Gu, he had a good master who could eat all kinds of supreme-grade primordial immortal pills like sweets. It would only take him a few months to fully recover. But he had the Rhino Cloak, the cloak that could increase his speed by 100 times in a short period of time. It was extremely difficult to gather the feathers of hundreds of divine and immortal birds that were famous for their speed, and some of them even came from the mount of a Taoist patriarch, Crimson Emperor's master, who was also one of the backers of the Celestial Court. It took Crimson Emperor a great favor to pluck 3 of the longest tail feathers from that mount, whose cultivation base was not much weaker than Crimson Emperor's. Yet, Wuxia had snatched away such an important treasure. It pained True Lord Gu so much that he wanted to add hundreds of holes to Liu Bang's body. Golden ripples rolled down from the sky, including heavenly flowers, golden lotuses, golden lamps, golden bells, and many other unusual phenomena. A gentle and mysterious aura enveloped the mortal world. The real almighty experts of Taoist League and Buddhist League had arrived. Nothing could go wrong in the mortal world. On average, there was a chance to safely break through to the realm of primordial every half an eon. So this was a place where nothing could go wrong. True Lord Gu, Liu Bang, and the others dropped to their knees at the same time, bowing deeply and not daring to be negligent. Endless immortal energy and Buddhist energy swept across the void, replacing the sweating Buddha Futu and forcibly restoring the laws of heaven and earth that were about to disintegrate. A brand new planet and a satellite emerged out of thin air, looking no different from the original planet and satellite. Tens of thousands of small human tribes, each with a population of only 1,000 or so, were thrown into the lush jungles and flat grasslands of this new planet. These human tribes, who were still in the primitive stage, had no idea that they had changed their living environment. Beaming with joy, they began a new cycle of life on this planet. Whether it was the almighty experts of Taoist League or Buddhist League, they all sat cross-legged on lotus thrones of different colors. A total of 72 lotus thrones hovered in the void, with 72 almighty experts of Taoist League and Buddhist League whispering to each other. The name Tanlang, Marquis of East Sea Province, appeared vaguely in the void and then disappeared without a trace. Wuxia did not know what had happened in the void after he left, nor did he know that he had been listed by the higher-ups of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League, and that the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League had issued a bounty against him at the same time. He had Kunwu swords and mastered the Fiend Slaying Sword formation, and he deserved to die. On top of that, he had killed 7 primordial experts, and this was what he had done when he had just stepped into the realm of primordial. How could they not punish him? If they did not kill such a man as soon as possible, would they allow him to continue to cause greater losses to the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League? Even the 9 Fiend Emperors and 72 Fiend Kings of the Fiend Realm had issued a bounty against Wuxia. If the Immortals of the Fiend League could kill Wuxia or his relatives and friends, they would be rewarded with a territory of different sizes in the Fiend Realm, depending on how important these people were. Wuxia did not know about these things, so he flew back to Pangu Continent in a good mood. Along the way, he devoured and fused the Rhino Cloak, fusing its existence into his divine soul. He now had the terrible ability to speed up 100 times in a short time, which was definitely a freakish ability. With his current strength, if he could speed up 100 times in a short time, he was confident that he could even threaten an 8th-tier primordial expert. Now that he had stepped into the realm of 9th-tier primordial, obtained the complete legacy of Scroll of Stealing, and possessed the first wisp of innate thievery energy, Wuxia no longer needed to worry about his future cultivation base. According to the shadowy figure's experience, if Wuxia kept going step by step, he would be able to step into the realm of Tao breaking in just a few decades, and the realm of Tao fusing in just a few hundred years. He no longer needed to worry about his own cultivation base. He needed to improve the cultivation base of the people around him. Lu Qingfeng was Wuxi's best brother, the most reliable and capable man around him. His cultivation base was so low that Wuxi was too embarrassed to mention it. Another example was Yin Bugui. Although he had changed his cultivation base to the true body of heaven and earth scripture, his cultivation base had not even reached the level of first Panga heaven. Lord Xianxia, Catfish, Ao, Buzin, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, even Patriarch Zhang and the other old immortals, the many disciples of Underhand Sect, Supremacy 3 Flame, his friend in adversity, and Huang Liang, a loyal subordinate whom he had recruited along the way. What kind of overall strength did they have? Although there were many of them, their overall strength was so weak that it made Wu Qi's heart ache. More importantly, although Princess Zhang Lu had awakened her primordial bloodline and even formed the golden body of the god of Scourge, her cultivation base was only about the same as a lower-tier gold immortal. By relying on the bizarre and unpredictable primordial divine power, she could deal with some weak enemies. But, as his lover, if he could not elevate her to the realm of primordial, Wu Qi would not feel at ease leaving her alone in the EC province. What kind of people had Wu Qi offended now? He had thoroughly offended the Lord Buddha, Amitba, brutally beaten true Lord Gu Yi, robbed Liu Bang until he was left with nothing but his underpants, and thoroughly offended the Red Emperor, one of the 5 celestial emperors of the 5 directions. Now that he had killed King Tang Xiu in public, needless to say, King Baishan was now thinking about him. If he could not instigate Emperor Haozuan to kill King Baishan, he would have to be careful of King Baishan's revenge. Counting with his fingers, the whole world was filled with his enemies. I'm such a failure as a human being. Why do I suddenly have so many enemies? With a wry smile on his face, he patted the empty dark celestial tower, turned it back into a clump of chaotic energy, and swallowed it back into his stomach. After thinking for a long time, he sighed helplessly and said, "You Xiong Plain? Oh, you Xiong Plain, I'll have to rely on you. Whether I, Wu Qi, can turn over a new leaf and become a phoenix, all depends on you." Wu Qi shuddered at the thought of the endless natural energy beneath Yuxiong Plain and the enormous spirit cave, which was said to be St. Pangu's heart. He did not need a lot, but just 1/billionth of the natural energy in that spirit cave could produce at least 3 to 5 primordial experts and a large group of gold immortals. Wu Qi was not greedy. Really, he would be satisfied if he could produce 3 to 5 primordial experts. 3 plus 5. Excluding himself, there were at most 8 people. He was really not greedy. Chapter 809. Wu Qi was struck dumb. How could he be the 79th person to do such a stupid thing? If I may ask, what about the 78th seniors, he asked dryly. Wu Qi's scalp went numb at the mention of the grand sacrifice to heaven and earth and the human emperor's banquet. But now that he had plenty of experience, he knew he would not suffer too much during the banquet. With Emperor Haozuan's decree, Wu Qi could bring no more than 10,000 relatives and maids to live in Liangzhu with him, as the king of East Sea's upper-grade prefecture. The 2 palaces chosen by Daiyu's eunuchs for Wu Qi had a good location and scenery. In total, the palaces had more than 30 halls and hundreds of ancillary buildings. They were not far from each other, located on both sides of a great river and connected by a stone bridge. Dozens of manors were dotted around the palaces. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not imagine how powerful this formation was, nor could he imagine how much resources it would take to construct it. Apart from Yuxiong Plain, where the natural energy was limitless, he could not think of any other place that could support the energy consumption of such a formation. Perhaps even a first-tier primordial immortal would be killed by the power unleashed by such a formation. Wouldn't it? The king of East Sea's prefecture? Wu Qi was struck dumb. He was conferred the title of king, just like that, and a hereditary king of Diyu's prefecture, one of the 4 grades of mountain, water, prefecture, and city. Although it was the lowest rank 9-state king, it was still an upper-class state king among the upper and lower rank 9 nobles. This meant that he had the direct jurisdiction of 2 other large states. After hesitating for a while, Emperor Haozuan shook his head and said, "The king of East Sea's prefecture king need not intervene in the matter of King Baishan. I'll talk to him." With these 2 palaces of Emperor Haozuan, Wuxia was qualified to bring a certain number of relatives and subordinates to live in Liangzhu. The palaces and manors outside Liangzhu could not be bought with money. Apart from the natives who had lived here for generations, they could only be bought with rewards from Emperor Haozuan. Owning their own palaces and manors outside of Liangzhu City meant that they had the right to stay in Liangzhu City, which meant that they had become the true ministers of the Yu. Beads of cold sweat were breaking out from Wuqi's body. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out from his mouth. After taking out the medallion that allowed him to see Emperor Haozuan at any time, Wuqi showed it to the old oracle. The old oracle waved his hand, and a few black-clad eunuchs came to greet Wuqi and led him slowly into the palace. Emperor Haozuan burst out laughing, nodded, and said, "No matter what, you have done a great service. Pass down the decree. You are now the Marquis of East Sea Province, the 9th grade, upper grade king of East Sea Province. In addition to the fiefdom of the East Sea Province, 2 provinces near the East Sea Province will be chosen as the territories under the direct jurisdiction of the king of East Sea Province." Emperor Haozuan was obviously very satisfied with what Wuqi had done in the past few days. Proud of himself, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm very happy that the king of East Sea Province has done such a great service. Servants, prepare a feast." That's all. Emperor Haozuan jumped to his feet in surprise and cried out, "You killed the 7 primordial immortals?" There was still a month and a half before the next grand sacrificial ceremony, and Wuqi had to be there on time to complete the legal formalities to confer him the title of king of East Sea Province. Take Bo Zhongfu, the current prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, for example. Although he was the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, he also had his own mansion in Liangzhu, and he was considered a minister. Laughing strangely, the old oracle raised his finger and said, "Marquis is one of the 79 Du oracles who broke through the realm of oracles and came to the imperial palace. Well, he is also the only one who is not injured. Cultivating both fleshly body and magic is indeed extraordinary." As soon as he emerged from the void, dozens of terrible divine senses immediately locked onto Wuqi. 12 dark supreme towers appeared silently around Wuqi, completely sealing off space and time, and the natural energy disappeared without a trace in that instant. The space around Wuqi had become an absolute vacuum, and even space and time no longer existed. This was just the power on the surface. Wuqi had not seen any white-robed oracles from the secret palace. The secret palace was the place where the most powerful forces of the Yu were gathered, and the craziest, and strongest monsters of the Yu were all hiding in it. Glancing around, Wuqi could not tell that Liangzhu had such an abnormal defense. He only knew that the imperial palace was extremely well defended, but he did not expect that the imperial palace was so heavily guarded. As a primordial immortal who had just become a primordial immortal, he was almost seriously injured by the aura of these oracles on duty. This was too outrageous. The old oracle shook his head and laughed. "It's nothing. The shortest one has been lying in bed for half a year, and the longest one has only rested for 3 years. Well, when Marquis has his own clan in the future, I'll have to remind my children that even if they have a divine cultivation base, they should not come to the imperial palace like this. Not only will they frighten the oracles on duty, they will also frighten themselves. That's not good." After hurriedly arranging the complicated affairs of the territory, Wuqi immediately announced that he would go into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation base. Then, together with Princess Zhonglu, they went into the underground palace under the palace, which was specially built for cultivation. A deep bell rang out in the imperial palace. Tens of thousands of black-robed oracles of Diyu rose into the sky from all over Liangzhu. Their terrible auras merged into one, slowly rising from the ground like a great mountain. A terrible pressure that could destroy everything came pressing down on Wuqi silently, making his bones creak. He almost could not withstand the pressure and was about to be completely crushed. A formation with a circumference of nearly 100 million miles? Was this still the old, closed, rigid, and lifeless Liangzhu? The speed of the city's reaction surprised Wuqi. Even if a dozen primordial experts were to invade it at the same time, they would be killed in an instant, wouldn't they? At the very least, he could see large runes and patterns of formations beginning to flash on the ground with the Imperial Palace as the center. It was a terrible formation, nearly 100 million miles in circumference, laid out with the whole of Liangzhu as its center. He never dreamed that Liangzhu's defense was so terrible. He just wanted to save time, so he came out from not far from the Imperial Palace. But he never thought that his appearance would cause such a huge reaction. This is the Kunwa divine weapon given by the sacred emperor, Wuqi explained hurriedly. It has nothing to do with me. In the Great Hall, Wuqi saw Emperor Haozuan again. He was sitting on the throne as usual, dressed in the same clothes. Does this Emperor Haozuan sit there all year round without eating, drinking, bathing, and never go out to pay his respects? Wuqi wondered maliciously. Leaving behind two blood-draining celestial fiends to confuse the enemies, Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu plunged into the depths of Yuxiong Plain, 100 million miles beneath it. As a result, the enormous pressure dissipated in an instant, and all the oracles returned to their posts. The huge runes and diagrams on the ground were extinguished one by one, and the deep, powerful ringing of bells faded away. The old oracle grinned, nodded at Wuqi, and said, "Congratulations on your success in your cultivation base, Marquis of EC Province. Well, you've really reached the realm of supreme oracles, and your fleshly body has reached the realm of Hongmeng Panga Heaven. No wonder you didn't die just now. Cultivating both fleshly body and magic is really good." Wuqi hurriedly bowed his head and bowed respectfully to Emperor Haozuan. After bidding farewell to the emperor, Wuqi followed the few eunuchs out of the hall. Wuqi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly. The manor was 100,000 miles away from Liangzhu, a distance that could be covered by a single step for someone like Wuqi, and, according to the Yu's classification, it was still in the outskirts of Liangzhu, an excellent location. The dozens of manors covered a total of millions of acres of fertile farmland and produced a bountiful annual yield. Together with the manors, hundreds of villages and towns where the land was planted were given to Wuqi, and all the people in them became Wuqi's subjects. Just as Wuqi was about to be crushed by the tremendous pressure, a black-robed oracle suddenly appeared on the supreme tower, facing Wuqi. The white-haired old oracle gave Wuqi a blank look, carefully distinguishing his appearance and aura, then slowly raised his right hand and waved gently. Emperor Haozuan burst into laughter. He made no secret of his admiration for Wuqi. With a smile, he asked Wuqi to tell him everything in detail, and he kept asking Wuqi about the details. When Wuqi told him that he was chased by true Lord Gu Yi on his way back, and that he had severely wounded the man with a single blow, the emperor cheered and rewarded Wuqi with 2 palaces and dozens of manors outside Liangzhu. The eunuchs of the Yu dynasty were very efficient. Just as Emperor Haozuan was conferring Wuqi as the king of EC Prefecture, the imperial edict and medallions for Wuqi's promotion had been prepared, including the title deeds of 2 palaces and dozens of manors, all of which had been handed over to Wuqi. Moreover, these eunuchs told Wuqi that his promotion was a special edict and that he would have to attend the next heaven and earth sacrificial ceremony held by the Yu dynasty, for he would have to pray to heaven and earth, announce his promotion to all the ghosts and deities, and receive the human emperor's banquet. After a brief pause, Wuqi hurriedly bowed and thanked Emperor Haozuan. The power of the stars, natural energy, and Pangu, sacred energy, poured down like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, fusing into Emperor Haozuen's body. Emperor Haozuan squinted at Wuxia with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Congratulations, Marquis of East Prefecture. Well, how did you break through the path of ingress in such a short time?" When he said that, Emperor Haozuen's face turned ferocious, and the armrest of his throne was crushed to pieces. As soon as he said the word banquet, Wuxi's face turned pale, and the emperor's face turned extremely unsightly. He quickly corrected himself and said, I think the king of East Prefecture is tired, so you'd better go back and rest quickly." "Well, if that king of Han dares to come back, the king of East Prefecture will have to keep a close eye on him. As for King Baishan, Wuxi bowed to Emperor Haozuan and told him what he had done in the past few days. Of course, he mainly mentioned that he had killed 7 primordial immortals and destroyed a small world in the mortal world, but avoided mentioning that he had robbed Buddha Futu, Liu Bang, and the others. After all, it was not a glorious thing to do, was it not? About a mile above the gate of the Yu Imperial Palace, a piece of blue sky about 10 feet in circumference suddenly collapsed, and Wu Qi strode out of it. Chapter 8:10. With the help of the endless natural energy in Yuxiong Plain, the people around Wu Qi were undergoing earth-shaking transformations. Meanwhile, Princess Zhang Li's understanding of the primordial Tao divinity was constantly being transmitted to Wu Qi, comparing it with everything Wu Qi knew, deepening their understanding of the heavenly Tao. Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other Orthodox immortals were solemnly listening to Wu Qi teach them the innate pure Yang universal scripture, a primordial scripture from the sovereign of myriad immortal alliance. At the same time, wisps of the divine flame of great tranquility kept flickering around them, injecting an enormous amount of natural energy into their bodies. They did not need to spend any effort to absorb the energy to improve their cultivation base, as all they needed to do was to comprehend the boundless magic Wu Qi taught them. Naturally, no one cared about that, and no one would notice it. But Wu Qi was crazily plundering the natural energy in this boundless ocean of natural energy. It was like someone drinking a small mouthful of water from the Pacific Ocean. No one noticed what he was doing underground. There was still a month and a half before Wu Qi would participate in the ritual. In other words, with the 2,000-fold acceleration of time that Wu Qi could control, he had 3,000 months to cultivate in seclusion. 3,000 months, or 250 years. This was the main reason why Yu forbade any immortals from getting close to the area 10 billion miles around Yuxiong Plain without permission. As long as any immortal sneaked into Yuxiong Plain and entered the depths, he would be able to use the endless natural energy to cultivate as much as he wanted. However, the amount of natural energy under Yuxiong Plain was too much to count, and Yu had no way to monitor its flow. Therefore, to prevent any immortals from using the natural energy to strengthen themselves, Yu simply sealed off Yuxiong Plain. Unless it was an envoy of the celestial court like Liu Bang, he would kill any immortal who dared to approach Yuxiong Plain. 100 million miles below Yuxiong Plain, the concentration of natural energy and Panga's sacred energy had reached a level that almost drove Wu Qi crazy. Had he ever seen crystallized natural energy and Pangu, sacred energy? The underground here was filled with such perverted existences. In a liquid spiritual energy sea, there were energy crystals of different sizes, tens of thousands of miles in radius. Some of them had been compressed and condensed to the extreme. The energy contained in them was so strong that the leaking energy waves could even distort the surrounding space. Only the supreme oracles of Yu had the privilege to enter the Yuxiong Plains at any time and absorb the natural energy and Pangu, sacred energy here. All the major clans in Liangzhu had supreme oracles, so they always had many experts in their clans. This had also maintained the status and power of the Yu clan on Panga continent. Now that Wu Qi was also a supreme priest and had been conferred the title of king of the East Prefecture, Even if he was discovered to be frantically plundering the spiritual energy underground, the outsiders would just turn a blind eye to it. As the divine flame of great tranquility slowly fused into their bodies, Supremacy 3 Flame, who was standing next to them, was surrounded by a green, glass-like flame. Supremacy 3 Flame was very talented when it came to playing with fire, and he had already begun to master the magical ability of this innate divine flame. In the future, Wuxi's underhand sect would certainly have another expert in alchemy. Wuxi and Princess Zhang Lu sat cross-legged on a purple crystal that measured more than 100,000 miles in diameter, their bodies crazily absorbing the natural energy around them like black holes. Meanwhile, 108 Kunwu swords formed the fiend slaying sword formation to devour the surrounding natural energy, purifying it and injecting it directly into their bodies. Wuqi and Princess Zhang Li's divine souls were closely connected, and Wuqi was constantly transmitting all the insights he had gained after stepping into the realm of primordial to Princess Zhang Lu, consuming his own blood essence and divine soul to forcibly improve the realm and cultivation base of Princess Zhang Li's divine soul. At the bottom of Dark Een Celestial Tower, Wuqi had opened up a herb garden that measured hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference. A few blood-draining, celestial fiends were carefully taking care of the various herbs planted in it. From time to time, Princess Zhang Lu would stop her cultivation and come to the herb garden to help. With the help of her divine power, the spirit herbs were growing very well, and the ingredients needed to concoct some basic life-prolonging pills were plentiful. In this way, the millions of soldiers of the EC no longer had to worry about their lifespans running out when they left Dark Een Celestial Tower. Even emissaries of the Celestial Court like Liu Bang were under DU surveillance at all times. They could use the rich natural energy above ground to cultivate, but if they dared to sneak into the ground, they would immediately be violently suppressed by DU. With Wuqi's efforts, his power was growing rapidly. In hundreds of huge halls, millions of soldiers of the EC were undergoing brutal training. With the cruel physical training and constant brainwashing, Wuqi was confident that when these soldiers left Dark Een Celestial Tower and ended their 250-year training, they would be ready to die for him at any time. Among these soldiers, many had excellent aptitudes, and the cultivation technique of the human race was the fastest. In just a dozen years, some of them had broken through the realm of paying to heaven, which shocked even Wuqi. Suddenly, Wuqi understood why you could cultivate a large number of powerful soldiers and oracles in a short period of time when he needed them. If it were not for the fact that the lifespan of the human race limited this method of accelerating time, perhaps the U would have become a place where primordial immortals roamed, and gold immortals were as common as dogs. Would anyone care if there was a drop of water missing from the Pacific Ocean? Of course, although the number of soldiers in Wuqi's Dark Een Celestial Tower was slightly larger, which clan of you did not secretly train more powerful private armies for themselves? Not to mention others, GAO alone had millions of soldiers under his command, all of whom had been approved by the human emperor. So, how did he train these millions of soldiers? Everyone was well aware of this. Lord Xianxia, Catfish, the Dragon King of the East Sea, and many other aquatic demons, as long as they had the potential to cultivate into true dragons, had all gathered around a clone. The clone was practicing the dragon transformation script, teaching them all the mystic arts of dragons. Ao Buzin was sitting lazily off to one side, cultivating on his own while giving them some advice from time to time. Every word he said was just right, awakening the hearts of these aquatic demons like the morning bell. Under the guidance of Wuqi, and having inherited the complete primordial Tao of divinity, Princess Zhang Lu had a bright and smooth path in front of her. She only needed to spend a little time and stride down this path, and then she would be able to advance to the realm of primordial, which was the level of the ancient gods, so-called innate ancient gods. All she lacked was the accumulation of divine power, and that was what Wuqi's cultivation technique was best at. On top of that, Wuqi had the myriad harmonization grand magic, which not only allowed him to devour foreign objects to nourish himself, but could also reverse the cultivation technique and transfer all of his energy to Princess Zhonglu. An enormous amount of energy essence and the enlightenment of the heavenly Tao were constantly injected into Princess Zhongli's body. Her level of understanding of the primordial Tao of divinity was steadily rising, and her understanding of the primordial Tao of divinity was getting deeper and deeper. The various mystic arts of the primordial Tao of divinity she mastered were also getting stronger and stronger. Inside Dark Ean's celestial tower, apart from the 2 blood-draining celestial gods, some of the other 16 blood-draining celestial gods had taken the form of Wuxia, sitting cross-legged in various halls of the tower with solemn expressions, teaching Wuxia the various scriptures of the primordial Tao of divinity to different targets. Wuxia opened his interstitial world. Chaotic energy poured out wildly, plundering the energy crystals that were drifting and colliding with each other like mountains. Oh heavens, there were tens of thousands of miles of crystalline energy and Pangu, sacred energy. Wuqi's eyes turned green as he excitedly swallowed one energy crystal after another into his interstitial world. At the same time, he kept exercising the myriad harmonization grand magic to absorb the vast and endless energy around him. The cultivation techniques of a human race were easy to master, and with the help of the Supreme Tower, perhaps in just 3 to 5 days in the outside world, you could cultivate a large number of gold immortals. It was no wonder you could fight against the Celestial Court for so many years without falling. Even the human wave attack was enough to give the Celestial Court a headache. It took eons of time for a gold immortal to cultivate, but you could cultivate gold immortal warriors and oracles like leeks in the field, harvesting them in just 3 to 5 days. The difference in their combat potential was too obvious. Lord Buddha's Great Light, Indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture contained the supreme divine ability of the Buddhist League, the Great Light Amitabha, universal enlightenment. It was the divine ability that Lord Buddha had once used on the severely wounded Buddha Futu. It allowed him to inject his own cultivation base, magic power, and blood essence into the target's body. It was not enough to describe what Wu Qi was feeling now as a mouse falling into a rice barn. He produced Dark Ean's celestial tower and plundered the surrounding energy to his heart's content, but it did not reduce at all. All the disciples of Underhand Sect, all the people around Wu Qi, and a million-strong army carefully selected from the EC province were hidden in Dark Ean, celestial tower by Wu Qi. As for the disciples of Underhand Sect, the disciples of the human race were gathered in a great hall, listening to the teachings of various mystic arts, while the disciples of the demon race were being taught the mystic arts of the demon race. The shadowy figure had given Wu Qi the complete inheritance of Scroll of Stealing, which contained the natal divine abilities of all the great ancient demons, so it was appropriate to teach them to the disciples of the demon race. Some of the demon disciples Wu Qi had recruited actually had the faint bloodline of ancient demons. In just a dozen years, they had awakened their bloodline, and naturally, their cultivation bases had improved by leaps and bounds. The momentum of their rapid progress was astonishing. From time to time, Wu Qi would personally enlighten Lu Qingfeng, Yin Bugui, and those close to him, forcibly improving their cultivation bases. In just a few years, he had brought Lu Qingfeng, Yin Bugui, and others to the realm of heaven immortals, and after that, their cultivation bases improved by leaps and bounds. If it were not for the fact that Yu was conservative and traditional and only guarded Panga continent as his territory, the Celestial Court would have been destroyed by Yu a long time ago. The sticky liquid energy and Pangu, sacred energy, rushed into Dark Ean Celestial Tower, catching the millions of people in the tower off guard and drowning them in the liquid energy. Countless people were thrown and rolled around by the torrent of energy, and some even screamed for help. The Dark Ean Celestial Tower was plunged into chaos in an instant. But soon, these people found out what exactly was pouring into the tower. Before the soldiers of East Sea Province could figure it out, Patriarch Jiangyun, Lord Xianxia's supremacy 3 flame, and the other mortals had already exclaimed and sat down cross-legged in ecstasy, entering into a deep state of cultivation. Chapter 8:11. After spending a month and a half cultivating in seclusion underground, Wuxia returned to the surface alone to participate in the deadly heaven-worshipping ceremony, where Emperor Haozuan officially announced that he was conferred the title of King of East Sea Prefecture. The fact that he had single-handedly killed 7 primordial immortals had been confirmed, and both the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League had officially sent an official document to the EU. Therefore, the promotion of Wuxia was unanimously approved by all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. Except for King Baishan, whose whereabouts were unknown, no one objected to Wuxia's promotion. The slightly interesting news was that the EU, as usual, ignored the official documents sent by the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. After Liu Bang left the imperial palace, Emperor Haozuan rewarded 2 official scrolls made of rare materials, such as the silk of 10,000-year-old heavenly silkworms, to a chief eunuch. The chief eunuch, who was in charge of Emperor Haozuan's daily meals, happily made the 2 scrolls into a pair of fine socks. This was Diyu's attitude. After the protests from the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League, Diyu had returned to his original track, moving forward according to the old tradition. Wuxia held a banquet in his palace, inviting Gao, King Yufeng, and a group of people close to him to drink for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, he went back to his secluded cultivation. The excuse he gave to the public was that he had just stepped into the realm of Supreme Oracle and needed to stabilize his cultivation base while studying some supreme mystic arts provided by the secret palace. It was a real excuse, for after learning that Wuxia had broken through the realm of Supreme Oracle, the first master of the secret palace had given Wuxia countless mystic arts, each of which was extremely exquisite and powerful. Meanwhile, Liu Bang stayed quietly in Chang'e Palace, drinking and making merry every day and never running around again. Wuxia had assigned some soldiers to keep an eye on him in shifts. Just like that, the days went by. In a great hall about 100 miles long and wide in Dark Yin Celestial Tower, the light curtain constructed by Princess Zhonglu, which was a combination of 49,000 ancient runes and primordial Tao divinity, kept vibrating and producing dull, loud noises. Wuxia was bare-chested, his hair disheveled as he laughed, and waved his fists to clash with a silver halberd and a black knife that were thrusting toward him. The man was Lord Xianxia, who was holding a silver halberd that kept drawing dazzling silver rainbows in the air. After hundreds of years of hard cultivation, the mystic arts of dragons that Wuxia had taught him, and the fact that Wuxia had forcibly immed him with his own blood essence, he had firmly stepped into the realm of first-tier gold immortal. Lord Xianxia's understanding of the laws of heavenly Tao was obviously not enough, but he was a body cultivator. As long as the strength of his fleshly body was improved, it was possible for him to break through the realm by force. This extreme method of cultivation would bring him a lot of trouble when he broke through the realm of primordial in the future, but it was undoubtedly the best choice for him to improve his overall strength quickly. The halberd in Lord Xianxia's hand was a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact that Wuxia had forged for him. It was so powerful that it could split the sky with a single strike. After looting Buddha Fudu and the 7 primordial experts, as well as Liu Bang and the others, Wuxia had looted countless rare materials from Wuxia. Then, he found dozens of innate energies in the huge spirit cave beneath Yuxian Plain, which he injected into Lord Xianxia's silver halberd. With that, he made it into a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact for the time being. Once Lord Xianxia broke through the realm, he could nourish the halberd with his blood essence and divine soul, and when the time was right, it would become a primordial divine artifact. The halberd let out a deep dragon roar as it thrust toward Wuxia. Countless silver rainbows swept across Wuxia like a storm. Like true Lord Gui, Lord Xianxia walked the path of extreme speed. But, unlike true Lord Gui, as a member of the dragons, his fleshly body was much stronger than true Lord Gu Yi's. Once he stepped into the realm of primordial, his physical strength would be at least 1,000 times stronger than true Lord Gu Yi. This was the innate talent of the dragons, and no one could be blamed for it. Therefore, Lord Xianxia had true Lord Gu Yi's speed, but not his physical strength. Once he stepped into the realm of primordial, he would be even more terrifying than true Lord Gu Yi. Even now, if Wuxia did not use the Rhino Cloak, his speed would not be able to keep up with Lord Xianxia, and every blow from Lord Xianxia made Wuxia's fists ache. The numbness and swelling feeling spread from his wrists to his elbows. Sweating profusely, Lord Xianxia laughed wildly as he attacked Wuxia with all his might. What a great thing it was to have Wuxia, a primordial expert, to fight with him every day. For primordial experts who stood high above the masses, it was impossible for those primordial experts in the world of 9 heavens to condescend to fight with their own disciples like this, not even their own personal disciples. Every move of a primordial expert contained the heavenly secret. So when Lord Xianxia fought Wuxia head-on, each of Wuxia's punches gave him a refreshing feeling. And he did not need to worry that he would hurt Wuxia, for he could fight with all his might. Every blow he struck with all his strength, every blow used up all his understanding of the heavenly Tao, and every blow he struck out with all his strength, spirit, and energy. This was also one of the reasons why Lord Xianxia could make such rapid progress. With a primordial expert as his practice target, it would be embarrassing if he made slow progress. A series of deafening booms rang out as Lord Xianxia laughed wildly and unleashed another wave of 7,200 stabs. The dense beams of silver light turned into a sheet of silver light without the slightest gap, enveloping Wuxia in it. With a serious face, Wuxia met the attack with both fists. He successfully intercepted 7,125 of the attacks, but the remaining 75 attacks were beyond Wuxia's speed limit and hit Wuxia's body. Sparks flew in all directions. Ao Buzin, who was glaring at Wuxia with a black knife in his hand, laughed wildly and swung it toward his lower body. "Damn it! Lao Tzu will stab you to death with this spear." Standing 23 feet tall and staring at a black dragon head, Ao Buzin, who had yet to fully transform into his human form, swung his specially made machete that was 32 feet long, which looked like a large door, and brought it down excitedly. It was a divine weapon that Wuxia had crafted for him, and it was only a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact at the moment. When Ao Buzin, who was now a peak-level gold immortal, stepped into the primordial realm, as long as he worked hard to refine it with his own blood essence and divine soul, he would be able to upgrade it into a primordial divine weapon. However, out of Ao Buzin's bad taste, he strongly requested Wuxia to craft a black spear for him. In this way, whenever he faced a female enemy, he could shout, "Lao Tzu will stab you to death with this spear," which would give Ao Buzin a strong sense of pleasure. However, Wuxia did not satisfy Ao Buzin's bad taste. Gnashing his teeth, he crafted the black machete for Ao Buzin. Ao Buzin was a little resentful about this. Therefore, every time he fought with Wuxia, he would attack Wuxia without holding back, aiming at Wuxia's crotch, or occasionally taking care of Wuxia's face. That was because he wanted to slap Wuxia's face into a big pancake to get back at Ao Buzin for not being able to stab people to his heart's content. Despite being a peak-level gold immortal, Ao Buzin still could not completely transform into his human form. Although Ao Buzin did not seem to care about this, Wuxia and others began to speculate about his origin. Everyone knew that the more ancient a divine beast's bloodline was, the harder it was to transform into a human form. However, even little K, who was raised by Princess Zhonglu, had transformed into a pretty girl, and only Ao Buzin, who had the highest cultivation base, still had a dragon head on his head. What exactly was his origin? Glaring at Ao Buzin, Wuxia raised his leg and kicked the machete back. Then, with his left hand, he thrust out a palm thunder. 1,000 feet long golden thunderbolt accompanied by countless thunderbolts and flames of 5 elements, roared out and struck Ao Buzin, causing him to howl miserably and retreat in a sorry state. Even the most ordinary palm thunder had a terrible lethality in Wuxi's hand. Just a casual strike of it contained all 5 elements, and the energies of 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, which gave it a great power. Ao Buzin had the cultivation base of a peak-level gold immortal, and the defense of his dragon scales was comparable to a supreme-grade gold immortal item. But still, Wuxi's attack shattered his scales and sent his flesh flying in all directions. Ao Buzin was in so much pain that tears rolled down his cheeks. Then, he swung his machete and slashed at Wuxi's lower body. Disregarding the blood and flesh splattering from Xianxia's body, 2 handsome boys, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, rushed over and cheered in unison. Dragon meat. The meat of an ancient divine dragon. It tastes so good. They were the human incarnations of Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who had also stepped into the realm of first-tier gold immortals. But they had barely taken 3 steps when 2 young girls, who looked only 12 or 13 years old, grabbed their necks, pushed them to the ground, and gave them a brutal beating. While beating the Goldhorn brothers, the 2 girls bellowed furiously, "You good-for-nothing! This meat is not fresh anymore. If you want to eat, you must find something fresh. If you want to eat, you must find something fresh." Ao Buzin, who was swinging his machete and slashing at Wuxi, was so frightened that his hands went limp. Howling, he rushed out of the light screen. Goldhorn and Silverhorn exchanged a glance, then sprung to their feet and joined hands with the 2 girls to pounce on Xianxia. "Cut a leg for us, Ao Buzin." Goldhorn roared at the top of his lungs. In any case, you can regrow a leg with just 3 to 5 years of hard cultivation. So hurry up and cut a leg for us. Dragon pythons of fire and ice were an ancient species, the natural enemy of the ancient divine dragons. As a mischievous man, Ao Buzin was filled with bitterness when he saw the 4 Goldhorn brothers. He angrily roared and cursed. Then, he rushed out of the light screen and disappeared without looking back. The Goldhorn brothers chased after him, determined to get a few pieces of meat from Ao Buzin, which were almost extinct now, so that they could feast on them to their heart's content. All of a sudden, a wild laughter was heard coming from the great hall next door. "Ha! I've finally concocted the 9 deaths and 9 lives white bone pill. It is a supreme-grade gold immortal pill that can prolong one's life by 36 periods." Patriarch Jiang Yun's laughter stopped abruptly. "Yinbuguei, you bastard. Leave one for me and let me study it carefully. Why did you take all 108 spirit pills? What are you going to do with them? You bastard! You bastard!" A loud rumble rang out as the wall next door suddenly collapsed. As Patriarch Jiang Yun was busy chasing after Yin Buguwei, he did not have the time to put away his blazing pill cauldron. The violent alchemy flame destroyed the cauldron, causing a large part of the wall to collapse. Wuxi breathed a long sigh, then flipped over and kicked Lord Xianxia away, causing him to hang on the wall like a painting. "I have to think of a way to prolong the lives of Yin Buguwei and the other scouting officers who are practicing the cultivation techniques of the human race." Calculating with his fingers, Wuxi murmured under his breath, "Where can I find a primordial immortal who has committed the most heinous crimes to kill? There's no hurry. I can still cultivate for a little longer. It's only been 1,000 years, and it's only been half a year outside." Inside Wuxi's dark celestial tower, the sound of explosions, collapses, screams, and wails could be heard incessantly. It was full of vitality and the joy of life. To continue cultivating in such an environment for 1,000 years, life was just too wonderful. Chapter 8:12. Time flowed like water. Another half a month had passed in the outside world, and the people in Dark Celestial Tower had been cultivating hard for 500 months or more than 40 years. As usual, Wuxi devoured the natural energy in the outside world, converted it into chaotic energy, refined it into the energy essence of an immortal cultivator through his fleshly body, and delivered it to his subordinates through the enlightenment technique. During these days, Wuxi's cultivation base remained at the level of 9th-tier primordial immortal, but his foundation was much more stable than before, and his energy essence and bloodline were more than 100 times stronger. He had spent most of his energy on the people around him, if not for the fact that he had sacrificed his own energy essence to help these people. Even though the time in this place had been sped up by 2,000 times, and there was an endless amount of natural energy to help them cultivate, how could Patriarch Xianxia and the others improve so quickly? After more than 40 years, Patriarch Xianxia and the others all had the cultivation base of peak-level gold immortals, and their Tao hearts had also bloomed as Wuxia preached to them day and night. This germination was the opportunity to enter the primordial Great Tao, the gateway for them to step into the Tao realm from an ant. As long as they carefully nurtured this germination with their blood and sweat, they would one day step into the Tao realm. Ao Buzin, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, Lord Xianxia, his father Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Qua, the Dragon King of Xinjiang Lake, Ao Quan, the former leader of the aquatic clans on Myriad Immortals planet, Little K. The Phoenix raised by Princess Zhonglu, and Feng Tianling, the descendant of the Fire Phoenix whom Little K. had seduced. These people were the most capable and closest demon cultivators under Wuxi's command, and all of them had the hope of stepping into the realm of primordial. What surprised Wuxia the most was that the demon rabbit, and monkey demon Yuan Qing of the Underhand sect that he'd casually taken in all those years ago had actually awakened their ancient bloodlines, and their cultivations improved the fastest amongst the numerous demon cultivators of the Underhand sect. Wuxia gave them special attention for a period of time, preaching various cultivation manuals of primeval demons every day, causing them to catch up to the footsteps of Ao, Buzin, and the others. Among the many demon cultivators around Wuxia, the one who gave him the biggest headache now was Catfish. Her cultivation base and realm were equal to that of Ao, Buzin, and others, and for some reason, her divine strength was able to suppress Lord Xianxia to the point of suffocation. Among the demon cultivators around Wuxia, only Ao, Buzin, and Yuan Qing, the descendant of the mighty ape, could barely suppress her in terms of physical strength. But when Catfish Flood Dragon was the king of the mountain in the depths of Meng Mountains, she killed countless living beings every day and spent all her time devouring them. As a result, she was entangled with evil karma and was surrounded by boundless evils. Her true form was just a deep-water black catfish, and she did not have any ancient bloodline. It was extremely difficult for her to transform into a human form, and coupled with the entanglement of evil karma, she still looked like a catfish until now. Through the Dharma eye of transmigration of the Buddhist League, which Wuxia had cultivated with the great light indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture, he could see that Catfish Flood Dragon was shrouded in a blood-red light and shrouded in black mist. Obviously, she had eaten too many things that she should not have eaten over the years. It was like a heavy shell wrapped around her, preventing the germination of a primordial immortal from sprouting. Not only did it delay her transformation into a human form, it also made it very difficult for her to break through to the primordial immortal realm in the future. For now, she could only do as Wuxia planned, find a few primordial immortals who had committed the most heinous crimes and secretly kill them, then let Catfish Flood Dragon plunder a great deal of virtue of heaven and earth from them. With the virtue, she could wash away the evil karma around her, freeing her from these troubles. Apart from these demon cultivators, the senior immortals around Wuxia were Patriarch Xianxia, Patriarch Qingwu, Patriarch Baixia, Patriarch Qingxin, Patriarch Qingshun, and Patriarch Qingyi. They were the 6 old immortals from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect. With the help of Wuxia, their cultivation bases had reached the same level as Ao, Buzin, and the others. In addition to that, Lu Chengfeng and Lu Tiyuan, the 2 brothers, had been working hard in their cultivation base over the years. together with Wuxi's special help. They had also reached the point where they were just one step away from the realm of primordial immortal. There was also Supremacy 3 Flame, who was Wuxi's friend in times of adversity. Over the years, he had been handling the affairs of Underhand Sect for Wuxia. He stayed in Mount Picking Star and basically never left the sect. All he did was carefully train and manage Wuxi's disciples. Wuxia was very grateful to him, so he spent a lot of time and effort on Supremacy 3 Flame and Xuanmei. Now, Supremacy 3 Flame had successfully attained the enlightenment of the realm of primordial immortal, and his technique of controlling fire with the divine flame of great tranquility was only inferior to the sovereign of myriad immortal alliance. The little girl, Xuanmei, was so smart that she had reached this critical level. With just a little push, she would be able to step into the realm of primordial immortal. As for the disciples of Luo clan whom Wuxia took in on a whim, Luo Hao, Luo Shui, Luo Ling, and Luo, you were the most talented among them, especially the three sisters. If it were not for their outstanding talents, Wuxia would not have taken them as his disciples. After over 1,000 years of enlightenment and constant explanation of the essence of the great Tao, they had all successfully stepped into the realm of primordial. However, it was too difficult for a gold immortal to break through the realm of primordial immortal. In addition to the huge demand for natural energy, it also required some kind of enlightenment and inspiration. For now, Wuxia also needed to find a few primordial immortals who had committed heinous crimes and kill them, then use the virtue of heaven and earth to forcibly push these friends, family, and disciples into the realm of primordial. Only a freak like Wuxia could do this. How could other primordial immortals treat their disciples, family, and friends in this way? For ordinary primordial immortals, a drop of blood essence and energy essence was more important than their lives. It was impossible for them to enlighten their disciples and forcibly improve their cultivation bases. It was a good thing that some primordial immortals who came from the evil path did not plunder the blood essence and energy essence of their disciples, but it was absolutely impossible for them to donate their own blood essence and energy essence to outsiders. Every drop of a primordial immortal's blood essence and energy essence was extremely precious and related to their very foundation. Who else could do this except for a freak like Wuxia, who could devour foreign objects without limit and transform them into blood essence and energy essence? Immortals were selfish, and only Wuxia could be so generous. As for the essence of the great Tao, the essence of the great Tao that every primordial immortal comprehended was comprehended by them at the critical moment of life and death after spending countless hours of hard work. If one wanted to hear a word or half of the true heavenly Tao from their mouths, it would depend on what one had to exchange for it. It was better for personal disciples. Generally speaking, those primordial immortals would give lectures for 3 days or 6 hours every period, depending on the generosity of the primordial immortals. As for how much a personal disciple could benefit from the lectures, it would depend on his own ability of comprehension. No primordial immortal would use his blood-draining, celestial fiend clone to teach his friends, family, and disciples all kinds of heavenly Tao day and night like Wuxia, forcing them to comprehend the endless mysteries in it. As for those in-name disciples and outer disciples, if one wanted to get a word or half of a primordial immortal's advice, it would depend on how many natural treasures they offered as tribute. If they offered a lot, 1 or 2 words of advice would be enough for them to comprehend for a few periods. If they offered too little, they might even be scolded. "Are you purposely trying to embarrass me with such a small amount of gifts?" It was because Wuxia was willing to spend so much and cultivate the people around him at all costs that the grand occasion of today could come about. With a total of 29 people who had the potential to break through the realm of primordial, and thousands of subordinates whose cultivation bases had reached the realm of gold immortals, Wuxia was now in a state of happiness and distress. I have to find a few primordial immortals who have committed the most heinous crimes and kill them. Otherwise, It will be difficult for all of you to break through the realm of primordial in a short time. Sitting cross-legged on a hassock, Wuxia gritted his teeth as he looked at the 29 friends and relatives who had the potential to break through the realm of primordial. Everyone was staring at Wuxia with their bright eyes, filled with passion, affection, and friendship. Their pure and warm feelings were like strong wine, lingering in the air between them. Even A.O. Buzin, who was usually the most shameless fellow, now looked at Wuxia with a hint of admiration and respect in his eyes. Everyone knew that if it were not for Wuxia, they might not have had the opportunity today, even after thousands of reincarnations, let alone A.O. Buzin, who had been made into a storage ring and would never be able to make a name for himself. It was Wuxia who had given them such an opportunity, and they finally had the chance to stand at the top of all living beings. Sitting next to Wuxia was Princess Zhonglu, who was clad in a black palace dress and had long hair like Wuxia. With her head down, she was fiddling with 3 phoenix feathers that she had pulled out from little K.'s tail and was inscribing primordial divine runes into the feathers. She was going to use little K.'s tail, Buzin's dragon whiskers, the scales of gold horn and silver horn, and Rabbit Xiaobai's long hair to make a fun magical treasure. Princess Zhang Lu had successfully broken through the realm of primordial immortals without any stagnation. She carried the bloodline of the primordial heaven god and was the manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. A breakthrough was a breakthrough, and there was not even a heavenly tribulation. She had dismantled the original Five Thunders immortal zither and was going to use it on this new magical treasure. It was a little embarrassing for a primordial immortal to use a zither that was only a heaven immortal item. Upon hearing Wuqi's plan, Princess Zhang Lu lowered her head and sighed. We have to find a suitable target. The 7 primordial immortals you killed last time have been guarding the mortal world all year round, and they have accumulated a lot of virtues. They have avoided the punishment of the heavenly Tao with virtues, so it's no good to kill them. Where can we find someone like the sovereign who has committed a heinous crime to kill us? The group of people looked at each other with a distressed expression. Wuxia had a strong army around him now, but he was still one step away from being reborn. If all these people could break through the realm of primordial, Wuqi's power would undergo a tremendous change, and many things could be carried out slowly. Just one step away. Wuxia gritted his teeth and murmured in a low voice, just one step away. As long as all of you become primordial immortals. When the 6 states unite, gather all those freaks together, and spend some time to raise them all to the level of gold immortals, the world will be lively. With a sigh, Wuxia shook his head, a little vexed. Where could he find a primordial immortal who had committed a heinous crime? Just as the crowd was racking their brains for a solution, they moved at the same time and looked up with ferocious faces. About 100 million miles above them, outside the 2 palaces that Emperor Haozuan had given to Wuxia, King Baishan was approaching cautiously under the cover of night with a large group of ferocious-looking generals and thousands of black-robed oracles. Judging from King Baishan's ferocious and violent expression, he should not be here to drink and chat with Wuxia. Chapter 8:13. Wuqi's sinister laughter rang out in the dimly lit hall. His eyes shone with a strange gleam. Under the gaze of his chaotic divine eyes, the thick fire of karma around the dozen or so cloaked men around King Baishan was so eye-catching that they looked like a dozen torches, and the crimson glow of the fire of karma was so tempting. The fire of karma was the condensation of too much karma, a flame ignited by all kinds of filthy thoughts in people's hearts. Buddhism called it the red lotus karma fire, and it was the filthiest and most powerful invisible flame in the world. Serious immortal and Buddhist cultivators would avoid this kind of fire of karma, as even the slightest touch of it would cause their golden bodies to fall into the cycle of samsara. The fire of karma around the men around King Baishan soared hundreds of feet high. Clearly, they were not immortal or Buddhist cultivators. Even fiend immortals and ghost immortals dared not touch this terrible flame. so they should be pure human beings. How many sins did they have to commit to accumulate so much karma and ignite such a blazing fire of karma? Wuxia marveled. If he killed them, how many virtues of heaven and earth could he get? He had no idea how many sins they had committed, how many people they had killed, and how many laws of the heavenly Tao they had violated. But this was really a virtue that came knocking on his door, and it would be disrespectful to refuse it. Laughing loudly, Wuxia opened his mouth and sprayed out a beam of green light, from which 360 miniature kunwu swords flew out. These swords were only 1/3 the size of the original kunwu swords, and they were the largest number that Wuxia could produce now. The fact that he could produce 360 swords that were slightly smaller but fully functional would not affect Wuxia's overall strength. If he used them to lay out the Fiend Slaying Sword formation, its power would be about twice that of a formation laid out by 108 kunwu swords. After handing the kunwu swords to 12 prudent men, including Patriarch Xianxia, Wuxia ordered, "Apart from you, choose 348 prudent men who are proficient in formations and prepare to lay out the Fiend Slaying Sword formation. Since King Baishan is here, don't let him go. The people around him might be where your fortuitous encounters lie." The eyes of Patriarch Xianxia and the others brightened. They quickly took over the kunwu swords handed over by Wuxia and left the hall. Then Wuxia gave Audiobook and the other demon cultivators a look and said with a cold grin, "Come with me. Let's see what King Baishan wants to do first." Frowning, Wuxia murmured in surprise, "Didn't they say he was imprisoned by Emperor Haozuan into Yu's imperial prison and will never come out? His title is going to be inherited by the Yu's royal family. Why did he come here to make trouble?" Princess Zhang Lu carefully put the 3 phoenix feathers in her hand into her sleeve. She yawned lazily and said lazily, "Who cares how he came out? Let's kill him first, then kill all the direct descendants of King Baishan's bloodline, and then find out who released him from the clan prison without permission." A 5-color divine ray burst out of the top of Princess Zhang Li's head, in which 3 shrines, each about 10 feet tall and inlaid with gold and jade, hovered. Over the past 1,000 years, with the help of Wuxia, Princess Zhang Lu had formed the first golden body of the god of Scourge, and with the help of Wuxia, she had also formed the golden body of the god of Plague and the golden body of the god of Thunder. Once the golden body of the god of Plague was activated, plagues would be everywhere within millions of miles, and all the living beings whose cultivation bases were lower than Princess Zhang Lu would not be able to escape. If the golden body of the god of Plague was used to cast a divine spell on one person, the terrible plague curse would be a headache even for those whose cultivation bases were several levels higher than Princess Zhang Lu. As for the golden body of the god of Thunder, there was nothing special about it. But once it was activated, the area within millions of miles would be turned into an absolute realm of thunder and lightning, with nothing but thunder and lightning. If she focused all her divine power to unleash the ancient void-shattering thunder, it would be a supreme divine ability that could shatter the primordial void. Even the Pangu heaven-creating thunder, which the great Saint Pangu used to create this world, was derived from the ancient void-shattering thunder, which showed how powerful this divine ability of Princess Zhang Lu was. In terms of physical strength, Princess Zhang Lu was far inferior to Wuxia, and in terms of unpredictable and powerful divine abilities, Wuxia was no match for Princess Zhang Lu. The two of them left Dark Een Celestial Tower hand in hand, followed by Audiobook, Lord Xianxia, and other demon cultivators who were impatient to study the sword formation. Huang Liang also came with a group of generals of the EC who had been completely brainwashed and loyal to Wuxia in the past 1,000 years. The cultivation techniques of a human race were the fastest to master. Over the past 1,000 years, the EC had accumulated tens of thousands of generals with the cultivation bases of the second Panga heaven. And now, hundreds of generals with the cultivation bases of the 8 and 9 stars of the second Panga heaven had followed them. All of them were armed to the teeth, using the supreme-grade armors and weapons that Wuxia had personally crafted for them over the years. which were top-notch in both offense and defense. Wuxia had not slept or rested for more than 1,000 years. He had not only helped them in their cultivation, but also infused them with a lot of blood essence and energy essence, crafted all kinds of weapons and armors for them, and helped Patriarch Xianxia concoct pills and draw talismans. If he did not have 18 blood-draining celestial fiends, Wuxia would have died of exhaustion long ago. He had to take care of more than 1 million people. Even if he was only responsible for a small portion of the most elite people, the workload was still too much. But now, as he looked at his subordinates in bright armors and towering murderous auras behind him, Wuxia was filled with a heroic spirit. He threw his head back and roared with laughter, then put his arm around Princess Zhang Li's waist and strode out with them. With the help of Princess Zhang Li's magical art, it took them only the span of 2 or 3 breaths of time to reach the surface of the natural energy ocean. On the roof of the tallest main hall, Wuxia and his company hid their figures and watched quietly as King Baishan and his men carefully sneaked in from distance. Under the night sky, King Baishan's army of more than 20,000 generals was divided into more than 2,000 squads, cautiously approaching the core of Wuxia's palaces from all directions. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, and in just a few leaps, they had closed the distance of dozens of miles. The 2 palaces given to Wuxia by Emperor Haozuan covered an area of hundreds of miles, and they were given to him together with ordinary guards, maids, and a large number of eunuchs. Wuxia was a master who was easy to serve, and he usually spent most of his time in seclusion. As a result, the servants never saw Wuxia and Princess Zhanglu. Now that it was late at night, the maids and eunuchs had gone to bed, and only the guards on night duty were still wandering around carelessly. After all, Wuxia's foundation was still shallow, and he did not have many relatives or children, and there were no important things stored in those palaces. So, these guards were not under any pressure, and even if they were patrolling at night, it was just for show. Not to mention that there were no thieves in Liangzhu. Even if there were, they would not be able to steal anything of value, and they would not be able to hurt anyone important. But King Baishan's generals did not think so. They invaded Wuxia's palaces like quicksilver, killing all the living things in their path. Whether it was the guards on duty, the maids and eunuchs who had gone to bed, or the tamed birds and beasts used for night patrols, these formidable generals killed them all. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Wuxia pursed his lips. Do I have such a big grudge against him? As Wuxia and his company possessed a profound cultivation base, they could see every single movement of those people in the dark night. Seeing a general with the cultivation base of the 7 stars realm of the second Pengu heaven crush a cricket that jumped out of the grass with 1 foot, Wuxia could not help but complain bitterly. Not only did you not spare a chicken or a dog, but you even want to kill all the insects? How much do you hate yourself? The group of people were left speechless. They watched as a few intruders flew up the trees and strangled all the birds in the nests, regardless of their size. Even the eggs were crushed into a paste. Tu Xiaobai, who had the best temper among them, was so angry that she waved her little fists. The young girl that Tu Xiaobai had transformed into was just like her name, petite and adorable to the extreme. She was only as tall as an ordinary person's waist. Due to her rabbit nature, Tu Xiaobai was usually gentle and kind, and was the least willing to fight with others. But when she saw that these people did not even spare the birds' eggs, she could not help but say angrily, "Master, these people deserve to die 1,000 times for their crimes." Princess Zhanglu raised her chin and said coldly, "They really deserve to die. Let's teach them a lesson first." Gently waving her hands in the air, Princess Zhanglu unleashed her divine power soundlessly. She had already locked onto the 20,000 invaders with her divine soul. She did not attack these generals. Instead, she followed a mysterious guiding force and directly found these people's blood relatives in this life. There were more than 20,000 high-ranking military officers, and each of them had a huge family backing them. Some of them had thousands of people in their families. Grinning coldly, Princess Zhang Lu drew these people's energy into a gray net that ordinary people could not see. The golden body of the god of plagues hovering over her head gently blew out a puff of gray air, and all the relatives of these 20,000 generals were infected with all kinds of strange plagues and poisons at the same time. Watching Princess Zhang Lu do this, Wuxia could not help but be amazed by her attainment in divine magic. This kind of meticulous means of controlling the life and death of others was something that even Wuxia had not mastered yet. This kind of terrible power that could silently and invisibly destroy an entire family made Wuxia a little more wary of those gods he might encounter in the future. King Baishan was accompanied by thousands of black-robed oracles, who were also divided into nearly 1,000 squads and followed silently behind the invaders. They kept throwing numerous bone talismans, spirit bones, banners, and formation discs in all directions, quickly laying out the 10 ultimate formation, which was specially used by the Directorate of Celestials to trap and kill powerful enemies, with Wuxi's 2 palaces as the core. The 10 ultimate formation could sever heaven, earth, gods, immortals, Buddhas, fiends, ghosts, demons, spirits, and humans. It could fuse all the ruthless energies between heaven and earth and wipe out all life. As these oracles moved, a faint black mist rose from the ground. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees withered and decayed, and all the houses in the palaces collapsed and decayed. The place shrouded by the black mist turned into a lifeless, withered land. What kind of hatred do you have? Didn't I just kill 2 of your sons? Wuxia frowned and sighed. Get into formation. The 300 gold immortals, selected by Patriarch Jiang had already come behind King Baishan and the others with Kunwu swords in hand. They formed a circle with a diameter of 1,000 miles, and as Wuxia gave a soft cry, they unleashed their swords at the same time. Invisible sword beams shot into the void and slowly drew in the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings to form the fiend-slaying sword formation. A huge iron plate was quietly appearing in front of King Baishan, who was charging forward angrily. Chapter 814. Standing on the top of the palace, Wuxia watched quietly as King Baishan's men slaughtered wantonly in his territory. Kill, kill, kill. These servants and guards are all the people who used to live in this palace. And if you kill them all, Wuxia will bring more of his own men from the EC and plant them here. Even the original palaces were built in the style of the Yu, and Wuxia thought they were a little too ugly. The dark mist stirred up by the 10 ultimate formation had destroyed all these palaces, and Wuxia could rebuild a batch of palaces and pavilions according to his own will. As for the flowers and trees, it was not a big deal. With the infinite natural energy in Yuxiong Plain, he could easily restore them to their original appearance. Moreover, the replanted trees could also form a formation with the rebuilt palaces, and they would not be infiltrated as easily as they were today. After all, this was only a property Emperor Haozuan gave to his people, and the various facilities here were not enough to satisfy Wuxi's discerning eyes. It was better to destroy them all, as he could rearrange everything. The newly built palaces and gardens would not be as free as they were today. Even if a 9th-tier primordial immortal dared to sneak in, he would have to pay with his life. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia sighed softly and suddenly let out a long roar as he watched the 20,000 soldiers brought by King Baishan approach. As Wuxi's roar echoed out, Ao Buzin, who was standing behind Wuxia, let out a strange cry. Standing 20 feet tall, Ao Buzin swung his black machete and roared, "Who are you, thieves? How dare you come to my place in the middle of the night with evil intentions? Eat my spear." Ao Buzin leaped into the air and swung his machete at an invading general 2 or 3 miles away, who was clad in black armor and breaking the neck of the last night guard. "Eat my spear." The general instinctively grabbed a round shield from his back and placed it in front of him. The most lethal part of a spear was nothing more than stabbing and stabbing. With the round shield protecting the vital parts of his upper body, the general was confident that he could block Ao Buzin's fatal spear. With a cracking sound, Ao Buzin hacked the general, who had just stepped into the realm of second Panga heaven, into two halves. It came down from the top of his head and came out from the bottom of his crotch. Chi-Chi's entire body, along with his armor and shield, was cut into two pieces. His internal organs and blood splattered all over the ground. Ao Buzin trod on a watery cloud and soared into the sky complacently. He let out a strange laugh and said, "Idiot, Lao Tzu said one spear, so you should just block one spear." Behind Wu Qi, Yuan Qing, who had the bloodline of a mighty ape, transformed into a yellow-skinned young man about 10 feet tall. Though skinny, his bones were strong and his eyes were bright. Seeing that Ao Buzin had succeeded, Yuan Qing let out a shrill cry and leaped into the air, waving a large golden stick that Wu Qi had specially crafted for him and spitting flames from time to time. "Eat my spear, you little rascal. I'll poke your gallbladder." Yuan Qing had been led astray by Ao Buzin. He had been completely led astray by Ao Buzin. The cudgel, as thick as a big bowl, whipped up a gust of wind and pierced toward the gallbladder of the leading black-armored warrior. Just as the warrior was about to block it with his saber, Yuan Qing suddenly changed his move. The heavy cudgel slammed heavily on the warrior's ribs with a swoosh, like a python turning over its body. Yuan Qing's stick was not heavy, but it was made by Wu Qi from a piece of heavy fire elemental metal that had been refined and tempered for countless years on a neutron star in outer heavenly realms. It was a neutron star material, so weight and the like were meaningless. Wu Qi had set up many formations on the stick to reduce its weight. Usually, when Yuan Qing swung the stick, it weighed only about 5,000 kilograms. But when it hit a human, the formations on the stick dissipated immediately and all the weight of the stick blasted out. With a crisp sound, the man's armor and half of his body disintegrated into the tiniest energy particles, which then turned into countless shining specks of light that shot out in all directions. Yuan Qing laughed strangely and swung his staff like a tornado, beating the other 8 or 9 heavily armored warriors into a sorry state. Their swords, spears, swords, halberds, and all sorts of other weapons were smashed into smithereens by Yuan Qing's heavy staff. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 burly men had been beaten until their bodies burst open and they died. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base, strength, speed, or technique, these men were far inferior to Yuan Qing. When Ao Buzin saw that Yuan Qing had killed so many people with ease, he snorted angrily and swung his blade at the dozen black-armored men who were leaping at him. As a peak-level gold immortal and a member of the primordial dragons, Ao Buzin's pure physical strength had reached the limit below the realm of primordial immortals. As he swung the blade, the void in front of it cracked open. The dozen black-armored men howled miserably as their weapons and armors were cut in half by Ao Buzin. When Yuan Qing saw that Ao Buzin had killed a few more men than him, he roared and swung his stick at the 20-odd black-armored men who were charging at him. A series of egg-cracking noises rang out as Yuan Qing smashed the 20-odd black-armored men like eggs, sending their bodies flying thousands of feet away in all directions. Frowning, Lord Xianxia stood next to Wu Qi, shaking his head and saying, "Useless chickens and stray dogs." "Tisk, it's really—" He gave Wu Qi a sideways glance and said with a teasing smile, "In terms of cultivation base, a peak-level gold immortal bullies a poor worm in the 1-star realm of the second Panga heaven. In terms of equipment, a future primordial immortal artifact bullies an ordinary artifact. In terms of bloodline, the bloodline of an ancient divine beast bullies a mortal." Wu Qi stretched out a finger and wagged it casually, then said shamelessly, "You can't say it like that. I've admitted the first 2 points, I did bully them. But the last point is that human beings are formed from the bloodline of hundreds of divine beasts and birds in the world, and they also have half of the bloodline of the great Saint Pangu. Although their strength is not as good as Ao Buzin and Yuan Qing, but, well, human beings are more balanced, aren't they?" Lord Xianxia blinked his eyes and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he could not utter a single word. Wuxia was right. Human beings were indeed a race with balanced development, and they had their own advantages over any ancient bloodline. But how did one look at this advantage? In a battlefield, it depended on the strength of brute force. In this regard, human beings were indeed not as good as the bloodline of the dragons and the primordial divine apes. Amidst the sound of bones and flesh being broken, Ao, Buzin, and Yuan Qing killed hundreds of black-armored men in a frenzy. Of the more than 20,000 generals brought by King Baishan, there were only a dozen of them who had reached the peak of the 9 stars realm of the second Panga heaven and could fight against Ao, Buzin, and Yuan Qing. Now, they were guarding King Baishan and had no intention of attacking. King Baishan stood on a hillside a few miles away, looking at them coldly. Wuxia had asked Princess Zhonglu to dispel the mist that had concealed them. Looking at each other from a distance of several miles, Wuxia suddenly laughed. He cupped his fist and said, "Your Highness, how have you been after 1,000 years?" Upon hearing Wuqi's words, King Baishan could not help but laugh. 1,000 years? Do you think I'm a fool? 1,000 years? King Baishan suddenly sucked in a cold breath. He stared blankly at Wuxia for a while, and then remembered that Wuxia had obtained a supreme tower that could control the flow of time from the secret vault of the Directorate of Celestials. With Wuqi's cultivation base having broken through the realm of Supreme Oracle, it was possible for him to accelerate time by thousands of times. He had been imprisoned in the Imperial Prison by Emperor Haozuan for more than half a year, and Wuxia had spent 1,000 years here. Looking at the generals of the East Sea standing behind Wuxia, King Baishan took a few steps back reflexively. Each and every one of them had the cultivation base of the late, or even the peak of the second Panga heaven. Wuxia looked at King Baishan and sneered. He waved his hand and gave a low cry. Lord Xianxia pulled out his silver dragon halberd and rushed out, while Catfish Flood Dragon waved the mountain-sized hammer Wuxia had forged for her, while the rest of the demon cultivators ran out with their weapons in their hands. Especially Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather. Their lower bodies remained human, but their upper bodies had returned to the form of dragon pythons. They opened their mouths and inhaled the enemies around them. Large groups of black-armored men howled miserably as they were sucked into their mouths and swallowed in the blink of an eye. Huang Liang gave a soft cry. Hundreds of generals of the EC under his lead drew their weapons and followed Huang Liang's lead, forming the East Sea wave-folding formation specially designed for them by Wuxia. Like an endless tide, they rushed out, bringing with them the terrible aura of a charging army. They charged into the army of King Baishan's subordinates like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew in all directions, and broken limbs were thrown all over the ground. King Baishan watched coldly as a large number of his subordinates were killed, as if they were not the generals of the second Panga heaven, but pawns that could be discarded at will. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he could not wait for all his subordinates to be killed. Wuxia could not help but be a little surprised. Even if King Baishan was one of the most authoritative princes in Yu, how many troops could he have? How many generals of the second Panga heaven could he have to trample on? Especially in his current situation, when he had just escaped from the imperial prison, how many loyal generals were still willing to die for him? How could he just let the last batch of generals who might be loyal to him die like this? Just as Wuxia was wondering, King Baishan raised his hand and waved. The dozen men around him, whose bodies were shrouded in hellfire like torches, chuckled in a deep voice. Their faces were hidden under their cloaks, and no one could see their faces clearly. They chanted a spell in a low voice, and a great plume of black smoke surged out of the 10-terminal formation, turning into countless pitch-black pythons and rushing towards the men in the battle. Wuxia was furious. This was a spell for the sacrifice of flesh and blood. King Baishan did not expect these generals to pose much of a threat to him. His plan was to use them as sacrifices, so he did not care how many of them Wuxia and others killed. Princess Zhonglu reacted quickly. She unleashed a great sheet of 5-color divine light, which enveloped Ao, Buzin, and others at the same time. Wherever the flame went, the black fog and pythons dared not come close. Wuxia shouted a few times, and Ao, Buzin, and others hurriedly retreated to Wuxia's side. The black smoke enveloped more than 20,000 generals brought by King Baishan, who seemed to have lost their minds and just let the smoke engulf them. The sound of bones and flesh being chewed rang out incessantly, accompanied by a heart-trembling sound. A beam of black light descended from the sky, and in the next moment, a fiend god about a mile tall and made entirely of white bones appeared silently in front of Wuxia. This was not the projection of Lei Ming, the fiend god worshipped by Wuxia. Instead, under the infinite temptation of more than 20,000 gold immortal sacrifices, this fiend god had chosen to descend in his true form. The black cloaks of the dozen or so black-robed men around King Baishan burned at the same time, gradually revealing their figures. 2 low-grade supreme oracles and 13 peak-level sun oracles. Chapter 8:15. There were 2 low-level supreme oracles. Wuxia saw a pattern of a black supreme tower embroidered on their sleeves, which indicated that they had just stepped into this realm. But they were, after all, supreme oracles who had the overall strength to fight against primordial immortals. They were existences that he had to deal with carefully. As for the 13 peak-level sun oracles, Wuxia shook his head indifferently. A peak-level sun realm cultivator was merely a peak-level gold immortal, and Wuxia could easily find any cultivator of this level around him now. He could easily crush them. But the problem was the fiend god hovering in front of him. Hundreds of tattered black strips of cloth were wrapped around his body. As the night breeze blew past him, the strips of cloth wriggled like venomous snakes, letting out shrill ghost howls from time to time. His upper body was 70 to 80% similar to a human skeleton, except that he had a few more vertebrae and ribs and 3 sharp black horns on his skull. However, the lower half of his body, which was below his pelvis, was a mass of thick black gas. Countless twisted human faces could be seen in the black gas. Sharp and shrill howls pierced through the clouds, making people's eardrums hurt. It was as if their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. The fiend god's cultivation base was extremely frightening, and the attribute of his power was extremely bizarre. Even with the all-encompassing records in the scroll of stealing, Wuxia could not tell what type of death energy this fiend god possessed. His cultivation base was clearly stronger than Wuxia's, and Wuxia could vaguely see the upper limit of his power, just like a man hovering in the sky could vaguely see the edge of the ocean. But Wuxia reckoned that he was not his match for the time being. Only by trapping him with the fiend, slaying sword formation, and gradually whittling away at his essence could he kill him. If Wuxia were to fight him with only his own cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to resist him. The 2 supreme oracles were easy to deal with, and Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu would definitely give them a hard time if they joined forces. However, the skeleton would not show any mercy to Wuxia and his wife. This was the biggest problem. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia raised his right hand and waved it. The natural phenomena medallion flew up along with tens of thousands of beams of light. Large clouds of smoke spurted out and condensed into a small world above Wuxia, trapping the fiend god in it. Muffled explosions could be heard from time to time in the void as the fiend celestial struggled and roared in the small world. The natural phenomena medallion could only trap him temporarily and could not destroy him directly. Lei Ming, Wuxia whispered to Princess Zhonglu. Princess Zhonglu nodded. She performed an incantation gesture with both hands and recited a few incantations in a low voice. A bolt of lightning came whistling down from the void, and Lei Ming's 100-mile-tall projection clone immediately appeared in front of Wuxia. Lei Ming patted his belly, looked curiously at Wuxia, and said with a smile, "Do you have any good offerings this time?" "Well, I'm very satisfied with what you have offered the last 2 times." Lei Ming glanced at Wuxia with the lightning in his eyes, then cried out in shock, little one, how did your strength grow so fast? You really surprised me. Of the 14,597 people who have worshipped me, your cultivation base has grown the fastest." Smiling, Wuxia pointed in King Bai Shan's direction and said, "Lei Ming, help me hold off King Bai Shan and those around him. When I'm done with the skeleton he's summoned, I'll join hands with you to kill them. The bodies and souls of those two supreme oracles are yours, and I only want the virtues that will fall after I kill them." Lei Ming's eyes shone brightly as he fixed his eyes on King Bai Shan and those around him, whose faces were a little unsightly. After hesitating for a while, he muttered, "It's not fat enough. As you know, the souls of supreme oracles are stronger than those of mortals, but there's a limit to their strength. I've eaten a supreme oracle once, and his bone marrow was all dried up, and I couldn't even squeeze out a drop of blood from his body. So it's not good for me." Wuxia held up 2 fingers and promised, "Help me hold them off, and I'll find 2 primordial immortals as my offerings. Of course, you'll have to help me as well." Lei Ming stared at Wuxia in astonishment. There were so many oracles and powerful clans into you, and there were some who dared to offer primordial immortals as offerings. But they were all saint emperors who had swept through the world in ancient times. How many years had it been since Lei Ming heard such a bold statement? Offering primordial immortals as offerings? Saliva mixed with electric plasma dripped from the corner of Lei Ming's mouth as he nodded and said, "Just hold them off, right? Leave it to me." With a strange laugh, Lei Ming glanced at the small world Wuxia had trapped with a natural phenomena medallion, wanting to see who Wuxia was going to deal with. But he shuddered and looked at King Bai Shan in horror. "Do you have to fight so desperately? I can't believe you've summoned Gui Yu's true form." Interesting, it looks like this time," Lei Ming muttered in a low voice, and then a dull thunderclap rang out in the sky. He stared at Wuxia and said, "I'll give you some benefits this time. Just kill Gui Yu and leave everything outside to me. I'll give you 10 days. If you can kill Gui Yu, you'll have to give me his ghost head." Ha ha ha. As Lei Ming laughed, a plume of sticky, pale purple electric plasma that looked like molten lava slowly poured down from an invisible hole in the sky and injected into his body. As more and more electric plasma was injected into his body became shorter and shorter, and eventually he was about the same height as an ordinary man. But he was surrounded by endless thunderclouds, and his whole body was immersed in a sea of electric plasma that was as warm as jade. A terrible pressure of thunder came from him, forcing Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu to take a step back. Lei Ming's true form had come to Panga continent from the world he came from. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu clearly sensed the rejection of the laws of the heavenly Tao to him. A powerful force of repulsion was applied to Lei Ming, causing his true form to flicker from time to time like a reflection in the water, as if he would be forcibly expelled from the world at any time. Wuxia looked up at the sky. The dark mist of the 10 ultimate formation pervaded the void, and the fiend slaying sword formation isolated the world from the outside world. This place had become a world of its own. Fortunately, Lei Ming did not suffer the full counterattack of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, if he dared to come to Panga world with his true form at any other time, he would have been killed by the power of the heavenly Tao, or smashed to pieces by Yu's tremendous force. Even so, he was still being rejected by the endless power of the heavenly Tao. 10 days was the time Lei Ming gave Wuxia, and it was also the longest time he could stay in this world. Even with Darkeen Celestial Tower, Wuxia could not resolve the rejection. No matter how Wuxia sped up or decelerated, the flow of time was also a kind of power of the heavenly Tao, and Lei Ming still could not avoid the expulsion. 10 days is enough. Wuxia glanced at King Bai Shan, whose face was unsightly, and suddenly laughed. "I've only killed 2 of your sons. Do you have to hate me so much? If you didn't go after Liu Bang, why did you come after me? If you didn't have an affair with Liu Bang, why did you kill your sons?" King Bai Shan's face darkened, and he did not say a word. He just stared at Wuxia and slowly pulled out his sword. An aura as hot as fire slowly poured out of King by Shan's body. Shockingly, he was also an expert of the third pang of heaven. A mass of bright yellow energy shot out from the top of his head, in which a yellow dragon, several miles long, floated in the yellow cloud, its huge body bringing great pressure to those who looked at it. Lei Meng's face turned extremely serious. He showed 3 fingers to Wuxia and said, "Little fella, three primordial immortals. Here are 3, and you must give me 3 offerings in the future." Wuxia nodded and promised. "But you'll have to help me when the time comes," he said in a deep voice. Clapping his hands excitedly, Lei Meng laughed wildly and said, "That's a deal. You have a good reputation. I trust you." Amidst his laughter, he unleashed countless bolts of lightning that wrapped around King by Xian and his companions, including the 13 sun oracles. With his own power of thunder, Lei Meng had created a small world of thunder and lightning, ready to entangle King by Xian and the 2 supreme oracles around him with his own power. Hand in hand with Princess Zhonglu, Wuxia also laughed and stepped into the small world manifested by the natural phenomena medallion. The vast black smoke rising from the formation of 10 extinctions was unleashed with a rumble, turning into countless evil spirits that charged toward Ao Buzin and the others with a murderous air. But as soon as the formation of 10 extinctions moved, the fiend's slaying sword formation in the periphery moved as well. A vast amount of sword energy transformed into thunderbolts and flames that came whistling over from all directions, blocking the attack of the formation of 10 extinctions. Ao, Buzin, and the others looked at each other helplessly. Lord Xianxia sat down helplessly on the roof of the palace and said, "I understand what Brother Wuxia meant. If you don't step into the Tao realm, you will always be an ant. Now, we can only wait for the result." Thoughtlessly, Catfish Flood Dragon pulled out 2 corpses from her storage ring, whose heads were smashed to pieces by her hammers. She opened her mouth and began to gnaw on them. While chewing, she said vaguely, "Don't worry, Wuxia is very cunning." Although the cultivation base of his true form has not improved much over the years, his clones, Ao, Buzin, and the others all had sinister smiles on their faces. Yes, the cultivation base of Wuxia's 18 blood-draining celestial fiends was constantly improving along with the cultivation base of Wuxia's true form. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu stepped into the small world manifested by the natural phenomena medallion. It was a lifeless continent with nothing but a boundless black desert. A gloomy and dry wind blew across the desert, raising large amounts of sand and dust in the air. The collision of the tiny grains of sand could actually produce huge thunderbolts. Countless grains of sand and dust surged into each other, and the void was filled with water tank-sized thunderbolts that danced chaotically in the sky. It was a world of lightning that Wuxia had created based on Lei Meng's hometown. The white-boned demon god, Guiyu, was covered in lightning. He was swinging a scythe with a long handle and slashing at the void. A few places had already been slashed by him, and the space was trembling under his tremendous strength. Fortunately, the natural phenomena medallion was an extraordinary artifact personally crafted by the sacred Emperor Xianxia, so it had a strong defense. Otherwise, with Guiyu's attack, this part of the void would have long been chopped to pieces by him. Seeing Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu step into the void hand in hand, Guiyu carried the scythe on his back and stared at Wuxia with his eyes flashing with green ghost fire. "I hate this place. It looks a little like the fantasy realm of Thunderstorm, the birthplace of the Thunder Fiends, the mortal enemies of our clan." Wuxia smiled, nodded, and said, "That's for the best. I'm here to kill you." Flicking his fingers, Wuxia said, "How many virtues can the heavenly Tao give me for killing a fiend god who invaded this world?" Guiyu paused, then suddenly burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that even his bones creaked, and all his teeth nearly flew out of his mouth. Chapter 816. After laughing wildly for a long time, Yu pointed at Wuxia and said with a cold grin, "You want to kill me for merit?" Wuxia nodded seriously. He stretched his neck and abruptly grew to about 100 feet tall. Purple golden dragon scales emerged all over his body, and a pair of 7-colored dragon horns slowly grew out of his forehead. Dragons were the gods of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. As Wuxia transformed into a dragon man with the dragon kill, a dragon aura spread out in all directions. Countless thunderbolts shot out from the friction between the sand and dust in the air, immediately began to spin according to Wuxia's will, gradually turning into a whirlpool of thunderclouds with a diameter of 10,000 miles. A 5-color divine ray burst out from the top of Princess Zhongli's head. The avatar of the god of thunder slowly raised both hands in the shrine, gathering all the thunderbolts in its palms. Gradually, the huge thunderbolt compressed into a fist-sized purple thunderball. This was the strongest attack of the ancient god of thunder, the void-shattering divine thunder, a supreme thunder magic that could even blow up the primordial chaos. With Princess Zhongli's current cultivation base, this divine thunder was enough to pose a great threat to enemies who were several times stronger than her. Yu shook his head desperately, his white teeth clattering and making a mocking noise. He pointed at Wuxia and said with a smile, "Do you Secret Palace's dragon kill? Years ago, I killed a man who was twice as strong as you, and had also practiced the dragon kill. A genius who cultivates both fleshly body and magic is nothing in my eyes. My body is condensed from the pure yang ghost energy. Unless you are proficient in the art of subduing ghosts, what can you do to me?" After commenting on Wuxia, he gave Princess Zhongli a sidelong glance, shook his head, and said with a sigh, No. It's true that thunder magic is the strongest offensive magic for immortal cultivators like you, but the Ghost Fiend clan and the Thunder Fiend clan have been fighting for countless generations, and I'm proficient in all kinds of thunder magic. At most, your thunder magic can attack my pure yang ghost body with 30% of its power. How can you hurt me?" Wuxia could not help but laugh inwardly. This Yu was an honest fiend god. Before the fight even began, he had already revealed all his trump cards. The absolute yang ghost body condensed from absolute yang ghost chi. In this world created by the great Saint Pangu, he had never heard of the existence of absolute yang ghost chi. It must be some kind of spiritual energy unique to the ghost lair's hometown. However, he had underestimated her and Princess Zhongli. This was unacceptable. A stream of chaotic energy rushed out from the top of Wuxia's head, transforming into a dark celestial tower that was less than a foot in diameter, hovering high up in the sky. The flow of time in the small world inside the worldly phenomena tablet was accelerated by 2,000 times, and the range was limited to this small world. In the outside world, Lei Ming could hold on for 10 days under the banishment of the laws of the Great Path, so Wuxia had 20,000 days to use. If he still could not deal with the ghost lair after more than 50 years, then he really could not do anything to him. The ghostly fire in Yu's eyes flickered. He stretched out his hands and waved them gently. A Tower of Babel that can control the flow of time? Amazing! You actually have such a rare treasure? Are you really going to keep me here? After asking Wuxia, Yu did not wait for Wuxia's answer. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed at Wuxia with all his might. A plume of dark mist with an indescribable stench of corpses sprayed toward Wuxia's head. The mist flew so fast that before Wuxia could dodge, he was already wrapped up in it. The purple gold dragon scales with amazing defensive power turned dull in an instant, and Wuxia felt a burning pain all over his body. A large number of dragon scales lost their vitality and turned a lifeless grayish-white color. Dozens of dragon scales on Wuxia's chest turned into white dust and drifted away from his body. The 1-foot-wide flesh on his chest had its life force sucked away by the ghostly aura, and like the dragon scales, turned into dead white dust and drifted away. Wuxia was so angry that he laughed. His scroll of stealing was all about plundering external objects to replenish his energy. How could this Gu use ghostly aura to rob his life force? But it was indeed very frightening. The dragon scales, which even Princess Zhang Li's ancient void-shattering divine thunder could not break, were shattered by Gu Yu with just a puff of black smoke. What was the origin of this ghostly aura? With a cold snort, a glinting cloak suddenly appeared behind Wuqi's back. He sped away in a beam of light and came in front of Gu Yu in a flash, his fists smashing toward Gu Yu's spine like shooting stars. Behind Wuqi, Princess Zhang Lu let out a clear cry. The purple ball of thunder in her hand shot out silently and smashed toward Gu Yu's sternum before Wuqi could. Gu Yu laughed strangely. Before Wuqi's fist could get close to his body, his spine had turned into a clump of ghostly aura. The sticky, black, ghostly aura transformed into dozens of ferocious bone claws, grabbing toward Wuqi. As for the ancient, void-shattering divine thunder that was shooting toward his chest, Gu Yu just waved the scythe on his back and casually slashed at the ball of thunder. Wuqi, who was rushing toward Gu Yu, could not dodge in time, and the dozens of ghost claws had firmly gripped his body. The ghost claws formed from the pure yang ghost energy were extremely tough and possessed a tremendous strength. Wuqi was grabbed by the claws and struggled for several dozens of times, yet he just could not free himself. When Gu Yu saw that Wuqi was trapped by his magic, he laughed even more complacently. The black scythe, which looked like it was made of bones, slashed heavily on the ball of thunder. In Gu Yu's surprised gaze, the ball flashed and disappeared, then suddenly appeared in front of his chest and exploded. All the thunderbolts within a radius of 10,000 miles were condensed into a ball of thunder, which also contained a trace of the law of thunder that Princess Zhang Lu had comprehended. The plasma-like thunderbolts spread silently and enveloped Gu Yu's entire body. The purple-blue thunderbolts floated in the air like crystals, with Gu Yu's body embedded in the huge ball of thunder like a fly in amber. The high-temperature thunderbolts burned his body and soul. Gu Yu let out squeaky screams, and faint black smoke kept rising from his body. But, as he had boasted just now, he was proficient in the art of controlling and guarding against thunderbolts. Countless dense black talismans emerged on his pale bones, which reduced the damage caused by the thunderbolts to the minimum. The thunderball unleashed by Princess Zhang Lu was the softest kind of the void-shattering thunder. Once it hit an enemy, it would stick to him like maggots on a tarsal bone, constantly erupting with soft thunderbolts that could completely wipe out the enemy's existence. But, facing Gu Yu, who was much stronger than Princess Zhang Lu, the thunderball was obviously not enough to hurt him. Accompanied by the strange laughter, the lightning around Gu Yu's body was gradually extinguished, and his pale bones were exposed one by one. Gu Yu looked at Princess Zhang Lu and said with a hideous smile, "I've told you. How can you hurt me with such a small trick? This supreme tower is a good treasure. Even if I can't control it, it will be a unique treasure when I bring it back. I'll kill you now, then go out and kill everyone outside." Raising the scythe high, Gu Yu lowered his head, smiled at Wuqi, and said, "How can your close-range fighting skills defeat me, the pure yang ghost body?" The scythe could no longer fall down. Gu Yu stared at Wuqi in a daze. Wuqi, who was imprisoned by his ghost magic, was looking up at him and smiling. His enormous body, which was thickly covered in dragon scales, was slowly glowing with a light that looked like molten gold. In Gu Yu's shocked eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, Wuqi's body gradually transformed from a dragonman's body into a golden Buddha with 4 faces and 6 arms. When Wuqi was completely transformed into a golden Buddha, Gu Yu felt that even the little bit of brain juice left in him was a little useless. Panicked, he looked at Wuqi and screamed, "Aren't you a human warrior? Even if you're a cultivator of both body and magic, you can at most, even if you're a cultivator of both fleshly body and magic, You can at most practice some evil magic like the curses of the human oracles. How could you possibly practice the supreme divine ability of the Buddhist League? Guiyu wanted to tell him. Everyone in the world knew that the cultivation methods of the human race were incompatible with the mental cultivation methods of Buddhism and Taoism. Wherever the Pangu's sacred energy went, all the Buddhist power and immortal power would turn into running water. Even for a Buddha of Buddhism, as long as he practiced the body-strengthening cultivation method of the human race, as long as the Pangu sacred energy entered his body, his golden Buddha body would slowly melt, and all the Buddha's power would vanish. He would no longer have the great power to subdue demons and devils. But Wuxia was a freak. When he approached Ghostlair's body just now, he had clearly used the Dragon Kill, a divine ability that was secretly taught in Great Yu's secret palace. How could he transform into the avatar of the Buddha now? If Guiyu had known that Wuxia possessed the divine power of Buddhism, he would not have let him get close to him. Even for ghosts and deities from outer realms, the divine power of Buddhism had a strong restraining effect on him. Most of the reputation of Buddhism for being the best at subduing demons and devils was forged by the white bones of various ghosts and deities from outer realms. Guiyu wanted to cry. He let out a strange cry and was about to throw Wuxia away with dozens of ghost claws. Laughing strangely, Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out 6 blood-red sword beams. 6 blood centipede swords whistled through the air and slashed at Guiyu's neck like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. The inborn spiritual weapon was extremely sharp and murderous. 6 beams of sword light fell one after another. Even though Guiyu's body was condensed from the so-called absolute Yang Ghost Chi, his neck was still cut off. A strange head flew high into the air. Guiyu howled furiously. "How dare you trick me, boy? Strange, how can you use the divine power of Buddhism?" With an angry and puzzled howl, Guiyu's body exploded, turning into a sticky cloud of ghost energy that wrapped around Wuxia. Guiyu's hideous laughter came from the ghost energy. So what if you have the golden body of Buddhism? With your cultivation base, you are far inferior to... Guiyu's laughter was once again interrupted by Wuxia's action. Wuxia slapped his own head, and 18 blood-red relics and 18 white relics flew whistling up from the top of his head. 36 relics emitted 2 different kinds of light, one of evil and the other of righteousness, that illuminated the void. Laughing strangely, 18 blood-red shadows rushed out of the red light, stirring up a boundless sea of blood and wrapping Guiyu in it. Meanwhile, the bright light emitted by the 18 white relics sprinkled on the ghost energy like flames. Wherever they passed, the ghost energy trembled like boiling water and kept making ear-piercing, hissing noises. Guiyu let out a shrill scream and quickly transformed into a long stream of black smoke, darting up into the sky. But the 18 blood-red shadows clung to him with the sea of blood, not allowing him to escape. After being polluted by the blood sea, the black gas, which was originally flying fast, became extremely slow. The ghost howled in pain. The nether blood sea of the 9 nether. How can such a filthy thing exist in this world? Wuxia paid no attention to Guiyu. He chanted the name of Buddha in a deep voice, and the golden body of Buddha slowly expanded to tens of thousands of miles tall. Sitting cross-legged, Wuxia locked his hands into a lotus incantation gesture and gripped the void with a radius of 100 miles, covering the black smoke transformed from Guiyu. Word by word, a Buddhist mantra came out of Wuxia's mouth, forming a golden ocean that wrapped the void tightly. After an unknown period of time, a despairing howl came from Wuxia's palm. Along with a deafening rumble, a black pearl wrapped in a sticky green liquid flew up into the sky, smashing straight into the spot between Wuxia's eyebrows. Chapter 817. In just the space of a breath, Lei Ming and King Baishan had exchanged hundreds of blows. Lei Ming was focused on attacking, while King Baishan was focused on fleeing. The two of them tumbled around in the sky, leaving many afterimages in their wake. It looked very lively, but it was not very effective. Two supreme oracles standing next to King Baishan flicked their fingers. More than 30 thin and light bone talismans flew out of their fingertips and exploded into a sheet of black light that shielded the generals and oracles who were not strong enough. King Baishan gave a loud cry as a large amount of black liquid oozed out of his body and formed a black armor that looked as smooth as an insect's shell. The shape of the armor was very strange, with long, curved, oval plates everywhere and many sharp spikes growing out of the joints. Lei Ming withdrew his 2 electric whips and held up a finger. I was very happy that this little fellow had sacrificed the flesh and blood of immortals. So I promised him that as long as he gave me enough offerings, I would be the ancestral god of his clan. I thought it would take him at least thousands of years to gather the offerings I needed. Who knew that he had sacrificed the flesh and souls of all the living beings on a whole planet? With a strange smile on his face, Lei Ming shook his head and said, "Tens of billions of living beings, not only human beings, but also demon cultivators and human cultivators, as well as countless insects, fishes, birds, and beasts. There are too many of them to count. There are so many powerful clans into you, and even when they carry out a sneaky blood sacrifice, they only have to slaughter hundreds of thousands of living beings. How can they compare to this little fellow's generosity?" After putting on the heavy armor, King Baishan looked like a walking longhorn, and there were even 2 long feelers growing out of his head. Holding a heavy single-edged axe in one hand, he leaped tens of miles into the air and swung the axes at the 2 huge lightning bolts overhead. The axes and the lightning bolts collided with each other. A blinding light enveloped the whole world, and a deafening rumble knocked the oracles and generals behind King Baishan flying backward. Countless electric arcs, each as thick as a thumb and tens of miles long, sprayed out of King Baishan's body. The terrible force of thunder bombarded his armor and scorched it. Layer by layer, the armor turned to ashes, but more black fluid gushed out of King Baishan's body, constantly condensing into new armor. Lei Ming. King Baishan stared at Lei Ming and growled, "I've heard of your name. You are the most overbearing fiend god in the outer heavenly realms, the vanguard of the Thunder Fiend clan. Ha ha ha. Over the years, in order to seize the blood offerings on Panga continent, you have contacted many powerful clans of Great Yu, but they couldn't satisfy your appetite. What did that kid Tan Lang use to move you?" Lei Ming, who was chasing after King Baishan, was caught off guard and was firmly attached to the human skins. He of Meng of Shan of said, of Meng of Chi of Shan of Bai. The little fellow just wants me to hold you back. Hee, you don't have to work so hard, do you? After the 9 altars were set up, the generals and oracles who helped the 2 supreme oracles took off their clothes. They stood in front of the altar in a group of 3. They took out sacrificial knives forged from black volcanic rocks and methodically sliced their foreheads. As if they could not feel any pain, they completely peeled off their skin. Then, like a butcher dismembering an ox, they cut open their stomachs, took out their internal organs, and placed them neatly on the altars. King Baishan and the many oracles behind him felt their scalps go numb, and they felt their hair stand on end. Wuxia had sacrificed all the living beings on an entire planet. No wonder he could summon a fierce god like Lei Ming in his true form. King Baishan had traded the lives of more than 20,000 loyal subordinates who were in the realm of the second Panga heaven to summon the Ghost Lair. On top of that, the Ghost Lair had enjoyed generations of offerings from King Baishan's bloodline and had a deep friendship with King Baishan. That was why he had reluctantly come in person. But what about Wuxia? He had just called out softly, and Lei Ming had come to this world. A monstrous, evil aura towered into the sky. Although Lei Ming had sealed off all the natural energy in this world, this evil curse did not require the use of natural energy. His body flickered rapidly as he struggled to resist the rejection of the laws of heavenly Tao in this world. But that did not stop him from wielding 2 huge electric currents in his hands and lashing at King Baishan and his men hundreds of miles away, like two long whips. To Lei Meng, the electric currents were like his own limbs, and he could control them at will. The two whips, condensed from electric currents, had been compressed into a tangible form, ripping through the air and producing a dull rumble that tore the eardrums of the generals and Pekyong oracles around King Baishan, who were all peak-level 9 stars, second panga heaven. Blood dripped down their earlobes. Lei Meng hovered in the middle of the void, tens of thousands of miles around him. This was his territory, a world of thunder and lightning he had built with his own enormous thunder power. Apart from the power of thunder, there was no other natural energy here, and this environment was the true face of the birthplace of the Thunder Clan. Two supreme oracles cut their left wrists, and green fluid flowed out of their veins. Then, they began to recite an incantation in a low voice. Suddenly, the 27 intact human skins let out a shrill howl as they stood up, transformed into green evil spirits, and swooped at Lei Meng. Lei Meng was so angry that he cried out, "How dare you run away?" While King Baishan and Lei Meng were fighting Lei Meng, the two supreme oracles, who had been trapped in this part of the world with him, had deftly set up 9 altars made of bones with the help of a dozen generals and oracles. These altars were built with human spines and leg bones as their bases, and human skulls as their main bodies. 3 lamps made of baby skulls floated on top of each altar, filled with phosphorescence extracted from years of decaying corpses. Evil green light shone out of the lamp's 7 orifices, illuminating everything within 100 miles with a pale green hue. King Baishan wanted to criticize Wuxia's behavior with the harshest words, but his accusation was weak. He had done a lot of blood sacrifices, and when it came to violating the human emperor's ban, many of the things he had done were even more shameful than Wuxia's. Unable to accuse Wuxia of taking the moral high ground, King Baishan became more and more exasperated. He tried his best to hack at Lei Meng. King Baishan rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Lei Meng suddenly let out a long roar and thrust his halberd at his heart. "But for the sake of the flesh and souls of those 3 primordial immortals, I'll have to do my best," he cried out. But King Baishan was like a loach smeared with oil. No matter how Lei Meng tried to stab him, he just kept his head down and fled. Several times, Lei Meng almost turned him into a meat skewer, but each time, he missed by a hair's breadth. King Baishan threw his head back and gave a long roar, a dazzling bolt of lightning shooting out his mouth. Lei Meng's force of thunder had already smashed into his body and was running amok in his internal organs. But King Baishan was one of the dozen or so most powerful kings of Diyu, and his cultivation base was extremely frightening. His internal organs had long been tempered to be as smooth and tough as purple crystals, so when the force of thunder ran amok in them, it only gave him a slight shock before he spat them out of his mouth. With a flicker of his body, Lei Meng appeared in front of King Baishan and thrust his halberd at his face again. King Baishan still did not fight Lei Meng. He just sneered and continued to flee with his movement technique. This was a world formed by Lei Meng's thunder magic. In this small world, Lei Meng possessed the power of a sovereign. He could appear anywhere at his will and attack the enemy by any means. With King Baishan's cultivation base, if he wanted to flee, not even 3 to 5 Lei Meng could stop him. After all, when one reached the realm of primordial, it was difficult to seriously injure a primordial expert, even if one had an overwhelming advantage in overall strength, unless they had more than 10 times the number of their opponents. King Baishan turned and fled without a care for his face. The halberd barely grazed his body, ripping half of his armor to pieces and exploding into countless sparks amidst the plasma. But the halberd had only torn a small hole in his back, turning his skin and flesh into charcoal. The sky was filled with bolts of lightning, and there was nothing but thunder. The air was filled with electric charges that made one's skin prickle, while the rest of the natural energy had completely disappeared. Large numbers of electric arcs had formed a tens of thousands of meters wide electric curtain in the air, twisting and drifting in the air like ghosts. Countless electric curtains like this filled everyone's sight. This was a hell of thunder that could bring despair to anyone. The halberd came piercing through the air like a bolt of lightning. When it was still hundreds of feet away from King Baishan's chest, a terrible force of thunder was unleashed. A great plume of plasma shot out and burned a huge hole in the armor on his chest. King Baishan cursed angrily, then turned and left, giving up the idea of fighting Lei Meng to the death. All the living beings on an alien planet. King Baishan's eyes turned red. He lunged at Lei Meng and swung his 2 axes at his head. How dare this bastard defy the human emperor's decree? Clearly, the axes in King Baishan's hand were not as powerful as the halberd. Lei Meng thrust the halberd forward casually and collided with the axes, shattering them in an instant. King Baishan grunted as tiny bolts of lightning exploded on his finger. The skin on one of his fingers was scorched, and drops of blood oozed out from under the skin and kept dripping down. When the 2 axes were still hundreds of feet away from Lei Meng's head, they suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a strange-shaped trident appeared in Lei Meng's hand, a twisted trident made of black thunderbolts that had condensed into a crystal-like material. Vaguely, one could see the spine of an unknown creature, hundreds of joints long, embedded in the handle. Each spine was densely covered with countless runes that shone with a dazzling light. Lei Meng's world had rejected all other natural energy, and only the power of thunder existed. But for an expert like King Baishan, who practiced the human body tempering technique of Hongmeng Penga Heaven, his need for natural energy was almost nil. With his formidable physical strength, he could fight any strong enemy, including the 2 bolts of lightning above him. Chapter 8:18. Just as the last wisp of his consciousness was about to be obliterated, he let out a deafening howl. He cracked the top of his head, and a black ghost core wrapped in a large amount of green mucus shot up into the sky. It was his natal core, and he was going to fight Wuxia to the death. A ferocious and ugly ghost face flashed in the ghost core, and it suddenly expanded to about a mile in circumference. The natal ghost energy he had collected for countless years was about to explode. Wuxia gave a cold snort and waved both hands. 6 blood-red sword beams shot whistling out of his palms, and the blood centipede swords hacked at his neck, chopping off his huge head with 3 sharp horns. He grabbed Guiyu's body and swallowed it in one gulp. While laughing strangely, 18 blood-colored fiends rushed into Guiyu's head and devoured his soul in just a few bites. His soul brand let out a shrill howl as he roared at the top of his lungs. "If you dare to kill me, the Ghost Fiend clan," Wuxia grabbed Guiyu's soul seal and threw it to Catfish. "Eat him or do something to him," he said with a smile. "Just kill him." Wuxia casually pointed a finger at the ghost core and cried out in a low voice, "This life is over. I'll send you to transmigration and let you be a new man in your next life." In the world conjured by the natural phenomena medallion, Wuxia sat cross-legged in the shape of a Buddha, his huge palms locked into a lotus incantation that firmly suppressed Ghost Fiend. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break out. The great light, indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture cultivated by the Lord Buddha of the Buddhist League was very powerful. As soon as Wuxia exercised the transmigration technique, a miniature 6 paths of reincarnation was formed in the lotus incantation. Every time the 6 beams of black and white light spun, a layer of the pure young ghost energy around Ghost Fiend would be stripped away, and then swallowed by Wuxia with the myriad harmonization grand magic. The ghost layer roared and struggled several times, waving its scythe to cut Wuxia's palm. But Princess Zhang Lu was standing on one of Wuxia's fingers, watching the ghost layer. Every time the ghost layer launched an attack with all his might, the god of Scourge's golden body above Princess Zhang Li's head would immediately emit a great divine power that shone on the ghost layer. The ghost layer was instantly struck with bad luck and almost had his head chopped off several times. High up in the sky, the terrifying pressure of the thunder tribulation gradually converged here. Catfish flood dragons, primordial thunder tribulation had arrived. A vast expanse of purple clouds came rolling in from all directions. The yellow and black gas turned into a heavy downpour and fell whistling down, while the virtues of the heavenly Tao turned into torrents of bright light visible to the naked eyes and kept falling. 20% of them fused into the bodies of Wuxia and the 18 blood-draining celestial fiends. 10% went to Princess Zhonglu, and the remaining 70% went to Catfish. Suppressed in Wuqi's palm, the ghost lair cried out in despair and shock. How is this possible? You are a human, but you can practice the Zen magic of the Buddhist League, and you can even devour my natal ghost energy. What kind of monster are you? A fragrant aroma filled the air. Catfish's huge body was riddled with countless large, bloody wounds, from which black blood sprayed out like spring water. Chunks of fish and flesh fell off from her body. When they fell to the ground, they turned into filthy blood with a foul smell, while a very faint fragrance of dragon saliva slowly spread out from the depths of her body. Wuqi sat cross-legged in midair, with golden lotuses spraying out of his mouth from time to time. The mantras of the Buddhist League he was reciting had turned into huge golden runes that wheeled in the air, emitting a vast amount of bright light that formed into golden torrents that danced back and forth in the air. Every time the 6 black and white beams of light spun in Wuqi's palm, the ghost lair would be reincarnated in the miniature 6 paths of reincarnation. Emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, joy, wealth, and humbleness, all kinds of chaotic scenes of the mortal world kept bombarding into his divine soul, turning his mind gray and no longer as smooth and clear as before. Wuqi's eyes burst with golden lotus flames, which transformed into dozens of golden chains that locked the ghost core tightly. The ghost core, which was about to explode, suddenly froze. Then, Wuqi clasped his palms together and slapped them hard on the ghost core. 18 blood-colored fiend shadows rushed into the ghost lair's body and began to devour the most deadly ghost energy in him. Lei Meng was trying his best to hunt down King Baishan, but he was caught by the vicious restrictive spells cast by the 2 supreme oracles around King Baishan. But the battle between Wuqi and the ghost lair had reached a critical juncture, and the ghost lair was desperate. Gradually, Wuqi's palm incantation changed from the lotus seal to the reincarnation seal. Once the seal was completed, the 6 paths of reincarnation in Wuqi's palm would truly take shape. At that time, despite the ghost lair's supreme magic power, he would be thrown into the transmigration and lose all his mind. Even though he had supreme magic power, with his mind destroyed, he could do nothing but let Wuqi do whatever he wanted, unable to fight back. Wuqi burped, stroked his belly, and said with a wry smile, "I'm stuffed. I'm so full. This guy's cultivation base is at the peak of the 8th tier primordial immortal realm. What a pity. Why is he a ghost? Why did he run into us?" When they saw Wuqi and Princess Zhonglu step out of the void, Ao Buzin and the others hurried over to them. Wuqi looked up at the thundercloud hovering over them, about 1,000 feet in circumference, then nodded and said with a smile, "Lei Meng is really awesome. I've given him so many benefits and promised him so much. Catfish, catfish." Smiling complacently, Princess Zhonglu came up to Wuqi's huge face and gave him a gentle kiss. Wuqi possessed the supreme divine ability of the Buddhist League, and Princess Zhonglu was proficient in all the ancient techniques of controlling ghosts. When the couple worked together, the ghost lair, who was a ghost, would naturally suffer a tragic fate. If it were Lei Meng, Wuqi's divine ability of the Buddhist League would not be a deterrent to him. With his cultivation base, it was impossible for Wuqi to defeat him. Before Ghost Lair could finish his threatening words, Catfish grabbed his soul mark and threw it into her mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Suddenly, a great mass of black flame, as thick as ink, surged out from under her feet and spread rapidly in all directions. Seeing that Catfish was about to raise a flood, Lord Xianxia hurriedly reached out a hand and held the water wave within 100 miles of her. Ghost Lair's cultivation base was at least 100 times stronger than Wuxi's, but the divine ability of the Buddhist League happened to restrain him, weakening his cultivation base by 100 times. On top of that, Wuxi had the help of 18 blood-draining celestial fiends. The extremely filthy dark nether blood sea was attached to Ghost Lair's body, which was the filthiest thing in the world that even Ghost Lair could not withstand. His ghost body was contaminated by the blood sea, and he could only use less than half of his cultivation base. Princess Zhonglu smiled softly as she flew up into the sky. The three avatars of the ancient gods behind her expanded to a height of 100,000 feet, sprinkling down a dazzling rain of divine power. Her hands rapidly formed hand seals, and all sorts of divine characters and the primordial divine characters, such as imprison, suppress, purify, expiate, and other similar divine characters, fell like raindrops, continuously branding themselves on the pitch-black ghost core. The ferocious ghost face inside the ghost core twisted and struggled wildly. But in the face of the divine runes Princess Zhang Lu had unleashed with all her might, its expression gradually became gentle and docile, and the ferocious face gradually transformed into the face of a rather handsome man. In comparison, the virtues obtained by 10 sovereigns were not as much as what Catfish had obtained today. What made Ghost Lair even more desperate was that Wu Qi's 18 blood-draining celestial fiends had stepped into the realm of primordial, and what they lacked was just a little bit of magic power and cultivation base. But now, Gu was possessed by the blood-draining celestial fiend. His cultivation base was sucked away like a tide, while the blood-draining celestial fiend's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and was now almost on the same level as Wu Qi. Wu Qi even felt that he had only taken a few breaths, and Ghost Lair had been suppressed by him for more than 40 years. At the same time, a vast pressure gradually poured out of the golden light. With the power of virtue, Catfish had successfully stepped through the threshold. This was equivalent to 19 primordial immortals joining hands to beat him. On top of that, it was the joint attack of the Righteous Buddhist League and the Blood Sea Fiend League, which suppressed Ghost Lair so much that he wanted to die in Wu Qi's palm. Suddenly, Catfish Flood Dragon's body expanded to about 1,000 feet tall, and a pitch-black, sticky, and stinking fire of karma sprayed out from all over her body. The yellow and black energies of the heavenly virtue kept fusing into her body, and the fire of karma gradually dimmed. About a quarter of an hour later, the fire of karma on her body had vanished completely, and instead, a ring of golden light of virtue slowly emerged behind her head. Ghost Lair was a celestial fiend who had invaded this world, and was the target of the heavenly Tao's attention. He had been worshipped by King Baishan's clan for generations, and had sacrificed countless blood sacrifices to him every year. He had devoured the flesh, blood, and souls of countless mortals, so his sin of killing was 1,000,000 times heavier than Catfish's. It was true that Wu Qi had gained a great amount of virtue by draining Ghost Lair's cultivation base, but when Catfish devoured Ghost Lair's soul and completely destroyed him, the virtue was even more boundless. Ghost Lair threw his head back and howled in despair. He unleashed a monstrous ghost aura, trying to attack Wu Qi with all the vicious restrictive magic of the Ghost Clan. But as the golden light of the Buddha illuminated the sky, and Wu Qi's 18 white natal relics hovered over his head, all the restrictive magic that appeared were immediately turned into black smoke and dissipated by the light of the Buddha and the relic. The divine abilities of the Buddhist League were the nemesis of all evil, fiend, and demon cultivation techniques. It was an innate restraint, and Ghost Lair could not think of any other way. Ao, Buzin, and the others were still waiting in the palace. Wu Qi counted with his fingers and found that 8 days had passed in the outside world, and Lei Meng would be expelled from this world in 2 days. In order to refine Ghost Lair, he had stayed in the Natural Phenomena Medallion for 1,006 days. More than 40 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but to him and Princess Zhonglu, it was only a brief moment. As the power of virtue kept falling, Catfish's body was gradually enveloped by a strong golden light, and then a small figure gradually took shape in the golden light. In just a few breaths of time, Ghostlayer's head was sucked dry, leaving only a soul brand floating feebly in the empty skull. Wuxia grabbed the soul brand with one hand, then transformed back into his human form, put his arm around Princess Zhang Li's waist, and strode out of the world created by the natural phenomena medallion. Two blood-draining celestial fiends carried Ghostlayer's huge head, which was about 1,000 feet in diameter, and followed closely behind Wuxia. A stream of Buddhist Zen power smashed into the ghost core, and the face suddenly burst into a great sheet of golden light, then disappeared without a trace. Wuxia gave a long laugh and swallowed the core, which contained 90% of Ghostlayer's power. The myriad harmonization grand magic was running at full speed, while a vast amount of chaotic energy rushed out and gradually melted the ghost core, which contained a great amount of power. Catfish Flood Dragon, with her big catfish head, strode up to Wuxia, tilted her head and spat out a mouthful of saliva as she asked, "Why did you call me?" Chapter 819. The primordial thunder tribulation was the scariest of all the thunder tribulations in the universe. There was once an unlucky fellow who had worked hard to break through from the peak level of Gold Immortal to the primordial realm, but because he did not have a good treasure to deal with the thunder tribulation, he was struck by it. Not only did he die, but his planet and all his disciples were also smashed to pieces. Ever since she was young, Catfish Flood Dragon loved to eat flesh and blood, and countless mountain spirits and water demons in Meng Mountains had been killed by her. Occasionally, she would open her mouth wide and swallow some cultivators who passed by, never fooling around. Therefore, the evil karma around her was extremely heavy, and even the legendary fire of karma was attached to her. If Wuxia had not drawn in the virtues of the heavenly Tao to cleanse her foundation and eliminate her evil karma, it would have been impossible for her to step into the realm of primordial in this lifetime. Even with the virtues of the heavenly Tao cleansing her foundation and a golden halo of virtue emerging behind her head, she had turned from fiend who had committed countless sins into a virtuous cultivator. Her evil karma in the past was too much, so the power of the primordial thunder tribulation was not reduced at all. Clearly, it was the most terrible primordial thunder tribulation, the yin and yang cycle clear thunder. There was only one strike of this primordial thunder tribulation, but its power was equivalent to the full force strike of a 6th-tier primordial expert. If she could survive it, she would step into the realm of primordial, and if she could not, her soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, Wuxia was here. When he was still in the realm of Jindan, he could steal the power of the thunder tribulation to temper his fleshly body and soul. Now that he had stepped into the realm of primordial, and with the myriad harmonization grand magic, a heaven-defying divine ability, as soon as the primordial thunder tribulation gathered in the sky, a turbid aura sprayed out from the top of Wuxia's head. The 9 souls of Taotais formed the 9 palaces formation, opening their mouths and sucking at the purple-red tribulation clouds that kept gathering in the sky. Strands of tribulation energy, each as thick as a water tank, were swallowed by the souls of Taotais and then channeled directly into Wuxia's body. This thunder tribulation was the purest and most powerful force in the world, and contained an infinite life force amidst its extreme destructive power. This was the principle of the yin and yang cycle. If he could get a small amount of it to temper his body, it would be an opportunity that even top primordial immortals dreamed of. It was a pity that such a thunder tribulation would only appear when the evilest gold immortals were breaking through the realm of primordial immortals. Even a first-tier primordial immortal like Amitabha would not dare to absorb the power of yin and yang lightning to temper his body when others were transcending their tribulations. However, Wuxia was different. Before the thunder tribulation had even formed, he had already begun to steal the power of the Thunder Tribulation. No matter how fast the power of the Thunder Tribulation gathered, it could not compare to the efficiency of Wuxia stealing the power of the Thunder Tribulation. Boundless purplish-red tribulation clouds emerged from the void, but they were unable to take shape. At most, they could only maintain a small area with a radius of 1,000 feet. Wuxia absorbed the power of the Thunder Tribulation to his heart's content. His chaotic energy carried the power of the Thunder Tribulation and circulated it rapidly through his meridians. Wuxia's internal organs, muscles, and bones were rapidly disintegrating under the extreme destructive power of the Thunder Tribulation. But in the blink of an eye, they were restored to their original state amidst the endless life force that sprouted after the destruction. The components of his body were changing rapidly between life and death. Like a blacksmith forging iron, Wuxia's body was tempered thousands of times in a flash, making his fleshly body much stronger than before. For a day and a night, Catfish's body was rapidly transforming, and the primordial Thunder Tribulation in the sky could not take shape. 24 hours later, the purple tribulation clouds finally exhausted their last bit of power and were all absorbed into Wuxia's body. Wuxia threw his head back and gave a loud laugh, then thrust a palm backward and sent a thread of the Thunder Tribulation's power into Catfish's body. "All right, Catfish, if you don't transform now, King Baishan will have nothing to eat." A strange, hoarse, high-pitched, and ravenous roar rang out from the purplish-golden light that enveloped Catfish's body. Ao, Buzin, and the others were the first to be knocked flying away by the roar. The purplish-golden light faded away, and with the help of the last thread of Thunder Tribulation's power, Catfish, who had successfully transformed from a catfish into a true dragon, strode out of the light. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu were sizing up Catfish Flood Dragon. Curiously, Princess Zhonglu even stroked Catfish Flood Dragon's head. Standing about 4 feet tall, she looked like a teenage girl of 11 or 12 years old. Her chubby face was a little dark, which was obviously caused by the natural dark skin of Catfish. However, her facial features were very beautiful. Her slender body was clad in a short armor made from the dragon skin that had fallen off during her transformation. Her arms and legs were exposed, making her look like a stunted little doll. Her slender arms and legs looked as if they would break into pieces at any moment if a gust of wind blew past. Although she was so tiny, she was dragging a huge hammer crafted by Wuxia for her with both hands. The handle of the hammer was 36 feet long, as thick as a human head, and the hammerhead was a square iron ingot, 60 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 30 feet thick. There was no decoration on the black hammerhead, just a piece of dark nether silver iron essence that Wuxia took out from a neutron star in outer space. Just like Yuanqing's big stick, the hammer was engraved with countless runes to reduce the weight of the hammer to about 108,000 kilograms. However, once it hit an enemy, the runes that reduced the weight of the hammer would collapse, and the runes that increased the weight of the hammer would condense and take shape. The hammer would then be as heavy as a star in the void. With such a heavy hammer and Catfish's immense strength, the damage it could inflict was really frightening. In any case, even with Wuxia's current cultivation base and strong fleshly body, he did not want to take the hammer head on. That showed how powerful the hammer was. Off to the side, Ao Buzin laughed strangely and said, "Such a tiny girl? She's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Ha ha ha. Catfish rolled her eyes when she heard Ao Buzin say that, and was about to give Ao Buzin a blow with the hammer. Hastily, Wuxia grabbed her by the neck and threw her into the thundercloud that Lei Meng had transformed into. "Cut the crap. Ao Buzin, you guard the outside and break the 10 Ultimates formation for me. Zixian, let's go in. It's time to see off that old fool King Baishan." Catfish cried out as she was thrown into the thundercloud by Wuxia. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu also strode into it. Amidst the boundless thunder and lightning, Lei Meng was beaten into a sorry state by King Baishan and 2 supreme oracles. No one knew where King Baishan had produced a pair of short, 8-edged purple golden hammers. With every swing of the hammers, boundless cold air would rush out of them as he chased after Lei Ming and smashed him. Standing in front of 9 altars made of white bones, the 2 supreme oracles were waving their hands and chanting spells. 27 fiend shadows transformed from human skins were lying on Lei Ming's body, roaring and howling. These fiend shadows did not have a normal state. They rolled and crawled on Lei Ming's body like liquid, tearing and tearing at him from time to time. Each time they did so, they would produce a great deal of lightning. Clearly, Lei Ming was dragged down by these fiend shadows. His speed was getting slower and slower, and his energy was getting weaker and weaker. Occasionally, when he tried to stab King Baishan with a trident condensed from thunderbolts, he would miss the target because of these fiend shadows. He wanted to summon the power of thunder around him and turn it into an electric whip to kill King Baishan. But, under the interference of the 2 supreme oracle spells, he seemed to have a problem controlling his own power. Plasma kept spurting out of his body, and his power was being sucked away by the fiend shadows. The blood soul fiend curse. Princess Xianxia could not help but exclaim when she saw the fiend shadows attached to Lei Ming's body. They're really cruel to use 27 experts like that to refine a curse. They must have planned to use it against us. Wuxia acted quickly. With a casual point of his finger, 6 beams of blood-red light shot out. The blood centipede sword let out a shrill whistle as it flew toward the 2 supreme oracles who were waving their hands and controlling the curse. Princess Xianxia also clapped her hands. The silver lotus, which had completely transformed into a 5-colored lotus flower, spun out, turned into a plume of mist, and flew over Lei Ming's head, unleashing beams of colorful light to protect him. As soon as the colorful light touched the shadows, they let out shrill and unpleasant shrieks and tried desperately to get into Lei Ming's body. The 2 supreme oracles let out shrill shrieks as black smoke rose from their bodies. Dozens of grimacing fiend shadows wielding all kinds of strange weapons rushed toward the blood centipede sword. These fiend shadows existed between existence and non-existence. They looked solid, but at the same time, they looked like illusions composed of light and shadow. The blood centipede sword swept across their bodies, but failed to hurt them. Wuxia was taken aback. These fiend shadows did not seem to be easy to deal with. While Wuxia and Princess Xianxia were fighting the 2 supreme oracles, Catfish was already charging excitedly at King Baishan with a big hammer on her shoulder. Brother Wuxia told me that I can eat you after I smash you to death. Don't run. Eat my hammer 1,000 times. It was not a lie, but 1,000 hammers smashed down on King Baishan like a storm. King Baishan, who was chasing after Lei Ming, was caught off guard. He could only swing his short, 8-edged hammers to block the fiend shadows that came crashing down on him. He hurriedly raised his head to see what was ambushing him. When he saw Catfish's frighteningly huge hammer, King Baishan could not help but cry out involuntarily, "What the hell is this?" A loud rumble rang out as the 2 short, 8-edged hammers were twisted into scrap iron, sending out a shower of sparks. In that instant, Catfish's hammer burst forth with a terrible gravitational force equal to that of a giant star. King Baishan's hammer was a rare divine weapon, but it was still dwarfed by the domineering weapon crafted by Wuxia. Catfish Flood Dragon roared with laughter as she wielded the hammer and smashed it again and again. King Baishan had no time to dodge. Plumes of purple mist burst out of his body as he resisted Catfish's hammers with his fleshly body. During the first 300 strikes, sparks burst out of King Baishan's head, but he did not budge an inch. After another 300 strikes, flames burst out of King Baishan's 7 orifices as he continued to punch Catfish's hammers with his fists. After another 300 strikes, King Baishan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then another mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. When the last 100 strikes came whistling down, King Baishan could no longer withstand the terrible force, and his head exploded. Catfish burst out laughing. She grabbed King Baishan's headless body, opened her little mouth, and swallowed him in one gulp. A few crunching sounds rang out, and King Baishan, one of the kings of the Yu's imperial council, was swallowed by catfish. Chapter 820. The mighty King Baishan was beaten to death by catfish. Lei Meng, who had been chased by King Baishan for a long time, suddenly burst into a ferocious laugh. This fellow has been chasing me for a long time. He has finally forgotten that this is my territory. Just now, Catfish had killed King Baishan with 1,000 hammers, not only because her hammers were too heavy and fast, but also because of Lei Meng's interference. Princess Zhang Lu had helped him control the curse of the Fiend Shadow with a spell, and Lei Meng immediately recovered some of his strength. Immediately, he mustered the lightning in the surroundings and turned it into an invisible cage that locked King Baishan's body. Only then did King Baishan stand still and withstand the 1,000 hammers. Although King Baishan's fleshly body had been tempered to such a degree, he still could not withstand Catfish's continuous attacks. His head was smashed to pieces, and even his fleshly body was swallowed by Catfish. It was a miserable death. She patted her belly contentedly, then glared at the two supreme oracles, who were waving their hands and fighting with Wuxia, and said angrily, "You are not good guys either." She gave a strange howl as she teleported 100 miles away with her hammers and smashed them down at one of the supreme oracles. The oracle gave a cold snort. An altar made of white bones suddenly flew up from beside him, and a great sheet of green light burst out of the lamp made of baby skulls, shining right on Catfish's body. Her skin, which was hit by the green light, bubbled and festered, while an invisible poison rushed madly into her body. Fortunately, her fleshly body was extremely strong, and her magic power and divine abilities were not to be underestimated. As soon as the poison entered her body, a great black wave immediately sprayed out of her festered skin. Accompanied by a deafening rumble, the waves turned into countless water arrows and shot toward the oracle. The poison in his body also poured out along with the waves. The water arrows carried with them a fishy smell. The poison swept through the void, and even the void was corroded by the poison, becoming extremely fragile. Dozens of small holes appeared in the void when the waves hit it. The two oracles screamed and stood back to back. The 9 altars hovered and rotated rapidly around them, and the green light emitted from the lamps made from baby skulls compressed into a green light screen that covered the area of 1,000 meters around them. One of the oracles snapped. The king of EC Prefecture and King Baishan are dead. Why should we risk our lives? Isn't it good that we've settled our grievances? If you need any help from the Directorate of Celestials in the future, we will do our best to help you. Wuxia snorted coldly. He glanced at the evil spirits that he could not kill with the blood centipede sword and said indifferently, "Oh, you don't want to fight anymore?" Wave after wave, the monstrous waves unleashed by Catfish Flood Dragon smashed onto the green light barrier. The biting cold water produced large whirlpools that swirled around the green light barrier with all their might. The light barrier shook violently, and both oracles had an unsightly expression on their faces. The priest who had just spoken hastily replied, "Indeed, although our clans have served King Baishan's bloodline for generations, there's no need for us to die for him." With a gloomy face, Lei Meng moved over and growled through clenched teeth, "You don't want to fight anymore? Do you think it's that easy? Your flesh, blood, and souls are all mine. Even if the bones of you oracles can't withstand the oil, even if your souls are not much different from those of ordinary people, I'm going to chew you up bit by bit." The fiend shadows made of human skins were still wreaking havoc on Lei Meng's body. Although Princess Zhang Lu was doing her best to remove the curse, she could only slowly extract and disperse the monstrous evil power contained in these shadows. Lei Meng's body flickered violently, and from time to time, a great plume of plasma would shoot out of his damaged body. These fiend shadows had made him suffer greatly in the past 2 days. Even with his true form of a fiend god, he could not bear the terrible power that could devour his soul and destroy his bones, and even some of his essence energy was devoured by them. How could he not be angry? Wuxia spread his hands helplessly and sneered at the two supreme oracles with a malicious smile. Look, there's no other way. Lei Ming doesn't want to spare you, so the two supreme oracles sneered in unison and snapped. Are you sure you can kill us? Two pitch-black supreme towers flew out of their foreheads, swaying in the wind and turning into pagodas several miles tall, hovering over everyone's heads. The two supreme oracles shrieked in unison. Dozens of beams of pale green, evil light shot out from the bottom of the pagodas and shone on the 9 bone altars around them. A ghastly evil aura swept out, and countless evil ghosts darted out of their bodies, lunging at Wuxia and his companions with bared fangs and brandished claws. These evil ghosts were the same strange things that Wuxia could not kill with a blood centipede sword. They were no longer evil ghosts, but evil spirits of the Yellow Spring raised by these supreme oracles with their own blood essence and souls. Wuxia's blood centipede sword was extremely sharp, and it contained a wisp of innate killing intent that could kill all tangible and tangible things in the world. But the evil spirits of the Yellow Spring were dead creatures, and their life force was hidden in the Yellow Spring. Unless the Yellow Spring dried up, they could not be killed. Wuxia's cultivation base was strong now, but how could he possibly dry up the Yellow Spring? If he used the divine abilities of the Buddhist League, he could easily release these evil spirits from purgatory. This was the saying that everything has its nemesis. But in front of Lei Ming, Wuxia did not want to expose all his trump cards. He still needed to keep the golden body of the Buddhist League. So how could he let everyone in the world know about it? Seeing that countless evil spirits were coming at him, Wuxia immediately cried out, "Disperse your world, Lei Ming. I have a way to restrain them." Upon hearing that, Lei Ming opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking countless bolts of lightning from 10,000 miles around into his mouth. In just a blink of an eye, this part of the world collapsed with a rumble. Wuxia immediately raised his right hand and waved it, then cried out in a low voice, "Fiend slaying sword formation, rise." The true forms of 360 Kunwu swords flashed and disappeared in the sky, and then endless starlight poured down, as if the sky was pressing down from a high place. Countless big stars were suspended less than 1,000 feet above the heads of the crowd. Then, the shadows of the swords flashed in the depths of the ground under everyone's feet. Even through the rock stratum that was hundreds of miles thick, the traces of the swords could still be seen. All of a sudden, a great plume of natural energy burst out of the ground, which converged into a mighty sword energy that swept across all directions, forming an insurmountable forest of blades and swords around the crowd. Then, the swords flashed rapidly around the crowd, driven by the energy of the 5 elements. The energy turned into an invisible vortex that wrapped around the two supreme oracles, whose faces had turned pale with fear. Only a handful of people in the world knew that Wuxia had obtained the Kunwu swords and the legacy of the Yellow Emperor sword formation, but the reputation of the Fiend slaying sword formation was known to all the human race. Seeing that Wuxia had used the Fiend slaying sword formation to kill them, the two supreme oracles shuddered with fear and fell to their knees almost instinctively. We didn't know that the king of EC Prefecture is the successor of the sacred emperor. Please show us mercy. We'll serve you faithfully in the future and dare not disobey you. Wuxia pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. You're only loyal to me because of two supreme oracles. If I kill you in exchange for virtues, I'll have a few more people around me who are as strong as you. They're much more reliable than you." The two supreme oracles were surrounded by entangled karma, and the fire of retribution towered into the sky. Their karma was thousands of times heavier than catfishes. God knew how many human flesh and blood sacrifices they had done over the years, and that was why they had such karma. Killing them in exchange for the virtues of the Great Path could at least allow a few people around Wuxia to step into the realm of primordial. Compared with the two of them, Wuxia was naturally more willing to trust his own people. The sword formation closed inwards. Two shrill curses rang out, and the starlight in the sky flickered. Wuxia unleashed his dark celestial tower, which covered an area of 100 miles in circumference and rapidly accelerated the flow of time here. A day later, Lei Ming's time in this world had reached its limit, and he was helplessly expelled by the laws of the Great Path. Wuxia took over the control of the sword formation. Pangu, sacred energy, burst out of his body, and the 360 Kunwu swords shone brightly, truly unleashing the terrible power of the fiend's slaying sword formation. Compared to when they were in the hands of Patriarch Xianxia and the others, the power of the swords had increased by more than 10,000 times. As gold immortals, Patriarch Xianxia and the others could not control the swords at all. They could only form the sword formation with a wisp of Pangu's sacred energy that Wuxia had injected into the swords. But in order to control the sword formation, Wuxia had to do it himself. After all, the swords were the supreme treasures of the human race crafted by the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. If an immortal recklessly injected his immortal energy into the swords, he would be the first to bear the brunt and be killed by the swords. Inside the formation, it took Wuxia 3 years to break through the defense of the two supreme towers and forcibly suppress the two supreme oracles. Their cultivation bases were far weaker than Wuxia's, and the supreme towers they controlled were no match for the Kunwu swords. If Wuxia wanted to kill them, he could have killed them with just one volley of swords. But if Wuxia wanted to suppress them, he could only slowly consume their magic power. The two exhausted supreme oracles were dragged out. At Wuxia's order, Ao Buzin, Lord Xianxia, Supremacy 3 Flame, Patriarch Xiangyun, Patriarch Xianxia, and Lu Chengfeng struck together and quickly turned the two supreme oracles into meat paste. The two supreme oracles had served King Baishan and done all kinds of evil. Now that they were killed, the heavenly Tao immediately sensed it, and an enormous amount of heavenly virtue came pouring down. With the help of the heavenly virtue, Ao, Buzin, and the other 5 immediately stepped into the realm of primordial. Wuxia could tell that among the 6 of them, Lu Chengfeng had the hardest time entering this realm, and Ao Buzin had the easiest time. Almost as soon as the heavenly virtue entered his body, Ao Buzin transformed. He got rid of the huge black dragon head and stepped into the realm of primordial, then transformed the dragon head into a handsome middle-aged man with a dignified face. As the tribulation clouds slowly approached, Wuxia immediately devoured them with a myriad harmonization grand magic. Ao Buzin looked up at the tribulation clouds, then condensed a water mirror to look at his current appearance. He looked left and right, reveling in his own image for a long time. At last, he breathed a deep sigh and said, "All the beauties under the heaven, no matter which race you are from, just you wait. Your big brother little fatty is back. Ha! The spear under Lao Tzu's crotch is going to be bathed in blood again." Patriarch Xiangyun and the others were not as tasteless as Ao Buzin. They could feel the transformation in themselves. Chi bowed deeply to Wuxia. Wuxia, who was busy devouring the power of the tribulation cloud, nodded and smiled at them. There was a tacit understanding between them. Only Ao Buzin was shouting and moving his lower body forward. No one knew why he was so excited. Chapter 821. Less than an hour later, King Baishan told Wuxia in detail how he had colluded with the crown prince of the celestial court and Liu Bang. He even told Wuxia what Liu Bang had asked him to do, including the location of the armed forces he had prepared for this matter, and who in Liangzhu would obey his orders. Wuxia carefully interrogated King Baishan, and in just an hour, he had found out the locations of more than 300 secret strongholds. On the surface, these strongholds had nothing to do with King Baishan. Many of them were just the most common civilian manors in Yuxiong Plain, and even the people living in those manors themselves had no idea how many priceless treasures were buried under their feet. King Baishan's entire clan was executed. Gao rushed excitedly to the stone couch where Wuxia was lying, grabbed Wuxia's hand, and cried out, "Are you all right, King of East Sea Prefecture?" Wuxi's neck was broken, and his head was bent at a very strange angle as he squinted at Gao. The bizarre scene startled Gao, and even Princess Zhonglu, who was waiting to watch the show, cried out in alarm. She hurried to Wu Qi's side with a gust of wind and carefully put his broken neck back together. A large sheet of green light burst out of Princess Zhongli's palm, and a rich life force kept rushing into Wu Qi's neck. Gradually, Wu Qi's eyes regained a glimmer of light. "Your Highness," he gasped, "all my bodyguards and servants are dead, and I only have a few people left. Your Highness, you have to uphold justice for me. You have to go to His Majesty and ask him why King Baishan could openly besiege me with tens of thousands of soldiers." After pondering for a moment, Wu Qi nodded with a smile and said, "One last question. If you answer it, I'll let you die a quick death." What is Liu Bang's plan when he comes to you? Tell me your plan, and I'll give you a quick death." After thinking for a while, Wu Qi nodded slowly and said, "First it was the sovereign, then it was Prabhadaratna Buddha. Even the few primordial immortals I killed have become an excuse for them to threaten Goddess Nuwa. In this way, the more you forces those itinerant immortals, the better an excuse they have. No wonder they have been developing itinerant cultivators on Panga continent all these years. They want to be cannon fodder for you, and then use it as an excuse to go to Empress Hua's palace to ask for an explanation. On a stone couch in the center of the main hall, Chi was leaning against an animal skin cushion. Hovering in front of him was a clump of black purgatory fiend flame, in which King Baishan's soul was twisting and struggling, howling at the top of his lungs. In front of him floated a clump of black inferno hell fiend flame, in which King Baishan's soul was writhing and struggling, howling at the top of his lungs. It was such a miserable scene, and together with the sharp aura emanating from the 9-death spirit recovery pill that lingered in the hall, anyone with a discerning eye could tell with just one glance what kind of fierce attack Wu Qi and his personal guards had suffered. Coupled with the hundreds of miles of black desert outside the hall, everyone knew what had happened here. King Baishan heaved a long sigh and told Wu Qi everything about Liu Bang's plan with a ghostly howl. Every now and then, Huang Liang would tear a piece of paper from the thick book in his hand, and the general of East Sea Province, standing next to him, would grab the paper and rush out with dozens of elite soldiers. The papers recorded detailed information about King Baishan's secret strongholds, all of which had warehouses of various sizes, containing a large number of King Baishan's personal treasures. No wonder they could block the gate of Empress Hua's palace, for they had occupied the absolute height of morality. He put away Kunwu's swords and twisted his body. Cracking noises kept ringing out from inside his body, as all his bones broke into dozens of places at his will. It was an extremely shameless technique found in Scroll of Stealing, a technique that was specially used to feign death and escape from being hunted down. It was called the Spirit Serpent Tail breaking technique. By using this technique to break one's bones, one only needed to circulate the energy within one day and one night to reconnect the bones, and it would not cause any harm to the user's body. King of Han, Liu Bang, is just a newly recruited aide of the Crown Prince of the Celestial Court. King Baishan, and the Crown Prince of the Celestial Court have been working together for many years. In a corner of the Great Hall, a small alchemy cauldron was being propped up, in which Princess Zhonglu was yawning as she concocted a cauldron of domineering 9 deaths spirit rejuvenating pills. It was a military prescription handed down by the Directorate of Celestials, specially used to rescue the badly wounded and dying soldiers of the Yu on the battlefield. Wu Qi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He struggled to grab King Yangshan's sleeve, put on a loyal face, and cried out, "Lord Lao Wang, I have something confidential to report to His Majesty. Your Highness, please." Of the 2 palaces Emperor Haozuan gave Wu Qi, only the main palace remained intact, while the other palaces had long been destroyed by the 10-death formation and turned into black sand. In addition to the main palace, Wu Qi's 2 palaces and dozens of manors, as well as the gardens hundreds of miles around, had all turned into a decaying desert. Not even a blade of grass grew on the black, decaying soil, and only a few crows, who had come from nowhere in the past 2 days, were cawing on a few surviving rocks. Wuxia whispered a few words into King Yangshan's ear, and the latter's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Recalling the extreme measures the Yu had taken against the immortals and itinerant cultivators of Panga continent over the years, Wuxia could not help but shake his head. There had been too many people who could use him against them. Coupled with the fact that important members of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League had been killed during this period of time, the other side had enough bargaining chips. So many that if they were willing to put down their pride, even if Goddess Nuwa wanted to protect the human race, she could do nothing in front of those people. Time went by, and after another 2 hours, Wuxia finally squeezed out the last copper coin from King Baishan. Satisfied, he knocked on the inferno flame that had trapped King Baishan's soul, then asked King Baishan with a smile, "Do you want to die a quick death?" Princess Zhang Lu rushed over like a gust of wind, and the dozens of military officers of East Sea, standing in the hall, obediently stretched out their arms and legs. Princess Zhang Lu swung her fists and punched their arms and legs. The sound of bones breaking rang out incessantly, and before long, each of these military officers had an average of 70 to 80 bones broken. One by one, Chi-Chi fell to the ground, moaning and groaning. King Yangshan strode forward and said in a deep voice, "Tan Lang, His Majesty has learned of the situation here. King Baishan was set free by someone, and His Majesty has issued an edict to execute his entire clan, old and young, men and women. Don't worry, this will never happen again." Carefully burning King Baishan's soul with the fiend flame, fearing that he would be finished in an instant, Wuxia carefully interrogated King Baishan for all the information he was interested in. Standing beside the stone couch, Huang Liang's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he wrote down all the information King Baishan had told him. Gao opened his mouth, but he could not speak. After listening to King Baishan's confession, Wuxia pondered for a moment, then crushed the inferno flame and crushed King Baishan's soul. Interesting. Liu Bang's scheme is really not to be underestimated. Does the Celestial Court want to control Panga continent? But is that enough? Before long, the sound of rumbling footsteps rang out as King Yangshan, Gao, and a large number of the Yu's courtiers strode into the great hall, escorted by numerous soldiers. As soon as Gao entered the great hall, he was startled by the military officers of East Sea, who were groaning in pain on the ground. Their bodies were riddled with broken bones, and some of them had clearly suffered a severe blow to their chests. From time to time, bloody red bubbles gushed out of their mouths, and their eyes were rolled back. It was clear that they were on the verge of death. Just like the name of this pill, it was a tyrannical pill that had a 90% chance of death upon consumption. Those who were seriously injured still had some hope of coming back to life, but ordinary people who took it would die from the excruciating pain in their internal organs. When the Directorate of Celestials created the prescription, a large number of people died on the spot because of the pain. Among 100 people, less than 10% could survive. The most precious treasures of King Baishan's bloodline were all in these secret strongholds. If Wuxia could get his hands on all of them, it would not be a problem for him to pay the astronomical amount of natural treasures needed to lift the restrictive spells. After pondering for a long time, Wuxia's eyelid twitched suddenly. Through his divine sense, he found that the man he was waiting for was not far away. He pulled out a kunwa sword and slashed it hard at Huang Liang's thigh. With a crack, the bones in Huang Liang's leg broke. He howled and rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh and moaning. Since the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture was famous for its purgatory, it was easy to imagine how vicious and sinister this cultivation technique was. Wuxia used the Inferno Hell Fiend flame to refine King Baishan's soul, and in just an hour, King Baishan had obediently told him everything Wuxia had interrogated him. At this time, King Baishan did not even hope to be reincarnated. All he wanted was for Wuxia to destroy his soul. That would be the greatest happiness for him. Some of these treasures were rare natural treasures, some life-prolonging medicines, some extremely powerful talisman armors secretly crafted by the Directorate of Celestials, and some were all kinds of treasures that were prohibited in Great Yu, but highly sought after by the immortals. Some of these secret strongholds were left behind by King Baishan's ancestors, and the precious treasures in them were piled up like mountains. They were not something a nouveau riche like Wuxia could compare with. King Baishan's soul stared blankly at Wuxia and said, "Just let me die. What else do you want?" Fortunately, Wuxia now had many experts under his command, and he had enough men to use. He had sent hundreds of men to dig out all the treasures in King Baishan's strongholds in the shortest time possible. As for the treasure vault in King Baishan's mansion in Liangzhu, it was already Emperor Haozuan's private property, and Wuxia had no interest in going there to stir up trouble. With difficulty, Wuxia turned his head to look at Gao. With a crack, Wuqi's neckbone broke in two. Feebly, he squeezed out a few words. "Your Highness, you are here. Isn't King Baishan imprisoned in the imperial prison? Why did he appear in the palace last night?" The soldiers of the Yu had strong, fleshly bodies, but once they were seriously injured, they could not absorb Pangu, sacred energy, to heal themselves, and their strong, fleshly bodies would bring great trouble to the doctors. At least, ordinary medicine could not penetrate their strong, fleshly bodies. The 9-Death Spirit Recovery Pill was a peerlessly tyrannical first aid pill. If a soldier was seriously injured and on the verge of death, there was a chance that he could save them by giving them a pill. But should he inform Emperor Haozuan of the specific information? The entire hall was filled with the sharp medicinal smell of the 9 Deaths rejuvenating spirit pill, which was as sharp as a knife's edge. Just by smelling it, the few generals of East Sea Province standing at the entrance of the hall felt as if someone had punched their noses, and tears and snot were about to flow out of their eyes. They looked in horror at Princess Zhonglu, who was squatting and yawning in a corner of the hall, wondering how terrible the pill she had concocted was. Chapter 822. King Baishan had rebelled and colluded with immortals to plot against the Yu. When the news that Wuxia had told King Yangshan was sent back to Liangzhu, the Yu was shocked, and the city was plunged into chaos. As the most important witness and the most direct victim, Wuxia, who had dozens of broken bones in his body and had just reconnected them with a 9-Death spirit rejuvenating pill, was ordered by Emperor Haozuan to follow the imperial guards of the Yu, who had come to pick him up, to the city. While dozens of giant flying ships were flying in the sky, the city was ringing with a loud bell. It was the alarm bell that the Yu would only ring when he was in great danger. King Yangshan stood on the bow of the leading ship, while Wuxia, who had just recovered from his injury but was badly injured, stood trembling beside him, while Princess Zhong looked carefully supported Wuxia. Princess Zhonglu, who had been tough and strong, now put on a look of a wronged wife, her eyelids drooping and tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. She looked as if she would not live alone if Wuxia died. Coupled with Wuqi's pale face and the wisp of gray smoke between his eyebrows, the two of them looked miserable and cold, which suited Wuqi's current situation. His palace was invaded, and everyone was killed from top to bottom. Of the tens of thousands of guards and personal guard around him, only a few dozen generals with the highest cultivation bases were left. Anyone who had encountered such a thing should be in the same situation as Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu, right? From time to time, King Yangshan turned to look at Wuxia, quickly calculating Wuqi's current situation in his mind. He had not expected Wuxia to be seriously injured. King Baishan was the king of the Yu's imperial council, who was as famous as him and had great military power. It was only natural that Wuxia would be seriously injured when he summoned 2 or 3 supreme oracles to plot against Wuxia. But the strength around Wuxia was a little beyond King Yangshan's expectation. It had only been a little over a year since Wuxia was conferred the title of King of Isi Prefecture, but he had already gathered dozens of generals who were at the peak of the realm of Second Panga Heaven. Presumably, he had used the time acceleration ability of the Supreme Tower to cultivate such a group of capable subordinates. A man who cultivated both fleshly body and magic, who had stepped into the realm of Supreme, and who was conferred the title of King of EC Prefecture, should not only focus on winning him over, but should also try his best to win him over to his side. It was true that his son, Gao, was a good friend of Wuxia, but how could he make Wuxia truly one of his men? After giving a quick glance at Princess Xianxia, who was beautiful and naturally exuded a noble bearing, King Xianxia began to think about how many unmarried daughters he had in his house, and they had to be the kind of daughters whose mothers were of high status. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to give a maidservant daughter to Wuxia. Facing the strong wind that blew against his face, Wuxia coughed softly and said, "Lord Lao Wang, have you told His Majesty what I've told you?" King Xianxia, who was lost in thought, was taken aback. He looked at Wuxia, nodded, and said, "His Majesty is furious, and the whole court is shocked. No one expected that, as a member of Great Yu's imperial clan, King Baishan's fourth-generation great ancestor was my brother in terms of seniority. I never thought he would do such a treacherous thing." After pondering for a moment, King Xianxia sighed and said, "Escaping from the imperial prison without permission and leading an army to attack an important minister of the Yu, these two crimes are enough to get his whole clan beheaded. But the other things King Xianxia mentioned, it's not that I don't believe them, and it's not that His Majesty doesn't trust you, but it's just too sensational. That's why I want King Xianxia to go to His Majesty and explain it to him in person." Wuxia nodded slowly and said nothing. King Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's a matter of great importance, and even I can't believe it. I can't believe that Yu Xiong army, who guards the Yu, has actually betrayed him. That Yu Xiong army was the core army of the Yu's imperial army, specifically chosen from the members of the Yu's imperial clan and aristocratic clans. More than 60% of them had the bloodline of the imperial clan, and they were the most elite, loyal, and reliable strategic force of the Yu. Yu Xiong army was extremely large, and all its supplies and equipment were of the best quality in the Yu. It was divided into 5 armies, the left, the right, the front, and the middle, and they were responsible for guarding Liangzhu and the imperial palace of the Yu. They were the human emperor's personal army. The predecessor of this army was the invincible army of the human race, which the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had used to conquer all the fiends on Panga continent. Whether in terms of tradition or actual combat prowess, Yu Xiong army was the #1 army of the Yu, and no other army under the heaven could beat it. In terms of combat prowess alone, all the reserve soldiers of Yu Xiong army were elites who had reached the peak of the first Panga heaven, and only those who had broken through the realm of second Panga heaven could be considered as official soldiers of Yu Xiong army. Even the lowest-ranking soldier in Yu Xiong army was a lieutenant, and he was divided into 3 grades, lieutenant, colonel, and general, which corresponded to the realm of the 9 stars realms of the second Panga heaven. But when Wuxia told King Xianxia that he had found out from King Baishan's soul that something had happened to most of the soldiers in Yu Xiong army, it not only frightened King Xianxia out of his wits, but also nearly made Emperor Haozuan fall off his throne. Putting aside the strategic force of the Yu like the Secret Palace, Yu Xiong army was the strongest army of the Yu, and it belonged to the category of an important weapon of the state. If something were to happen to Yu Xiong army, the whole state of the Yu would be shaken. The soldiers selected to join Yu Xiong army were all the descendants of the Yu's imperial clan and the Yu's noble clans. If something were to happen to them, wouldn't it mean that the clans behind them were disloyal as well? Therefore, even though he knew that Wuxia was seriously injured, at Emperor Haozuan's order, King Xianxia had no choice but to escort Wuxia to Liangzhu on 30 giant flying ships with 3,000 soldiers of the right Yu Xiong army, together with a private guard from his mansion. After killing the sovereign Gao, King Yufeng was rewarded by Emperor Haozuan and given the command of the right Yu Xiong army in Liangzhu. Therefore, when he escorted Wuxia to Liangzhu this time, He had specially transferred 3,000 reliable soldiers from the right Yuxiong army to Liangzhu. The palace where Wuxia was attacked was less than 100,000 miles away from Liangzhu. With the speed of the flying ships, it would only take them an hour to reach the short distance, which was equivalent to the outskirts of Liangzhu. With 3,000 elite soldiers of the Yuxiong army and some of the elites from King Yangshan's mansion accompanying them, there was no way anything could go wrong. If anyone dared to attack the convoy outside the city, they would be courting death. It was quiet on the bow of the ship. King Yangshan was in a complicated mood. On one hand, he was thinking about how to win over Wuxia completely, and on the other hand, what he should do if something really happened to Yuxiong army. Based on what King Yangshan knew about the ultimate power of the Yu, if something really happened to Yuxiong army, all it would take would be a thorough purge, killing all the soldiers of Yuxiong army. The scariest thing was that the soldiers of Yuxiong army were involved in more than just themselves. With a wry smile, King Yangshan shook his head gently and sighed. Looking at King Yangshan, Wuxia also shook his head gently and sighed. Then, he turned to the two generals of Yuxiong army, who had come up behind him quietly, and asked in a deep voice, "Generals, why are you here without being summoned?" King Yangshan was lost in his thoughts just now, so he did not notice what was going on around him. Gao was frowning and thinking about something, so he did not hear what was going on behind him either. But Wuxia had already locked down the space tens of thousands of miles around him with his divine sense, so the movements of these two generals of Yuxiong army, whose cultivation bases had reached the peak of the 9 stars realm of the second Panga heaven, could not be hidden from him. Upon hearing Wuxia's voice, Gao hurriedly turned to look over his shoulder. Arching his brows, he cried out in a deep voice, "Dongyi Huang, Dongyi Mo, what's the matter?" Clad in heavy armors, Dongyi Huang and Dongyi Mo put their right hands on the hilts of the sabers hanging from their waists and cried out in a low voice, "King of East Sea Prefecture, you can't enter Liangzhu." Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu looked as usual, just looking at them with a faint smile on their faces. King Yangshan and Gao's faces flickered. "How dare you? Do you know what you're talking about? What do you want?" You, Dongyi Huang and Dongyi Mo were the left and right military ministers of Yuxiong army and Gao's assistants. One was in charge of the daily training of the soldiers, and the other was in charge of the logistics and distribution of supplies. They were veterans of Yuxiong army, and also Gao's right-hand men in controlling it. But judging from their words and deeds today, it was clear that Wuxia was right. Something was really wrong with Yuxiong army. It was Emperor Haozuan's imperial edict that Wuxia was allowed to enter Liangzhu. What Dongyi Huang and Dongyi Mo had said just now was a clear sign of disobeying the imperial edict. In the Yu, which value tradition and laws the most, this was definitely a felony punishable by death. Dongyi Huang let out a long roar, drew his saber, and thrust it at Wuxia's heart. Wuxia took a step back unhurriedly, but King Yangshan was already in front of Wuxia. His right palm struck out like a bolt of lightning and slapped Dongyi Huang's chest before the saber could reach him. King Yangshan was a supreme expert whose physical strength had broken through the level of Hongmeng Panga heaven, and before his iron palm, Dongyi Huang's body was as fragile as tofu. A crisp sound rang out as Dongyi Huang's upper body exploded, and his soul, dripping with blood, was caught in King Yangshan's hand. But, taking advantage of the brief moment when Dongyi Huang drew his saber, Dongyi Mo pulled out a black skull about the size of a fist. He bit off his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the skull. Immediately, a shrill cry of a child rose into the sky. Upon hearing the cry, King Yangshan and Gao shrieked as dirty blood sprayed out of their 7 orifices at the same time. Fortunately, both of them had extraordinary treasures specially crafted for their souls by the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials. As soon as their souls were shaken, the treasures were activated to protect them. 2 balls of red fire enveloped King Yangshan and Gao. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, they stared fixedly at the black skull in Dongyi Mo's hand as if they were looking at a ghost. Clearly, they recognized the skull and knew who it represented. Seeing that King Yangshan and Gao were seriously injured by the cry, Wuxia immediately exercised his cultivation base and forced a large amount of cheap blood out of his 7 orifices. The blood was transformed from chaotic energy, so Wuxia did not feel any pain at all when he coughed out 30 to 50 kilograms of blood. A great amount of blood gushed out from the wound, and very soon, Wuxia's entire body was dyed red. Drops of blood flowed down his body and onto the deck, making him look extremely miserable. Rolling his eyes, Wuxia tilted his body and leaned into Princess Zhang Li's arms. Princess Zhang Li gave a cold snort. A 5-color divine ray rolled out from behind her, and the avatar of the god of thunder, wrapped in a faint glow of lightning, spun out of it. A red thunderbolt, as thick as a water tank, appeared out of thin air, smashing heavily onto Dong Yimo's body with a terrifyingly high temperature. Dong Yimo howled miserably as he was turned into a wisp of smoke by Princess Zhang Li's thunderbolt. But the black skull spun up into the air and let out a shrill cry, transforming into numerous black ripples that rushed toward Princess Zhang Li. Chapter 823. With a sigh, Baiwang Zhongling laughed mockingly and said, "I can't believe a man of humble birth like you could obtain the legacy of the sacred emperor, and you killed the 7 primordial experts of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. You don't even have the chance to enter the transmigration." Waving his hand casually, Wuxia leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. Wherever his sword passed, 3 pitch-black skeletons would have their spines broken, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Kunwu's swords were extremely sharp, and they were personally forged by the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan. How could these evil creatures withstand a single blow from them? King Yangshan and Gao burst out laughing at the same time. With Kunwu's swords in their hands, they felt a great sense of heroism rising in their hearts, and their fear of Baiwang Zhongling lessened. Baiwang Zhongling's voice rang out leisurely. "Of course, I can't decide what will happen to the 3 kings after their deaths, but the 18 Buddhas who guard the netherworld and control the 6 paths of reincarnation, 3 of them are now waiting for the souls of the 3 kings in outer heavenly realms. King Yangshan will be a pig or a dog for all eternity, and King Yufo will be a chicken or a duck for all eternity. You will have to be reincarnated for all eternity before you can be human again. As for the kings of East Sea Prefecture," Wuqi's eyes went wide. Gray ghost energy shot out of them, and a spirit light that was hundreds of feet long shone out like a searchlight. Looking into the distance with the eyes of 1,000 ghosts, he saw that with the flying ship as the center, 12 pitch-black supreme towers had formed an encirclement with a diameter of 3,000 miles. Black screens of light were wriggling and leaping between the supreme towers, completely sealing off the connection between this part of the void and the outside world. Wave after wave of arrows hit King Yangshan's body, but all of them exploded into pieces on his tough flesh. King Yangshan did not move at all. "How dare a bunch of rebellious children, like you say, you want to take my life? Hee, pigs and dogs for all eternity? When this king annihilates your entire clan, I will definitely pour the souls of your entire clan into the bodies of pigs and dogs as sacrifices." However, it was clear that the cultivation base of the person who made this black skeleton was much stronger than Princess Zhang Li. A series of loud booms rang out as the black ripples collided with the talismans. The surrounding air was pushed away by the shock waves, and several dozens of flying ships nearby were blown away by the shock waves. A few of them could not withstand the shock waves and shattered on the spot. Amidst the loud noise, the spirit talismans drawn by Princess Zhang Li continued to shatter. Every time a spirit talisman shattered, Princess Zhang Li would hold on to Wuqi and take a big step back. The color of her pretty face had also turned a shade paler. With just a long cry, dozens of second Pangu heaven generals, Chi-Chi, were killed. Bai Wang Zongling's voice rang out of the black skeleton again. You are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Your Highnesses, it's almost time for you to go. King Yangshan spun abruptly and narrowly avoided being hit in his vital organs. The arrow whistled through the air and pierced his right shoulder, bringing out a large amount of blood. Otherwise, everything will be useless. His Majesty won't be able to send anyone to save you in time. Bai Wang Zongling said unhurriedly. King Yangshan and Gao's faces turned extremely unsightly. It was at this critical moment that the 3,000 elites of the right army of Yu Xiong drew their bows and released arrows at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 100 waves of arrows, each 3,000 strong enough to pierce through the stars, shot toward Wuxia and the others. Bai Wang Zongling gave a strange laugh and said, Besides, even if His Majesty sends someone to save you, who else can he send? How do you know that the person who will save you is not here to kill you? More than 1,000 drops of black liquid dripped out of the little skull, giving birth to more than 1,000 skeletons that emanated a threatening, evil aura. At the same time, they raised up their arms and slowly approached Wu Qi and his company. Their fleshly bodies, which were rapidly losing their vitality, fell from the sky like raindrops. In the end, only the dozens of second Pengu heaven generals brought by King Yangshan managed to survive the rain of arrows, roaring furiously as they rushed to the flying ship. But as soon as they set foot on the deck, the little black skeleton let out a shrill, unpleasant cry of a child. The bodies of the dozens of loyal guards trembled, and as they had no time to produce talismans to protect their souls, a great deal of dirty blood gushed out of their 7 orifices, while their brains gushed out together with the blood. As soon as the black ripples formed by the childlike cry came in front of Princess Zhongli, she disdainfully pointed at the air in front of her 19 times in a row. Wisps of spirit light shot out of her fingertips, forming 19 talismans that were each about a foot long in the air. Low and deep sounds of nature gushed out from these 19 talismans. There was the loud rumbling of the stars rotating, the majestic rumbling of the ocean tides, and the vigorous and loud sound of the strong wind blowing across the vast expanse of pine trees. King Yangshan laughed and said, Cut the crap, Bai Wang Zongling. You can't kill us now, but you won't have the chance later. I'm afraid the rescue team His Majesty has sent is not far from here, right? A deep, powerful voice rang out. Then, can I take your life? The sound of footsteps rang out as 3,000 elites of Yu Xiong army strode out of the cabin. They quickly took control of the commanding heights on the deck and aimed their deadly dragon tendon bows at Wu Qi and his companions. Princess Zhang Li's face flickered slightly. The 5-color divine ray behind her tumbled rapidly, transforming into a misty lotus-like energy that shielded her and Wu Qi. Before the wild laughter could stop, a figure flickered in the distance, and an arrow came whistling through the air. Wu Qi sighed softly and said in a low voice, Get ready to fight to the death. The 12 supreme oracles have sealed off this part of the void, so there's no way we can escape. I hope His Majesty will discover the situation here and send reinforcements as soon as possible. Otherwise, child-seizing soul, what a petty trick. A strange laughter rang out of the skull. Who will know that I'm still a loyal subject of you even after I kill you? In just a few words, Bai Wang Zongling had decided the fate of Wu Qi and his companions. King Yangshan could not help but burst out laughing. Who do you think you are, Bai Wang Zongling? Can you decide what kind of fortune I'll have after my death? I'm loyal to you, and I've done countless meritorious deeds. Nothing I've done is shameful. Even if I die, I'll be reincarnated into a wealthy clan of Yu and enjoy a lifetime of wealth. Who are you to decide my fate? He laughed mysteriously, then cursed in a low voice. King Yangshan, you'll be a pig and a dog for all eternity. King Yufeng, you'll be a chicken and a duck for all eternity. King of Isi Prefecture. How dare a lowly person like you get involved in such a thing? You won't be reincarnated, and your soul is reserved for someone else. As for this little girl, I'm a little interested in her. But suddenly, thousands of windows opened on both sides of the ship where Wuxia and his companions were. 3,000 soldiers of the right army of Yuxiong army, armed with strong bows and crossbows, unleashed a barrage of arrows at King Yangshan's private army, whose faces were expressionless. They were all armed with dragon tendon bows specially made for Yuxiong army by Du, and each of them could only be drawn with the power of star shifting. Similarly, the specially made arrows flew with incredible speed and power. Even gold immortals who were equipped with protective immortal artifacts would have a hard time blocking the attacks of these arrows. Wuxia coughed a few times, coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and slowly opened his eyes. Shaking his head, Wuxia stared feebly at the black skull and said with a cold grin, "I don't even have the chance to enter the transmigration? What about you?" King Yangshan cursed under his breath, then took a step to the side and stood in front of Wuxia and his companions. As a top expert of Hongmeng Panga Heaven, King Yangshan's muscles and bones were extremely tough, and he was many times stronger than Gao, whose cultivation base was only in the second Panga Heaven. The guards on the flying ships noticed that something was wrong. Just now, when Princess Zhonglu and Bai Wang Zhongling exchanged blows across the void, several of their ships were destroyed. Now, the private guards of King Yangshan's mansion were rushing toward the ship. The black skull hovered in front of the crowd, its deep eye sockets suddenly spewing out two red ghost flames. The skull opened its mouth and laughed evilly, its two rows of black teeth clacking against each other, making it look ferocious. A deep, old voice rang out from inside the skull. "Why are you so loyal to Du? Things should not have turned out this way." On average, these elite soldiers of Yuxiong army could shoot 100 arrows in every second, and the strongest among them could shoot 1,000 arrows in a row in every second. The terrible rain of arrows sealed off every inch of space around the ship, piercing through the bodies of a large number of private guards brought by King Xianxia. Each of the arrows tore open a hole the size of a basin in their skin, and anyone who was hit by them would die. Wuxia opened his mouth, and a beam of green light shot out. In the next moment, 4 Kunwu swords floated in front of Wuxia. Wuxia threw them to King Yangshan, Gao, and Princess Zhonglu, then grabbed one himself and said, "Your Highnesses, Zixian, I'm too badly injured to form the fiend-slaying sword formation. Let's fight them to the death. These swords are the divine artifacts of the sacred emperor, and these vile people." Hee. Princess Zhongli's technique of using the heavenly tune of nature to break the evil spell was extremely ingenious. 19 explosions rang out in a row, and all of Princess Zhongli's talismans were destroyed. Princess Zhongli's face was pale, but her lips were strangely red, as if they were smeared with blood. A trace of blood slowly dripped from the corner of Princess Zhongli's mouth. She gritted her teeth and said, "Although it's just a small trick, this man's cultivation base is too high. Zixian can't beat him." Viscous black liquid dripped down from the skull's mouth. Every drop of liquid that fell onto the deck of the flying ship would slowly expand, gradually growing into a human-shaped skeleton that was about 3 meters tall. These skeletons were slender and emanated an evil aura. They looked no different from human bones, except that instead of palms, their arms ended in 2 sharp bone blades, each about 6 feet long. King Yangshan took a deep breath, took out a dozen bone talismans in a row, and slapped them on himself and Gao. "Bai Huang Zhongling, has Du done anything wrong to you? Your clan has been Du's subject for generations. Why did you do this?" The talismans exploded, enveloping King Yangshan and Gao with dozens of layers of bright light. Their souls, which had been severely injured by the boy's cries just now, were rapidly recovering. A shrill laugh rang out of the black skull. "How could your majesty possibly know what's going on here? Don't be fooled by the earth-shattering battle between this little girl and me just now. The people in Liangzhu don't know what's going on here. I have at least an hour, more than enough time to kill all of you." Chapter 824. Wuxi's reaction was very fast. Abruptly, he raised his hand and grabbed the arrowhead. As soon as his palm touched the arrow, Wuxi sensed that the force in the arrow was incredibly strong. With his current strength, even if he cracked his own bones and pretended to be seriously wounded, he could crush 2 or 3 stars with just one grip. But the arrow did not budge at all. The friction between the arrow and Wuxi's palm produced a lot of sparks, and with a murderous aura, it went straight toward Wuxi's forehead. King Xianxia smiled, then nodded to King Wei Shan and said, "It doesn't seem easy to kill me, does it?" Wuxi's scalp went numb. Was this the trick of the Buddhist League? How did they make the souls of these bodhisattvas reincarnate into King Wei Shan's clan? It was not only because the Buddhist League could interfere with part of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but perhaps someone in King Wei Shan's clan was working with them. King Wei Shan snorted coldly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Well, it's just a natural phenomena medallion. Let's see how you can resist my natal blood soul arrow." King Yangshan and Gao burst out laughing at the same time. "Sure enough, let's see how long it takes them to kill us." King Yangshan shook his head and sighed in disbelief. "You, King Wei Shan, have guarded the imperial palace for generations. But you..." King Wei Shan's face turned dark as well. He stared fixedly at the natural phenomena medallion hovering over Wuxi's head and only breathed out a heavy sigh after a long while. Closing his eyes, King Wei Shan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn you, although I've only used 1/10 of my strength, I can't believe you managed to avoid a strike from the Skyblast bow. Should I say you're lucky, or you're just too tough?" Wuxi unconsciously bent his waist backward. The arrow tore open a large piece of flesh on his palm, bringing along a stream of blood as it flew past between his eyebrows. The arrow swept across Wuxi's eyebrows with a sharp gust of wind, tearing open a thin wound between his eyebrows. Blood continuously spurted out from the wound. Wuxi straightened his body, and the blood slowly flowed down his face. As King Wei Shan roared, the meridians on his right wrist suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood spurted out along with a sizzling noise. Within a blink of an eye, half of his blood gushed out and condensed into 4 red arrows in front of him, emitting a boundless killing intent. Princess Zhang Lu gave a soft cry, and the 5-color divine ray-spun rapidly behind her. Below the flying ship was a dense jungle, and suddenly, the jungle within thousands of miles of it began to sway even though there was no wind. Accompanied by the rustling of waves, a rich green life force gushed out of the jungle, transforming into a green torrent that leaped into the air and kept pouring into King Yangshan's body through the top of his head. The black skull opened its mouth, but no words came out. With a loud cry, King Wei Shan loosened the bowstring, and the 4 blood-colored arrows whistled through the air with thunderclaps. King Wei Shan sighed softly, then shook his head and said, "As for me, I'm the reincarnation of the Golden Boy, a disciple of the Lord Buddha, Amitabha. All I have to do is wait for this life's great achievement and accumulate boundless virtues so that I can step onto the lotus throne and attain the golden body of Buddha before I return to my throne. From then on, I'll hold a Buddha in my hand, rule over 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms, and attain the golden body of immortality and indestructible." For a clan like King Wei Shan, every time a son of their lineal descendant was born, the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials and the Secret Palace would carefully examine the origin of their souls, lest they were incomplete or possessed by someone. But such a strict surveillance method had failed to prevent the reincarnation of a member of the Buddhist League. What had gone wrong? As King Yangshan cried out in alarm, a tall, burly man in a lavender brocade robe landed quietly on the deck. The burly man had a solemn and resolute look on his square purple face, and his long, narrow eyes were slightly narrowed, giving off a dangerous feeling that he was a scheming man. The wooden bow in his hand was nearly 10 feet tall, and the transparent bowstring, which was as thick as a thumb, was bouncing faintly. Clearly, it was the arrow shot by this bow that had seriously wounded King Yangshan, just now?" Wuxia answered in a low voice, then opened his mouth and spat out the natural phenomena medallion. A large cloud of smoke quickly drifted out of the medallion and spread out around them, quickly forming a circle about 100 feet in circumference. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen in this small cloud. At a glance, there were hundreds of layers of smoke and clouds, and so were the mountains and rivers. With the divine power of the natural phenomena medallion, the distance of 100 feet was separated by tens of thousands of miles of void. On King Xianxia's left shoulder was a fist-sized wound, and now the flesh and bones around the wound were growing rapidly. Wrapped in a strong green fluid, it only took the span of a few breaths for the wound to be completely healed. King Xianxia touched his shoulder and looked at Princess Zhonglu in surprise. "Wonderful. I can't believe I've recovered 70% of my strength," he said with a smile. King Xianxia's face turned extremely unsightly. He covered the fist-sized hole in his shoulder with one hand, then gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky as he cried out, "It's you, King Wei Shan. How could you be with them? No matter who you are, it shouldn't be you." King Wei Shan smiled and bowed apologetically to King Xianxia, then slowly produced an 8-foot-long bow and arrow as thick as a thumb and knocked it on the bowstring. A thunderclap rang out as King Wei Shan pulled the strangely large wooden bow in his hand. The bowstring crackled like a thunderclap, and the bow and arrow shot straight toward Wuqia's forehead with a bright beam of light. Standing behind Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu smiled reservedly and said, "Now let's see how long it will take them to kill us." With a flash, the arrow appeared directly in front of Wuxia and his companions, each aimed at their hearts. King Xianxia was about to say something when Bai Huang Zongling's strange howl rang out from the Black Skull. "Why are you still talking to him, King Wei Shan? Quickly kill them and capture that woman for this old man. If you keep talking, I'm afraid the human emperor will find out that something is wrong and send his revered elders from the secret palace. That will be a big problem." As soon as these people and skeletons stepped into the cloud, their bodies shrank rapidly, turning into the size of needle tips in the blink of an eye and sinking into the boundless mountains, rivers, cities, towns, and villages. Wuqia's natural phenomena medallion had fused with the essence of the Pearl of Shun from the ancient era, so it was filled with boundless illusions. The skeletons were only acting on instinct, but as soon as the 3,000 soldiers of Yuxiong army entered the cloud, they were immediately bewitched by the illusions. As for the thousands of black skeletons, they were killed by Princess Zhonglu with a great number of thunderbolts she had gathered. Countless tiny bolts of lightning were darting back and forth in the cloud, turning into a dense electric net that came whistling down. The black skeletons had a cultivation base no weaker than that of the second Panga heaven, and their bodies were condensed with evil magic. But, under the attack of countless thunderbolts, they only lasted less than 10 minutes before they were completely blown up. As King Wei Shan scolded generation after generation, King Xianxia's face grew more and more unsightly. Gao's eyes slowly widened, and in the end his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. So many generations of King Wei Shan were reincarnations of the Buddhist League. 7 generations of King Wei Shan had served 3 generations of human emperors, including the current Emperor Haozuan. Yet, their most trusted Imperial Guard leader was actually a reincarnated Buddhist League, Bodhisattva. Sky Slayer bow, split the void, slay the devil, go. King Wei Shan used so much force that his skin cracked and cracked. Wuqia gave a strange laugh. As he opened his eyes, Pangu's sacred energy rolled over from all directions and kept seeping into his body. The sound of bones healing could be heard coming from inside his body. While extracting Pangu's sacred energy to pretend to heal his wounds, Wuqia canceled the damage caused to his body by the spirit snake tail cutting technique. All his bones healed rapidly, and the aura emanating from him grew stronger and stronger, emanating a threatening aura like an unsheathed blade. King Xianxia clenched the Kunwa sword and stood in front of Wuqia. The bow in his hand is the Sky Slayer bow, he cried out in a low voice. It's made by one of the 5 ancient emperors himself, and has the power to shoot down the stars, the sun, and the moon. You must be careful, King of East Sea Prefecture. You can't take it head-on. King Wei Shan smiled, squinted at King Yangshan, and said with a long sigh, 7 generations ago, the last King Wei Shan was a Buddhist. 7 generations ago, he was the reincarnation of the Buddhist League's King Bodhisattva. 6 generations ago, he was the reincarnation of the Buddhist League's Vajra King Bodhisattva. And 5 generations ago, he was the reincarnation of the Buddhist League's King Bodhisattva. King Wei Shan carefully knocked 4 blood-red arrows on the bowstring of the Sky Slayer bow, then pulled the bowstring with all his strength and slowly pulled it to half full. Suddenly, Bai Wang Zongling's voice rang out, "Don't waste time, golden boy. The human emperor has discovered that something is wrong. He is mobilizing the revered elders of the secret palace around him, and he has also sent his eunuchs to inform those old fools in there. I'll do my best to buy them some time, so you kill them quickly. We can't let them enter Liangzhu, especially that king of East Sea Prefecture. He knows too much." Wuxia chuckled. Wisps of green ghost fire burst out of his eyes, and in the illusory formation, all kinds of wine, women, and avarice were produced. The 3,000 soldiers of Yuxiong army were ignited by the 5 thieves in their bodies, and then triggered by Wu Qi's evil magic. The Yin fire quickly rose from the soles of their feet and burned their bodies to ashes in a short time. Countless miserable howls rang out as the 3,000 elite soldiers of Yuxiong army were burned to ashes by Wu Qi's Yin fire. When he wounded King Yangshan and Wu Qi just now, he had only pulled the bowstring back slightly by an inch. But now, he had pulled it to half full, which meant that the force he used was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. And when he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a large amount of blood on the bowstring gradually emitted a faint red light, and 2 extremely long runes slowly emerged from it. A large piece of skin was scratched on his palm, and a few strands of flesh and blood from Wu Qi's palm stuck to the arrow. He had used all his strength, but he could not stop the arrow. King Wei Shan's eyes turned red with anger. He casually pointed a finger at the void that was hundreds of feet wide and covered by the smoke and cloud emitted by the natural phenomena medallion, then cried out in a low voice, "Go!" Accompanied by Bai Wang Zongling's shrill howl, more than 1,000 black skeletons and 3,000 elite soldiers of Yuxiong army rushed into the smoke and cloud emitted by the natural phenomena medallion. King Yangshan and Gao were overjoyed. It was true that the Sky Blast Bow was a divine artifact made by the 5 ancient emperors, but the natural phenomena medallion was also a legacy of the sacred Emperor Xianxia, one of the 5 emperors. With the protection of this artifact, even if King Wei Shan's cultivation base was higher than King Yangshan's, and the Sky Blast Bow's power was even more amazing, King Wei Shan might not be able to get what he wanted today. The burly man, who was called King Wei Shan, twitched the bowstring with his fingers and made a deep buzzing sound. At the same time, he sneered disdainfully and said, "Why can't it be me? If there could be a so-called rebel in Yuxiong army, why can't it be me?" Chapter 825. Ignoring the 10,000 miles of void created by the natural phenomena medallion, the blood-red arrow leaped through the void and came in front of Wu Qi and the others. It was at this point that they saw the different responses of Wu Qi and his companions. Gao, who had the weakest cultivation base among them, threw himself flat on the ground. Suddenly, a thick shield crafted from a green turtle shell appeared over his body. King Yangshan gave a loud cry as a large sheet of blood-red light burst out his fists and slammed them toward the incoming arrow. Princess Zhang Li's body swayed, and then she quietly disappeared amidst the 5-color divine light, not making any contact with the arrow. Meanwhile, Wu Qi kicked King Yangshan with one foot and kicked Gao in the waist with the other. Meanwhile, he exercised the dragon kill, causing his body to suddenly grow to about 1,000 feet tall, with countless thick and heavy purple-gold dragon scales emerging all over his body. Lying on his stomach on the deck, Gao's shield, which was crafted from the shell of a spirit turtle, was silently pierced through by the blood arrow. Trembling slightly, the arrow adjusted its direction, making a 90-degree turn and shooting straight toward his heart. Instinctively, Gao sensed a blazing, killing intent coming at his back. He roared in despair and tried his best to push himself off the deck with both hands, trying to move his vital organs away. However, Wuxia kicked him in the waist and sent him flying a few feet away. The arrow came whistling over and pierced Wuxia's calf. At the same time, Wuxia kicked King Xianxia in the waist, sending him flying 80 feet away. The arrow that was about to pierce through King Xianxia's body also pierced through Wuxia's thigh, and all the blood flowed into Wuxia's body. Princess Zhonglu roared furiously in a low voice. Her avatar of the god of thunder appeared amidst the five-colored divine light, and with a wave of her hand, 1,000 thunderbolts as thick as water buckets smashed down and hit King Weishan, who was gasping for breath. King Weishan was caught unprepared by the thunderbolts. His energy was almost exhausted, and he was badly battered by the continuous thunderbolts. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his skin was torn apart by the violent thunderbolts, revealing his slightly purplish-golden bones. As Wuxia was busy trying to rescue King Yangshan and Gao, both his legs were pierced by the arrow, and he had no time to dodge the incoming arrow. Fortunately, he had transformed into a dragon man, and his body had expanded to about 1,000 feet tall. So, the blood arrow that was aimed at his heart only hit his lower abdomen, leaving a hole the size of a large bowl on his abdomen. The penetrative force of the arrow pierced through his body and came out from his back. Even though he was busy, he was still able to control his muscles and bones to wiggle and move the internal organs near his lower abdomen. Apart from 2 layers of muscles and 6 layers of dragon scales, all the important organs in his lower abdomen had avoided the blood arrow. The hole looked ferocious, but in fact, it did not cause too much damage to Wuxia. On the contrary, the arrow shooting toward Princess Zhonglu suddenly lost the aura of Princess Zhonglu. Unable to lock on to its target, it turned straight toward Wuxia, piercing through Wuxia's left rib and coming out from the third rib on his right. Fortunately, Wuxia reacted quickly, but the arrow still grazed Wuxia's lungs and liver, nearly piercing through these 2 important organs. Coughing, Wuxia coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered a step back before he finally steadied himself. His legs, abdomen, and ribs had all been pierced through. For life-threatening blood arrows had actually been absorbed by him alone. The terrifying power of the Sky Slayer, Bao, had truly made him experience it firsthand. The dragon scales on his body were strong enough to withstand dozens of full-force attacks from Wuxia and remain unscathed, but they were easily pierced through like wooden planks in front of the arrow. How could the power of Sky Blast, Bao, be so terrible? Taking a deep breath, Wuxia crazily mobilized the Pangu, sacred energy around him, to heal his wounds. While bombarding King Weishan with thunderbolts, Princess Zhonglu also mobilized the life force of green wood that kept seeping out from the dense forest below and injecting it into Wuxia's body. With the 2-pronged approach, the wounds on Wuxia's body quickly healed, and his muscles were rapidly regenerating. The only thing that made Wuxia secretly happy after being hit by the 4 blood arrows was that the hardness of his bones had exceeded his expectation after he absorbed the remains of the ancient immortal in the ghost realm. He was hit by 2 arrows in his legs, but the blood arrows only broke his muscles and exploded when they hit his leg bones. They did not cause any damage to his bones at all. It could be seen that King Weishan could not hurt Wuxia's bones, even with the half-drawn Skyblast Bow. The strength of his bones had far exceeded his current realm. King Weishan, who had almost exhausted his energy, was almost killed by the thunderbolts. When he pulled the bow, the powerful counterforce of the Skyblast Bow cracked his skin, and his muscles were full of internal injuries. The powerful thunderbolts triggered by Princess Zhonglu Lu kept bombarding him, sending his flesh and blood flying in all directions. He was in great pain. At this moment, he was unable to resist Princess Zhang Li's attack at all. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. King Wei Shan simply recited an incantation and shouted sternly, "Blood curse, activate." With the incantation, the remaining blood of the blood arrows that had just shot into Wuxi's body suddenly erupted. The evil curse power, which was like a scourge, turned into countless ferocious beasts that ran wildly through Wuxi's body, wreaking havoc through his blood vessels and meridians, and devouring his essence and blood. Wuxi could not help but feel amused. If it were someone else, it would be a great trouble to have such a devouring poison curse enter their body. They might even be killed on the spot by this insidious trick. However, King Wei Shan possessed the nature harmonization technique and a wisp of the first innate thieving energy hidden in his body. Did he want to devour Wuxi's essence and blood, or did he want to send himself a gift? Without making a sound, Wuxi exercised his cultivation technique. The chaotic energy mixed with the thieving energy circulated 9 times in his body, and the blood essence that had invaded his body was instantly refined by him. This was an arrow launched with half of King Wei Shan's blood essence, so at least 60% of it had seeped into Wuxi's body. As King Wei Shan's cultivation base was 1 grade higher than King Yang Shan's, this blood essence was a great tonic for Wuxi. His wounds healed rapidly, and even his broken dragon scales were rapidly regenerating. His face glowing because of the nourishment of the huge amount of blood essence. Wuxi smiled and crooked his finger at King Wei Shan. "What other tricks do you have? Bring them all on." This Sky Blast bow is not bad. I can't believe the natural phenomena medallion couldn't stop it. Could it be that Emperor Ku's cultivation base is stronger than Emperor Zhuanqu's? King Yangshan, who had been kicked away by Wuxi just now, took a step forward and came next to Wuxi. "It's not that Emperor Ku's cultivation base is stronger than Emperor Zhuanqu's," he said in a deep voice. "It's just that this Sky Blast bow is a weapon specially designed for killing. The 5 ancient emperors of the human race, including the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, have all left a restrictive talisman on it. That's why it can ignore the natural phenomena medallion's defense and kill us directly." Wuxi's eyes lit up. A treasure crafted by Emperor Ku himself, in which the 5 ancient emperors had all left a restrictive talisman on it. Squinting at the struggling and wailing King Wei Shan, he took a sudden step forward with the Sky Blast bow in his hand. The little black skull keenly noticed his movement. It moved a few feet to the side and stopped in front of King Wei Shan. "Are you trying to seize the Sky Blast bow, King of Dong Hai Province?" he said with a strange laugh. "Are you trying to seize the Sky Blast bow? You do have some good eyesight, but how can you get this bow?" Baiwang Zongling opened his mouth and breathed out a plume of black smoke to protect King Wei Shan, who had more than half of his muscles carbonized. "Golden boy," he said coolly, "if we don't fight with all our might, they will really break through here and rush to Liangzhu. I'm just a wisp of my divine sense in this skull, so I can't fight them. Whether we can kill them or not depends on your ability." The black smoke was extremely tough. Princess Zhang Lu had bombarded it with dozens of thunderbolts in a row, but they could not break it. She shook her head and whispered to Wuxi, "The void here is sealed, and all the natural energy has been expelled, while the power of thunderbolts has been reduced to a minimum. I can only hurt him, but I can't kill him." That was what she said, but the avatar of the god of Scourge, shrouded in Princess Zhang Li's 5-color divine light, reached out a finger stealthily, performed a strange incantation gesture, and quietly cast a curse on the black skull. The divine power of the god of Scourge was the most obscure, and with only a wisp of Baiwang Zongling's divine sense here, he did not have the ability to find out what Princess Zhang Lu was up to. A wisp of the curse of the god of Scourge surreptitiously seeped into the black skeleton and merged with Baiwang Zongling's clone, becoming one with it. King Wei Shan struggled to his feet and said in a hoarse voice, "Ask them to come and help me." The them King Wei Shan mentioned were the 12 supreme oracles who had sealed off this part of the void in the distance. But Baiwang Zhongling refused his request without hesitation. "We can't touch the 12 space-sealing formations," he said coldly. "Otherwise, the human emperor will be alerted immediately." Now, he only suspects that something has happened here. Before he gets any news, he won't act rashly in order to calm the hearts of the people. If any aura leaks out here, the human emperor will come here immediately. At that time, we will all be in big trouble. After taking a deep breath, Baiwang Zhongling snapped. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" King Wei Shan gave the black skull a venomous glare, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Immortal Haoshu, I'll remember you." King Yangshan and Gao exclaimed in unison, while Wuxia scratched his head in frustration. 8 generations of King Wei Shan's bloodline were reincarnations of Buddhists, but this Baiwang Zhongling was actually the reincarnation of an immortal. What the hell was wrong with Great Yu? Why were there all kinds of people in this world? Wuxia could tell that even if the 12 supreme oracles could move, they would not help King Wei Shan, not to mention that they had to maintain the space-sealing formations. Baiwang Zhongling seemed to be deliberately forcing King Wei Shan to fight desperately. Was this some kind of small friction between the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League? But King Wei Shan's next move made Wuxia have no time to think about anything else. King Wei Shan took a deep breath. A beam of auspicious light rushed up from the top of his head, amidst which 1,000 feet tall, 8-armed golden ape quietly emerged. This was the heaven-ripping divine ape, a divine beast famous for its boundless strength, and its strength was only inferior to a few rare divine beasts with ancient bloodlines. The sky-ripping divine ape beast soul slowly shrank until it was only 2 meters tall. The beast's soul narrowed its eyes and grabbed King Wei Shan's body. Then, it placed the upright King Wei Shan on the bowstring of the Sky Slayer bow, as if he was a long arrow. The beast's soul bared its fangs and slowly pulled the Sky Blast bow until it was 3/4 full. King Wei Shan recited an incantation in a low voice. Drop by drop, blood oozed out of his body and slowly covered his skin with a thick layer of blood. Fresh blood covered his body, making him look no different from a sharp arrow. Wuxia and the others were speechless. Using himself as an arrow, King Wei Shan was really going to fight desperately. A loud twang rang out from the bowstring, and King Wei Shan howled as he was shot out by his own beast soul. Chapter 826. With his body as the arrow and his life as the arrow, all his spirit, energy, and spirit had been fused into the arrow. It would either kill the enemy or himself. As soon as the arrow was released, King Wei Shan's beast soul turned into a beam of golden light and fused into his body. Abruptly, the giant arrow transformed into a beam of blood-red light that was about 10 feet thick and over 1,000 feet long, flashing across the void and coming in front of Wuxia and the others. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was King Yangshan, who was holding the Kunwu sword. King Yangshan let out a long roar. A plume of cloud rose from the top of his head, from which Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, roared and rushed out, holding a fierce knife shrouded in blood-red light. As soon as his beast soul appeared, a fierce killing intent swept out in all directions. After a long roar, Yazi plunged down and suddenly merged with King Yangshan's body. All of a sudden, King Yangshan's body swelled up like a steamed bun. By the time the arrow was less than 3 inches away from him, King Yangshan had turned into a meatball less than 10 feet tall, 10 feet wide, and 13 feet thick. The astonishingly huge lump of flesh had 2 extremely long arms, and each arm was astonishingly thick and strong. 2 streams of hot white smoke puffed out of King Yangshan's nostrils as he swung the Kunwu sword and slashed it down at the incoming sword light. With a crisp clang, the Kunwu sword slashed into the arrow formed by King Wei Shan's body. It went all the way from the arrowhead to a depth of 3 feet. blood sprayed out in all directions, and the sharp Kunwu sword was sent spinning away. A loud rumble rang out from King Xianxia's right arm as it was torn to pieces by a great force from his fist to his shoulder. Flesh and blood sprayed out in all directions, and King Xianxia, who had merged with his beast soul, shrieked in pain. The blood-red light flew past and brushed past King Xianxia's shoulder. Half of King Xianxia's huge body was blown away, leaving a gash about the size of a water tank on his body. The right half of his body was almost gone, exposing all his pink lungs and blood gushing out of them like cheap spring water. Howling, King Xianxia fell to the ground, his life force rapidly dissipating. The cultivation techniques of the human race were different from the immortal arts of the immortals. No matter how strong a human warrior was, even one of the strongest experts in Hongming Panga Heaven like King Xianxia, his life would be in danger from such a serious injury. But the immortals were different. The source of their power was their powerful immortal soul. Even if their fleshly bodies were reduced to ashes, as long as a wisp of their immortal soul remained, they would never die. Oftentimes, immortals would be decapitated by a sword, and the head would fly away with a beam of light. Even if half of the body was left behind, it was not a big deal. But human warriors did not have such divine abilities or secret arts. Almost half of King Xianxia's upper body was destroyed. It was an injury that would kill a mortal instantly, but it was also fatal to him. King King's body, as he stood and could, as long as he could keep his body pressed against the ground. Chi as he could, if they were on the ground. As long as King Xianxia could stick his body close to the ground, he could still send Pangu, sacred energy, into his body through the earth meridians to heal himself. But they were on a flying ship nearly 100 miles above the ground. Therefore, he could not use the last and strongest life-saving technique of the human race. Father, Gao cried out involuntarily. He swung the Kunwu sword and slashed at the arrow that King Weishan had transformed into. But Wuxia grabbed him by the neck and threw him far away. With a flip of her hand, Princess Zhang Lu injected a great plume of green life force into King Xianxia's body, quickly sealing the bleeding wound. At the same time, a purple gleam flashed in Princess Zhongli's eyes, and a rich Pangu, sacred energy, materialized in the air. Even mortals could see it roiling around them with their naked eyes. Princess Zhang Lu pointed a finger at King Xianxia and cried out softly, "Gee!" In the next moment, streams of Pangu, sacred energy, kept pouring into King Xianxia's body, healing his broken body at an incredible speed. In just 2 seconds, his broken fleshly body was as good as new, although it was not as strong as his original fleshly body, which had been thoroughly tempered. But King Xianxia had survived. He was so badly wounded, and he did not take any life-saving spirit pills, but he had survived. Bai Huang Zongling screamed, "How is this possible? What magic are you practicing? How can you gather Pangu, sacred energy, to heal someone?" Bai Huang Zongling was on the verge of a mental breakdown. No oracle of the Yu had ever been able to do this, and even the supreme oracle of the Yu, who cultivated both fleshly body and magic, could not gather Pangu's sacred energy and inject it into a wounded man's body. The nature of Pangu's sacred energy was so strange that only those who practiced the body-tempering technique of the human race could sense it and absorb it into their bodies to strengthen their fleshly body or repair their injuries. What Princess Zhonglu practiced was clearly the magic of the primordial Tao of divinity of the Yu's directorate of celestials. So, how could she summon Pangu's sacred energy? If all the oracles of the Yu had mastered this magic, wouldn't it mean that all the warriors of the Yu were immortal on the battlefield? Just think about it. On the battlefield with the Immortals or the Buddhist League, when the warriors of the Yu were injured by powerful immortal magic, the oracles of the Yu would absorb a great amount of Pangu, sacred energy, and fuse it into their bodies. And the warriors who had just fallen to the ground would immediately rise to their feet and fight again. What a terrifying scene it would be. Kill this woman. Kill her. Golden boy, kill her. Baiwang Zhongling screamed at the top of his lungs. Before his voice could fade away, Baiwang Zhongling cried out again, "Quick! Kill them all! A few old fogies from the secret palace are coming this way." While Baiwang Zhongling was screaming like a madman, King Yangshan and Gao's eyes turned green as they screamed, "Wonderful! What kind of technique is this? King of East Sea Province, if you can offer this magic to you, we will make an exception for you and promote you to the rank of Prince of Mountain and Water, which can only be conferred by members of the imperial clan." Baiwang Zhongling thought of the heavy casualties that might be brought to the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League if this magic was used by Yu on the battlefield. And so did King Yangshan and Gao. If Princess Zhongli's magic could be learned by all the oracles of Yu, the combat prowess of the Great Yu army would increase by more than 10 times. In other words, it was equivalent to Yu expanding its army by 10 times without consuming more resources. It was an amazing feat. With this credit, it would not be an exaggeration to promote Wuxia to the rank of Prince of Mountain and Water, which could only be conferred by members of the imperial clan of Yu. Wuxia's eyes lit up. He roared with laughter and said, "Wonderful! This is a simple method. I'll just ask Xian to teach it to the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials. He kill." Before Wuxia could speak, the arrow that King Weishan had transformed into had approached Wuxia's body. A shrill whistle rang out of the blood-red light as King Weishan recited a vicious incantation and forced out all his spirit, energy, and soul. The arrow suddenly grew several times larger, and like a mad blood-red fiend dragon, it was about to devour Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu at the same time. Wuxia raised the Kunwa sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and swung it down at the blood-red light amidst a vast purple mist. King Weishan screamed hoarsely. Suddenly, he burned part of his soul and pushed the speed of the arrow to the limit. There was no turning back for this arrow. He had to kill Wuxia so that he could not bring back the complete information he had obtained from King by Shandal Yangzhu. And he had to kill Princess Zhonglu so that she could not teach the deadly method of controlling Pangu's sacred energy to the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials. Just as the Kunwa sword was about to collide head-on with the arrow, Wuxia suddenly gave a strange laugh. A beam of starlight shot out from the top of his head, and Dark Een, celestial tower, flew up and shattered the void. With a flash, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu moved hundreds of feet forward amidst the starlight, dodging King Wei Shan's deadly blow. Even though there were 12 supreme high priests sealing off this part of the void, this space was already as solid as an iron wall. But with the small world transformed from a natural phenomena medallion neutralizing the power of the 12 space-restricting formations, Wuxia could still travel a short distance by relying on the power of Dark Een, celestial tower. As soon as he moved, the arrow that King Weishan had transformed into swept past where he was just now, shooting forward with a dazzling beam of blood in the air. He rushed past without hesitation, no longer having the strength to turn back. Damn it! Immortal Haoshu, is this the so-called 12 space-restricting formations? King Weishan's hysterical roar came from afar. He had burned his soul to speed up the arrow, but at this moment he no longer had the strength to turn around. So he could only watch helplessly as the arrow carried him forward, constantly consuming what little strength he had left in his body. The black skeleton opened its mouth and did not speak for a long while. It was beyond his expectation that Wuxia could still travel by tearing the void. Before Baiwang Zhongling could react, Wuxia had already rushed out of the area covered by the natural phenomena medallion, raised the Kunwa sword, and slashed it down at the skull. A green light flashed, and the tiny skull broke into 2 pieces soundlessly. A sharp whistling noise rang out abruptly, and the broken skull exploded into a clump of twisting dark smoke, which condensed into a pitch-black, ferocious, and twisted face of a baby. It opened its mouth and flew towards Wuxia's heart. Before the manifested curse could approach Wuxia's body, Princess Zhonglu gave a cold snort and grabbed the tiny clump of black smoke. A large sheet of lightning flashed in her palm as she shattered the curse bit by bit. Baiwang Zongling was shocked. Although the skeleton he possessed had been destroyed, he still let out a loud roar across the void. "What are you waiting for? Kill them now. Do you really want us to be hunted by you all over the world?" All of a sudden, the 12 supreme towers that sealed off the void thousands of miles away flashed and teleported to the side of the flying ship where Wuxia and the others were. Their deep chanting brought a gust of chilly wind and blew toward Wuxia and the others. An evil force filled the void, causing the light in the surroundings to suddenly dim and distort. Both space and time were frozen, and Wuxia and the others were sealed on the flying ship, unable to move. The 12 supreme oracles had joined forces. Before they could launch their attack, the momentum of their chanting was suffocating. Even with Wuxia's cultivation base of an 8th-tier primordial immortal, he could not withstand the terrible pressure. Just as the 12 supreme oracles struck with all their might, a beam of starlight shot over from a distance and came to Wuxia and the others in the blink of an eye. Emperor Haozuan, with the starlight flickering in all 360 acupoints of his body and silver-purple light radiating from all over his body, had come to the rescue. He gently pushed a palm toward the void and uttered a soft incantation. The 12 supreme towers shattered at the same time, and the supreme oracles inside the towers howled miserably as the curse they had cast backfired on them, causing them to cough up blood and fall to the ground. All of the used supreme towers were buried with vicious restrictive spells when they were crafted, which were known only to the human emperor and the first master of the secret palace. They were to use most secret and deadly means of control. The 12 supreme oracles did not have time to prepare for the sudden change. Emperor Haozuan had only activated the restrictive spells laid in advance in the supreme towers, and without using any of his own strength, he had beaten the 12 supreme oracles to death. "Rebels have infiltrated Xiong army," Wuxia cried out hoarsely. "King Wei Shan is the reincarnation of the Buddhist League's golden boy, and Baiwang Zongling is the reincarnation of Immortal Haoshu from the Celestial Court." Emperor Haozuan's face fell. His body trembled, and his facial muscles twitched, making him look like a ghost. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.